Welcome back. In the previous lecture, we have discussed about where to write JavaScript in HTML page. So now in this video, we are going to learn how to write an external JavaScript file and how can we include that in HTML page. So for this, I will create a new file with the name test2.html. test2.html. So here you can see the test2.html file is created. So now I am going to write the HTML tags first. HTML. So in that HTML, first I will complete the head part. So afterwards, I will create the body part. So in the head part, first I will include the title. So the title is external JS. So in the body tag, I will create an h1. This is external JavaScript. So in this video, we will write one external HTML, not HTML, external JavaScript file. So in that file, we will write some JavaScript code and we will include that file in this HTML. So first we need to create a external JavaScript file. So I will create a new file with name, same name, test2.js. So JavaScript files have the extension JS. So whenever if a file is having the extension JS, that file belongs to the JavaScript. So whenever you want to write the external JavaScript, then there is no need to write the script tags. We can just write directly the JavaScript statements. So when you include the JavaScript in HTML file, so here this is the last file what we have written. So if you write the JavaScript in the HTML file, then we need to open the script tags and we need to close the script tags after JavaScript statements. So whenever you want to write the external JavaScript files, so there is no need to open the script tags and close the script tags. We can just directly write the JavaScript statements. So here our statement is same as like in the previous lecture only. Console.log. So in this I will write the text as this is from external JavaScript. So this is the fourth way we can include the HTML JavaScript in HTML. So as of now we have created a HTML file and JavaScript file. So now we are going to see how to include this JavaScript file in HTML. So for this we have a syntax called script. So here first we need to open the script tags in the head part. Script. So this is the script. So afterwards we have to write the src, script src equal to, so in this src we have to enter the file path of the JavaScript file. So here the test2.js is also present in the same folder where the test2.html is present. So we just need to write the /test2.js. So that's it. So here we have already added the backslash. So we need to remove that because the test2.js is in the same folder. So if test2.js is in any different folder, we have to use the backslash. So both files are in the same folder. That's why we need not to write this backslash. So like this way, we can include the external JavaScript file link in HTML file. So now we will see the output. So I am opening Google Chrome. So here you can see the Google Chrome is open. This is the last file output. So here we need to change the file name. So the last file is test.html. So this file name is test2.html. So here you can see the h1 output is correct. This is external JavaScript. If you observe the Visual Studio Code also, this is external JavaScript. So this is not what we want. So we want this is from external JavaScript to be printed on the console. So now I will open the console in the Google Chrome. So to open console, click on this inspect and now click on the console. So here you can see the output. This is from external JavaScript. So if you observe the HTML page, there is no script tag in this entire page. So we have created the JavaScript file separately and we have included using the script, and this src is one of the property of the script. So in this src, we have to mention the file name of the JavaScript file. So if the file is present in some other folder, then we need to enter the file path also. So in here, if you observe here, both test2.html and test2.js, both are in the same folder, JS projects folder. So that's why when we need not to enter any file path, we just need to enter the file name. So like this way, we can add the external JavaScript in HTML. So if you change any text also, it will reflect the changes in the console. So here I am changing the text like this is from external JavaScript in Udemy. So I'm pressing Ctrl S. So once again I will open Google Chrome. So I'm refreshing the page. So here you can see this is from external JavaScript in Udemy. So this is the way to include external JavaScript file in HTML. So in the next video we are going to see JavaScript statements. So now in this video we are going to discuss about how can we find the errors when we write something mistake in the JavaScript statements. So for this I will create a new file with name errors.html. So here you can see the new file is created successfully. So I will open the HTML tag first. So in this first I will complete the HTML head tag and body tag. So in the head tag I will write the title as JS errors. So when it comes to body tag, I will write the text as this is for finding errors. So now we will write the JavaScript in the head part only. So it's better to write the JavaScript in head part or after the end of the HTML part. So because if you write the JavaScript in body part, so both the H1 HTML elements and JavaScript statements will be collisioned. So that's why it's harmful for our efficient. So that's why we need to write the JavaScript in head part or end of the HTML part for our convenience. So I will open the script tags first. So in the script part, first I will write the statement without any errors. So we will write the console only because as of now we have not discussed any other statement except console. Console.log. So in this I will write the text as this is JS errors lecture. So now we will see whether it is printed in the console or not. So here I will write the file path with the name errors.html. So here the file name is errors.html. So here the h1 tag is added successfully. Now I will open the console. So here you can see this is JS errors class. So there is no error because we have not written anything wrong. So now I will write some wrong statement in this script. So here the actual method name is console.log. So now I will write something mistake in this. So I will remove G in the console.log method. So it's an error. So there is no more any methods like console.lo. So there is only one method with this console, that is console.log. So it will be an error statement. So now we will see how can we find the errors in JavaScript. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So now we will open the Google Chrome. So here I will refresh the page. So if you observe here, the statement is having some mistakes, means the statement is contains some errors. So here there is no error in the body area, means HTML area. So in JavaScript the errors will not be shown in the HTML area. So if you observe any other C language or any C++ language, the errors will be shown in the command prompt while it is executing. So in JavaScript we have to check the errors in the console. So inspect and go to the console. So in this console only the errors will be present. So here you can see, so whatever the text that is in the red line, that will be error in JavaScript. So here the error name is uncaught type error. So here you can see the error message, console.lo is not a function in JavaScript, means is not a function yet. Suppose if you are writing some 100 lines of code, you cannot find these console.lo is not a function error in your program. So that's why it is also give us the line number. So if you observe here, errors.html line number 10. So if you click on this, it will show the error in the lines. So I'm clicking on this. So here you can see where it is present. So it will show the line number also, and it will also show the line also. So here you can see the red line is underlined, the console.lo. So the error is present in this line. So it is also showing the error with message like console.lo is not a function in JavaScript. So like this way we can find the errors in JavaScript. So whatever the statements that are written something wrong, that error statements will be printed in the console. So here, so whenever you want to learn JavaScript, the first thing you need to learn is console. So console is one of the important part of the JavaScript, because every time we used to write a couple of statements or any 100 lines of statements, so in errors will be automatically added. So that's why we need to check the errors using this console only. So if you click on the line number, it will show the line also. So then we need to rectify the error by reading the message. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture, we have discussed about how to find the errors in JavaScript. So now in this video, we are going to write our first JavaScript program, Hello World program. So make sure you have created a separate folder for all our projects. So I have already created this JS projects folder. So from this video, we are going to learn JavaScript basics by writing the program. So first I will remove all these previous programs. So because these are not related to our programmatical structure, so I will remove all these by going the my computer. So this is the folder name, JS projects. So here I will remove all these things, because from this video only we are going to write our first project, Hello World project. So I will remove all this. So here you can see the folder is empty. So if you observe here also, the folder is empty. So from this lecture, I will post this file as program file as article in every lecture. So how many programs I will write, that programs will be given to you. So to find the errors or to check any statements. So here I will write the first program by creating a new file by helloworld.html. helloworld.html. So this is the first program that we are going to write in JavaScript. So as you see, the folder is empty. This is our first program. So initializing HTML tags, HTML. So for the first time, we have to write the head. And when it comes to body section, we have to write the body. So this is the HTML structure. So I will write the title as Hello World. Hello World. So now we are going to see output functions in JavaScript. So because if you want to print something on the screen, you must use the output function. So not only in JavaScript, when you observe any programming language also, the first thing we need to do is write something on the screen using the output function. So in C language also, in C programming language also, we write the hello world programming only for the first time. So in the JavaScript also, first we need to know what are the output functions in JavaScript. So by using that output functions, we have to write the hello world on the screen. So in JavaScript, there is a output function called document.write. So here I'm opening the script tags in head. Script, here you can see the JavaScript tags are open. So in these script tags only, we have to write the JavaScript statements. So here to write anything on the screen or to print anything on the screen in JavaScript, we have a method called document.write. So this is the method. So when it comes to C, there is a method called printf. When it comes to C++, there is a method called cout. When it comes to JavaScript, there is a method called system.out.print. When it comes to Python, there is a method called print. So as like the other programming languages also, JavaScript is also having one output function. So that output function name is document.write. So here we have to open the parenthesis because every function needs to be open with parenthesis only. So in these parentheses, you need to write the text in single colon or double colon. First I will write the text in single colon. Afterwards we will write the text in double colon. So in this single colon, I will write the text as hello world. Hello world. So here there is no HTML content because we are not studying HTML here. We are here to study the JavaScript. So in the next section, means JavaScript DOM manipulation section, we are going to see how to manipulate the HTML content in the JavaScript. So up to that lecture, up to that section, we have to learn the JavaScript without writing HTML content only. So from this video onwards, we are going to learn only the script statements. So we are going to write the statement in the script only. We are not going to touch this body section, means HTML section. So now I have written a statement called document.write. So in that document.write, I have written the text hello world. So here I have not written any semicolon because semicolon is optional in JavaScript. It's not mandatory. So I will open Google Chrome to execute this program. So here first I will write the file path. So the file path is hello world.html. Hello world.html. So I will press enter. So here you can see the output. Hello world is printed on the screen. So if you print the hello world on the console, it will be printed on the console here. So if you use the document.write, the hello world is printed on the screen. So this is the difference between console.log and document.write. So now I will write the console.statement also, hence you will understand better. So here I will write the same hello world in the console.log. Console.log. So here I will write the hello world. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see hello world is printed on the screen because of the document.write method, and hello world is printed on the console because of the console.log method. So this is the difference between document.write and console.log. So console.log is used to print on the console and document.write is used to print on the screen, HTML screen. So I will cancel this console. So now we will see how to write the same hello world using the external file. So as of now we have included the script in the head part, means in the HTML file only. So now I will write this same hello world program using the external JavaScript file. So here I will write the new file with name hello world.js. Hello world.js. So here I will write the same statements. So to write the JavaScript statements in any external JavaScript file, we need not to open the script tags. We can write the JavaScript statements directly. So that's why I'm not opening any script tags. So document.write. So here I will write the text as hello world from external JavaScript. External JavaScript. So because we have written only hello world in this document.write method in the inline JavaScript, because so whatever the JavaScript statements we have written in the HTML that are called inline JavaScript. So when you write the JavaScript external file and when we include that in the HTML, so that JavaScript is called as external JavaScript. So here I will remove these statements, inline JavaScript statements. So now I will add the external JavaScript file in the HTML. So to add the external JavaScript file, we have to use the script. So in that script, we have to use the property src. So in this src only, we have to mention the file name. So here the file name is hello world.js. So this is the external JavaScript file name. So if this file is present in any some other folder, we have to write the folder path also. Here if you observe, the both hello world.html and hello world.js both are in the same folder. So that's why we need not to mention any file name and any backslash etc. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see hello world from external JavaScript. So like this way we can include the statements in external JavaScript and we can write that file in HTML. So here there is no script tags in the actual HTML file. So if you observe here, there is only one script tag which is used for including the external JavaScript. So in the body section there is no script JavaScript statements. In the head also there is no JavaScript statements. So there is only one script tag. It's not a statement, because whatever you write text in the script tags that are called as JavaScript statements. So here there are no JavaScript statements. So we have written the JS statements in the external JavaScript file, and we have included that file using the src, means script. So like this way we can write the hello world program using the output functions in JavaScript. So in the next video we are going to discuss about data types in JavaScript. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture we have discussed about the output function in JavaScript. So now in this lecture we are going to discuss about different data types in JavaScript. So there are mainly two types of data types in JavaScript. They are primitive data types and complex data types. These complex data types is also called as non-primitive data types. So when it comes to primitive data types, it is again divided into 5 types. They are number, string, boolean, null, undefined. And when it comes to complex data types, it is divided into only one type, objects. So again the objects are divided into some other types. We are going to discuss it later. So first we will discuss about the primitive data types. So the first thing in the primitive data types is number. So if you observe any other programming languages, there are many data types like float, integer, double. So but in JavaScript those are all falls under same category, that is number. In that number only there are separate integer, float, double, long double, etc. So string, as you know, is the collection of characters, is also known as string. So boolean, true or false, it is used to represent true or false. Null. So in other programming languages null and undefined are same, but when it comes to JavaScript both are different. Null means if you declare variable, and we can also assign the value to null. Suppose in JavaScript we need to declare variable with where a is equal to null, and that is called null data type. So if you do not declare anything, if you simply write where a, then it is called undefined. Here a is undefined. So this is the difference between null and undefined. So when we are going to write program, okay, we will understand very clearly. So when it comes to complex data types, objects. So there are many objects like arrays, functions, and some other. So mainly arrays and functions are the objects data type. So now we are going to implement all these things in a simple program, data types program. So here you can see there is only one file in the JS projects folder. So today we are going to create a second file with the names datatypes.html. So in this file only we are going to implement all our data types what we have discussed in the last minute. So first we will write the HTML snippet. So I am changing this title from document to data types in JS. So we will write these JavaScript in body tag. So first we will discuss about the primitive data types, and later we will move into the non-primitive data types or complex data types. So the first one in primitive data type is number. So number is nothing but any integer value or float value or any double value. These are all comes under the number data types only. So first we need to declare a variable with any name. So I am declaring name as a. A is equal to, I am declaring first integer. So if you want to find the type of, if you want to type the data type of this variable a, we need to write the function type of. So this will gives the data type of the a. So here in the last lesson only we have discussed document.write is output function. Whatever you write in the document.write parenthesis, those characters or those integers will be printed on the screen. So now we are printing the type of a in the document.write. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So now we will move into Google Chrome. So here we have to place the file path. So I am copying file path. So this is our file. Copy it. Paste. So after this we have to write our file name. Our file name is datatypes.html. So here you can see the type of variable a is number. So if you observe here, we have declared a simple variable with name a and we have assigned an integer value. Integer is a number. That's why it is given the type of a is number. Here you can see number. So if you write any float value or any double value also, the output will be same. I'm writing var a is equal to 6.5. Control S. Here you can see the output is same. So we have completed number data type. Now we will move into string data type. So remove all this stuff. So where username. So username must be string only. That's why I'm writing username. So I'm writing this value as Ronaldo 195. So here you can see Ronaldo is the collection of characters and 195 it is also collection of characters only. So now we need to print the type of this username. So document dot write. So in this parenthesis we have to write type of username. So the output must be, as you know, string. So I am refreshing it. So here you can see the output string. So if you write anything or any two letters also, Ronaldo 195, Messi 196, Control S. So the output will be same. So the collection of characters is also known as string. So now we have completed number data types and string data types. So we will discuss these string functions or string method in the previous lecture. It has separate video on it. So we will discuss about this later. So now we will move into Boolean data type. So I will remove just these things. So where, so I will write the variable name as yes or no. So here the variable name is yes or no. So we have to assign this value, Boolean value to this variable. So we have to assign either true or false. First I will assign true. So in the type of username I will change it to type of yes or no. So as you know, I think you have guessed the output Boolean. So it's correct. I'm refreshing it. Here you can see how the output is Boolean. So if you change from true to false also, the output will be same. Control S, save. Here you can see the output is same. So we have completed number, string, Boolean. Now we will move into null. So in the last 2 minutes only we have discussed about the null and undefined. Both are not same. So in other programming languages it may be same, but when it comes to JavaScript it is not same. So first we will declare a variable without initializing it. So var a. So we have declared a variable with name a, but we have not initialized this a with any value. It is not initialized. So if you want to print this type of a, the output will be undefined. Type of a. So I'm pressing pressed Control S. Here you can see the variables which are not assigned with any values, those data types will be undefined. So this is the difference between null and undefined. So if you we can also assign null value to any variable. So when it execute these type of variables, the output will be null only. So we have created a variable with var name a and the value is null. So if you execute these, the output must be null but not undefined. Null is also a data type in JavaScript. So I'm executing, I'm refreshing it. Here you can see null is an object. So null is not undefined. There is a difference between null and undefined in JavaScript. Of course, we need not to study this much of things about this null and undefined. But as this lecture is related to data type, that's why I'm repeating this many times. So in real life situations, we use only 3 things. They are number, string, and booleans only. Of course, we sometimes will also use null and undefined, but in very rare cases. So we have completed the primitive data types. The first one is number and the second one is string, and the third one is boolean, and the fourth one is undefined, and fifth one is null. So once again I'm telling null and undefined both are not same. So now we will move into non-primitive data types or complex data types. So the first one in non-primitive data types is array. So there is only one non-primitive data type, it is object. So in that object is divided into many types. So the first one is object, array object. So first we will create a variable with name numbers. So I am creating array with some valid numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So like this way we need to create an array in JavaScript. So if we want to write document dot write the type of numbers. So I think you are guessing the answer is array, but it is not correct. Here you can see the output is object only, because in JavaScript arrays are objects. There is no array data type in JavaScript. Arrays are comes under object only. So we have discussed the first data type in non-primitive data types, that is array. So now we will move into functions. Function is also a data type in JavaScript. So to create a function I am writing where a is equal to function parenthesis. In this we need to return some value, return 5. So here the function name is a. For this variable only we have assigning a simple function. So if you execute this type of variable, the output will be function. So I am writing document dot write. So type of a, the output will be function. Here you can see the output is function. So these are the main two types of data types in non-primitive, array and functions. So this combination of arrays and function is also called as object. So there is no any special data type like array in JavaScript. Our arrays are comes under object. So in the next video we are going to discuss about the operators in JavaScript. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In the previous lecture we have discussed about the data types in JavaScript. So now in this video we are going to discuss about conditional statements. So conditional statements are used to execute some block of code based on the condition. So if the condition is true, then the block of code will be executed, else that code will be skipped. So to learn these things in the practical, so I am creating a new file with names conditional dot HTML. So as like other programming languages, in JavaScript also there is no any special syntaxes for conditional statements. So everything is same like C, C++, Java. So first I will create a simple HTML snippet. So I am removing this document title and naming it as conditional ST statements. So I am writing these script tags in the body statements. So now in these script tags we are going to implement conditional statements. So in JavaScript or any programming languages, there are three types of conditional statements in JavaScript. So first one is if condition, second one is else condition, third one is else if condition. So first we will learn about if condition. So the syntax of if condition is if parenthesis, in this parenthesis we have to mention our condition. So if true, so if the condition is true, then this block will be executed, else this block will be skipped in the execution. Suppose if the condition is true, we have to print document dot write if block executed. So if the condition is true, whatever the condition we mentioned in this parenthesis is true, then this code will be executed, else it will goes into the else part. So this is the else part. Document dot right? Else part is executed. So now I want to execute this program. So I'm opening Google Chrome. So in this URL we have to mention our file path. So our file path is, so here this is the file, copy this path, place it in the Chrome URL. So after these projects we have to enter our file name. So here our file name is conditional.html. So here you can see if block is executed. This is the output, because in the if condition we have mentioned true. So if this condition is false, so else block will be executed. So I am removing this true and I will place false. So the output must be else part is executed. So I am refreshing it. So here you can see else part is executed. So whatever the condition it may be, if that condition is true, the statements in the if block will be executed. So if the condition is false, then the statements in the else block will be executed. So now we have to write some basic code to check whether the condition is true or false. So I am declaring a variable where a is equal to 5 and b is equal to 7. So with the help of these two variables, we have to write some conditions. So first condition I will write is if a is greater than b. So here the condition is false. Here you can see if a is greater than b, a value is 5, b value is 7. So this condition will become false. Hence the console will move to the else block. So this block should be executed. So I will refresh the page. So here you can see else part is executed because the condition is false. That's why the console is moved into else part. So if the condition is true, then this part will be executed. So suppose I am writing if b is less than, if a is less than b. So here 5 is less than 7. So the condition is true. So the console will be executed in this if block only. So the output will be if block is executed. So I am refreshing it. So here you can see the output if block is executed. So like this way we can place the conditions using the if else blocks. So if you want to place more than one condition, then we need to use else if blocks. So here we have only one condition, if a is less than b. Suppose if this condition is false, then we have to check some other condition. So if this condition is false, then we have to check if a equal to b. Then we have to use else if conditions. So if the if condition is failed, then we have to use else if. So in this parenthesis we can write condition if a equal to b. So here, so I am changing the text in this document.write method. So if this a less than b is true, then we have to write a less than b. So if this condition is true, then we need to print a is equal to b. So if this condition is also false, then we need to write else block document.write both the conditions are false. Now I will explain how the console will execute this program. So first we have created two variables, a is equal to 5, b is equal to 7. So in the first condition we are checking if a is less than b. So 5 is less than 7. The condition is true. So it will print document.write a less than b. So a less than b will be printed. So after printing this statement, the console will be out from this program. So this else block will not be executed. So if this condition is false only, then the console will move into else if block. So suppose if you write something like a is equal to 9, so the condition will be failed in this if block. So hence it will move into the else block. So here also the condition is false, if a equal to b. So 9 is not equal to 7. So again the console will move into the next block. The next block is else. So this statement will be printed. So now we are executing this program. So the expected output must be both the conditions are false. So I have saved this program. Now we'll moving into Google Chrome. So I am refreshing it. Here you can see both the conditions are false because here A is not greater than B and A is not equal to B. So that's why the console is moved from else if block to else block. So like in this way we are going to write the conditional statements in JavaScript. So in the next video we are going to discuss about loops in JavaScript, different types of loops like for loop, while loop, do while loop, etc. Thank you. See you in the next class. So welcome back guys. In the previous lecture we have discussed about the conditional statements in JavaScript. So now in this video we are going to discuss about the looping statements. So looping statements are used to repeat the statements in the block. So whenever you want to execute a block of statements multiple times, then we need to use the loop statements. So I am creating a separate file for this program. So here the file name is loops.html. So as like the previous files only, I am creating a new HTML snippet. So I am removing this document title from to loops in JS. So in any programming languages there are three types of loops: for loop, while loop, do while loop. The first thing we are going to discuss is for loop. So I'm opening script tags. So in this script tags only we are going to write our program. So first I will declare a simple variable where a equal to 5. So now I want to print numbers from 1 to 5. So usually we used to write document dot write 1. So we have to write something like this: document dot write 1. Sorry. 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you want to print the numbers from 1 to 5, we need to write 5 document dot write statements. So I already saved this statement. They saved this file. Now I am going to execute it. Remove this conditional.html from this and write loops.html. Here you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you want to write these type of statements, here the code is very lengthy. So to avoid these kind of problems, we have to use loops. So if you want to write the same program using loops, we can simply write for in parentheses. So in for loop parentheses takes 3 parameters. The first parameter is initialization, and the second parameter is condition, and the third parameter is increment or decrement. So the first parameter we are going to write is initialization. So here we have to initialize any variable where I equal to 1. So the loop starts from I equal to 1. So we have in the second thing we have to mention the condition. So here the condition is I less than or equal to 5 semicolon. So after the condition we have to increment the variable. So here we are going to implement the I with 1, I plus plus. So for every iteration we need to print the document.write method. Document.write I. So once we will execute this, afterwards I will explain how this execution works. So I am moving into Google Chrome. I am refreshing it. Here you can see the output is same. So I will change the number from 5 to something 8. So here the output must be A. Here the I less than A. So I is less than or equal to 8. So the output must be 1 to 8 numbers. So I am refreshing it. So here you can see the output is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So now I will explain how this works. So first we have created a variable with value is equal to 8. Afterwards we are looping these statements using this variable. So we have created another variable with name I equal to 1 in for loop, and we are repeating these I statements 8 times using this variable a. So I equal to 1, I less than or equal to a. After reading these two statements, the console will move to the for loop block. So after executing one time, then it will check the condition I plus plus. So initially I equal to 1, so it will print 1. So afterwards it will execute I plus plus, and again it will check the condition I plus plus value is 2. 2 is less than 8, condition is true. Again it will execute document dot write method, so it will print 2. Like this it will execute 8 times. That's why it will printed 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 times. So in this way we can execute or repeat any statements using loops. So as of now we have discussed only for loop. Now we will move into while loop. So while loop is also similar to for loop, so just the syntax is changed. So first we need to write while. So in this while loop, in this while parenthesis, we need to mention the condition. So here our condition is, first we need to declare a variable where, so in while loop we have to declare the looping variable outside the loop. So when it comes to for loop, we have to declare the looping variable in the for loop also or in the outside also. So but in while loop we cannot declare the looping variable inside. So that's why I am creating the looping variable where I equal to 1 outside the loop. So here I am writing the condition while I less than a. So here the condition is while I less than a means 1 less than 8, the condition is true. Hence the console will move from while loop to this block. So here whatever we write, that statement will be executed. Document dot write I. So after printing these statements, we need to increment the I value. In for loop, we will increment the I value in the initialization, that parenthesis only. But in while loop, we have to change the syntax. So in this looping statement only, we have to increment the I value. So here we can change from I to I plus plus. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So if you refresh the page, the output is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, because we have declared I equal to 1 and I is less than 8, means up to 7 only the loop will be executed. So if I is 8, so 8 less than 8, the condition is false, so hence the loop will be terminated. That's why it is executed only up to 7. So if you mention equal to here, the output must be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 also. So I am refreshing it. Here you can see 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So like this way we can write for loop and while loop. So for loop and while loop both are same. There is only syntax difference. The both work is same. So now we will move into the do while loop. So do while loop is also similar to while loop. So there is only one difference between do while loop and while loop. So in do while loop, the statements in the block will be executed at least once. So in while loop, there is no such rule that the statement should execute one time. So because, so if you write do while, first we need to write do. After this, we need to write these statements. So after these statements, we have to write the condition using while. So this is the syntax of do while loop. First, so that's why the statements in this block will be executed at least once. So first we need to write document dot write I. So first these statement will be executed. So after executing these statements, the console will check the condition if I is less than a. So here you can see the output is same. What happened? So here I did a mistake. I have not mentioned any condition. That's why it is continuously looping. So I want to mention condition now. So after document dot write, we need to mention the condition I plus plus. So if you do not mention any condition, it will execute infinity times. That's why it is continuously looping. So I am refreshing it. So copy this. Sorry, there is something. So here you can see the output 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, because we have not mentioned equal to here. If you mention equal to, the output will be up to 8. So I have mentioned equal to. Here you can see the output is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So once again I will explain all the 3 loops. So the first loop is for loop. So for loop contains 3 parameters, or any, you should not call it as parameters, it should take 3 things. The first thing is initialization, and the second thing is checking the condition, and the third thing is increment or decrement. So first it will initialize any looping variable and it will check the condition. If the condition is true, then it will move into the for loop, inside the for loop. So after executing the statements inside the for loop, it will again check the increment operator and condition. Again, if the condition is true, it will execute the statements. Till the condition is false, it will execute all the statements inside the for loop. So when it comes to while loop, it is also do the same thing what for loops does. So when there is only syntax difference between for loop and while loop. So in for loop we have to mention the syntax in the parenthesis only. So when it comes to while loop, we have to mention the conditions in the statements block. We have to mention only condition in the parenthesis, and we have to mention the increment or decrement, whatever it may be, in the statements block. So only condition will be placed in the parenthesis in while loop. So when it comes to do while loop, it is similar to while loop, but in while loop there is no chance of executing at least one time. So when it comes to do while loop, so the statements in do while loop will execute at least one time whenever you execute, because after executing one time only we have to write the condition in do while loop. That's why whatever the statements we write in the do while loop, that will execute at least one time. So this is about loops in JavaScript. Thank you. Welcome back, guys. In this lecture we are going to discuss about functions in JavaScript. So first of all, we will discuss about what is a function. So a function is a block of organized and reusable code that is used to perform a single and related action. So as like other programming languages, functions are same in JavaScript. There is no difference between JavaScript and other programming languages in functions. So there is a small difference in syntax. So but there is no difference in functionality. So first we will discuss how to declare a function in JavaScript. So first we need to use function keyword before the function name while declaring. Function keyword, after function name only we have to use the parenthesis. Also after parenthesis we need to write the block of statements in the function. So once again I will explain. First we need to use the function keyword. After that function keyword we need to use the function name. So after function name we need to take some arguments. It's not necessary, it's a optional. So after taking arguments or parameters, we need to write the statements in the function block. So to call this function, we need to write just function name and parenthesis. That's it. So this is the first way of declaring a function in JavaScript. So we have also another way to declare a function in JavaScript. That is the second way, using var keyword. So like this way also we can declare a function. Now we'll move into this way. So to declare a function like this using var keyword, first we need to initialize the function with var function name. So function name here, it may be anything. It may be like some add, subtraction, multiplication, it may be anything. So after var function name we need to use equal to operator. After equal to operator we will write direct simple function parenthesis. Here also it can take parenthesis, but it can take parameters, but it is optional, it's not mandatory. So after parenthesis we need to write the block of statements, that is function block. So here also the function calling is same. We need to use the function name for calling. So after function name we need to use the parenthesis. So we have completed these two styles of declaring a function. Now we will implement these two ways in the practical. So without late, just move into the Visual Studio Code. So here I am creating a new file in JS projects folder. So the file name is functions.html. So first I will create a simple HTML snippet. So I am changing the title from document to functions in JS. So I am opening script tag in body. So first we will discuss about the normal structure, and then we will move into the specialized structure in JavaScript, means declaring a function with var keyword. First we will discuss the normal structure. So in normal syntax, we have to use function keyword. Function. So after function name, we have to mention the function name. First we need to mention the function keyword. After that, function name. So here our function name is add. So here the function name is add. So now I'm opening curly braces. So in these curly braces only, we have to write the statements of the function block. So I'm writing document dot write. So I am writing the statement function add is called. So control S. So we have successfully declared and defined this add function. Now we need to call this function. To call this function, we just need to write add parenthesis. That's it. Control S. So we have created a normal function in JavaScript, and we have declared and defined the some statements. So after declaring and defining, we have called this function. So now I will execute this functions program. Sorry, first we need to copy the file path. So this is the path. So after these JS projects, our file name is functions.html. Here you can see the output. Function add is called. So like this way we can initialize and declare a function, and after initializing and declaring we need to call this function. So this is the normal way of declaring. Now we will see the other way of declaring function in JavaScript. So I will write this normal way. So I will write the other way using a subtraction function. So var subtraction equal to function parenthesis. So here we can write the statements. So I will copy the same text. So here special way. Function subtraction is called. So after declaring and defining the function, we need to call the function. So here the calling a function is same between normal function and specialized functions. Subtraction. Sorry. So first we have declared a normal function. We have called the normal function. Then we have declared a special function. So after declaring and defining this special function, we have called this function. So the output must be normal way. Function add is called. Special way. Function subtraction is called. So I am refreshing it. Here you can see normal way. Function add is called, and the special way function subtraction is called. So like these two ways we have to declare the functions in JavaScript. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture we have learned how to declare a function, how to define a function, and how to call a function. Now in this video we are going to learn how to pass the parameters to function. So parameters or arguments, both are same. Now we are going to see how to pass the parameters to a function in JavaScript. So first I will pass a simple number to this function add. So to add two numbers, so I want to pass parameters 5 and 7. So in this add function we need to add these two numbers using the parameters. So first we need to take these two parameters. So I am declaring two variables var a comma b. Now we need to take these two parameters a comma b. So these 5 will be assigned to a and 7 will be assigned to b. So now we are going to sum of these two numbers. The sum of, I will write the numbers plus a plus colon and sorry, B is plus of A plus B. So this is the syntax for adding two numbers. First I wrote a simple string sum of, afterwards I wrote the number concatenation. A is the number, that's why I used plus symbol. So and is the string, I used the colons. So B is also a number, so without colons I have declared B. So is a string and A plus B is the sum of these A plus B. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So now I am going to refresh it. So here you can see the sum of 5 and 7 is 12. So like this way we can pass parameters to functions. So if you want to write the next line in this document dot write, we need to use the br tag. So plus break tag. So if you use break tag, the next line will be printed. So once again I will refresh this file. Here you can see the sum of 5 and 12 is 5 and 7 is 12. So now we are going to pass the parameters to specialized functions. So in this I will write two numbers 7 comma 5. So here also I will take these parameters only A comma B. So here I will do the subtraction of A comma B. The subtraction of A and plus B is the subtraction of A and B is A minus B. That's it. So the output must be 7 minus 5 is 2. So the output must be the subtraction of 7 and 5 is 2. So I have already pressed Ctrl S. Now we are going to refresh the page. Here you can see the output. The subtraction of 7 and 5 is 2. So like this way we can pass the parameters to normal function and specialized functions. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In this video we are going to discuss about arrays in JavaScript. So JavaScript arrays are used to store multiple values in a single variable. So not only JavaScript, every programming array is used to store multiple value in single variable. So that is the use of array. So first we will discuss about the syntax of the array in JavaScript, then we will move into the examples, and afterwards we will move into the practical session of arrays in JavaScript. So first our goal is to learn what is the syntax of array in JavaScript. So it's very simple compared to other programming languages to declare array in JavaScript. We just need to use the var keyword, and after that var keyword we used to write the array name, whatever it may be students, players, names, anything. So first var keyword, after var keyword we need to use the array name. So after array name we need to initialize the array using the brackets. So in these brackets we need to add the array elements, so like numbers or names, strings, etc. So this is the syntax of the array. Once again I will explain. First we need to write the var keyword. After that var keyword we have to write the array name. So after writing the var keyword array name, we have to initialize that array. It may be an empty array or the array with values. We can also initialize the empty array also. So now we will move into the example of this syntax. So assume there are different numbers to store in a single variable. So we need to use array to that. So we need to use array in that kind of cases. So I have declared an array with the name numbers, where numbers is equal to array of 1, 3, 5, 7, 5, 4, 2. So in these numbers array there are 7 elements. So there are 1, 3, 5, 7, 5, 4, 2. Like this we can declare array with numbers. So when it comes to strings, we can also declare array with strings in JavaScript. So here also the same, where array name is players. So after declaring var and array name, we need to initialize the array with some values. Here the values are Messi, Ronaldo and Sachin. So Messi and Ronaldo are football players, Sachin is a cricket player. So now we have discussed the syntax and examples of arrays in JavaScript. So without any late, we'll move into the Visual Studio Code to learn the array in practical. So the Visual Studio Code is open. Now I am going to create a new file with names array.html. So first I will create a HTML snippet. I am changing the document title from document to arrays in JS. Control S. So I am opening script tag in body. So first we need to declare an array. So first we will start with numbers, then we will move into strings. Where numbers equal to bracket. So these bracket states that numbers is belongs to array data type. So I am declaring sample numbers 1, 3, 2, 4, 7, 6, 7, 9. So numbers is an array consisting of 5 elements. So now I am going to find the length of these numbers array. So document dot write numbers dot length. So it will print the length of the numbers array. So I have saved this array HTML file. Now I am going to refresh it. So our file name is array.html. Here you can see the length of the array is 5. So if you add any new number into the array, the length will be increased. So I have added a new number, so the length of the array must be 6. Here you can see the length of the array is 6. So if you initialize an empty array, you can find the length of the array. I will explain now. So here we have just initialized, but we have not added any elements in the array. So now we will find the length of the array and we should know what is the output. Here you can see the length of the array is 0 without initializing the values. So we have written the numbers. Now we will move into strings. So instead of numbers I will write players. So first player name is Messi and second player name is Ponting and third player name is Sachin. So here I have declared 3 strings in this players array. So the length of the array must be, as you know, 3. What happened? Sorry, here I have changed the numbers from players, but in the length I have not changed these numbers. So I will change now. Players. So now I will refresh it. Here you can see the length of the array is 3. So as of now we have studied how to declare an array and how to find the length of an array. Now we are going to learn how to fetch the elements in the array and print it on the screen. So to fetch the elements in the array, we need to use the loop. In the previous lectures only we have learned different types of loops in JavaScript. So we have to fetch the elements in array using for loop. So for where I equal to 0, every array index must start with 0 only. So I less than players dot length semicolon, after that I plus plus, I need to increment. So for every iteration we have to print the element of the array with respective index number. So we need to print the document dot write. So we have to print the element which is at index I. So our first index is 0. So whenever we are printing the element of player 0, the Messi will be printed. So now we need to write players of I. So here the document dot write prints the players of I, means players of 0. Players of 0 means Messi. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So for every iteration we need to go to the next line. That's why I will use br tag. So if you use br tag, it will print the next line. So now I am going to refresh it. So here you can see the list of array Messi, Ponting, Sachin. So like in this way we can loop the elements in the array using for loop, or you can use while loop, or you can also use do while loop. So it's better to use for loop for arrays whenever you want to fetch the elements in the array. So as of now we have looped only string array. Now we will move into the numbers array, where numbers equal to 1 3 6 8 4 9. So now I'm going to print all these numbers in an order. So I've used the same thing, for loop for where I equal to 0, I less than numbers dot length I plus plus. So here we need to print the numbers, document dot write numbers of I, numbers of I. So I will refresh this page. Here you can see 1 2 1 3 6 8 4 9. So it is printed horizontally because I have not mentioned any br tag in the document.write method. That's why I will use br tag. So it will print the vertical order. Here you can see 1 3 6 8 4 9. 1 3 6 8 4 9. So in this way we can declare an array and we can loop through the array. So in the next video we are going to discuss about different methods in array. So like how to add new element to array, how to delete an element from array, how to find the length, how to find the element with the index number. So we are going to discuss all array methods in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In the previous lecture we have discussed what is array, how to declare array, and how to loop through the array using for loop. So now in this video we are going to discuss some of the important methods in arrays. So in this video we are going to learn how to add a new element to array, how to delete a element from array with respect to index number, and how to find the length of the array and some of its methods. So now first I've already created a file with array methods in JS projects folder. So I have already wrote some HTML snippets. So in this body tag I'm opening the script. So first I will create the numbers array. So in that numbers array only we are going to perform all our operations. So first where numbers equal to 1 2 3 4 5 6. So here the array consists of 1 to 6 elements. So with the name numbers. So the first thing we are going to find is length of the array. Length is also a array function. So document dot write numbers dot length. So the output must be here. How many elements are there? 1 2 3 4 5 6. There are 6 elements in the array. So the length of the array must be 6. So now I am going to execute it. So here our file name is array methods. Here you can see the output. The length of the array is 6. So in this way we can find the length of the array. Now we are going to see how to add a new element to already initialized array. Suppose we have initialized the numbers array. So afterwards we are going to add a new element to this array. So how can we add? So for this type of problems we have to use push method. So with the help of push method we can add new element to array. So we can simply write numbers dot push. So in this push method we have to write the new element what we want to add to the numbers array. So I want to add the number 7 to the array. So the initialized array consists only numbers from 1 to 6. So afterwards we are adding the 7th number to the array. So now I am going to loop through this array for where I equal to 0, I less than numbers dot length I plus plus. So for every iteration we have to print the element. Document dot write numbers of I. So we have to print the every element in the new line. That's why I am using br tags. So if you use br tags, the element is printed in the next line. So I am going to refresh it. So here you can see the output is 1 to 7 numbers. So if you see the code, we have initialized the array with numbers 1 to 6 only. So afterwards we have added the 7th element into the array. So that's why the elements is from 1 to 7. So here you can see the number is added at end of the array. So means at last index of the array. So if you want to add the element at the starting of the array, we have to use another method that is called unshift method. Sorry. So in the instead of using push method, we have to use unshift method. Numbers dot unshift. You want to add the 0. So the 0 must be at before the 1, means starting of the array. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So I am going to refresh it. Here you can see the output. The 0 is added at the starting of the index. So we will use both unshift and push parallelly. So first I have added the unshift with 0 element. Now I am going to add the 7 with push method. Numbers dot push method 7. So now I will explain how this works. So first we have created a numbers array with the elements 1 to 6. After that we have added the 0 element at starting of the array and 7th element at ending of the array. So to add element at starting of the array, we have to use unshift method. So if you want to add the element at end of the array, we have to use push method. So here we have used the both methods parallelly. So the output must be 0 to 7. So I am going to refresh it now. Here you can see the output is 0 to 7. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So like this, in this way, we can add the new elements into the array. So it may be a starting of the array or we can add the end of the array. Both the ways we can add the new elements to the array. So now we are going to see how to delete element from the array. So I will remove these unshift and push methods. So like adding also, for deleting we have many number of methods in JavaScript. So I will explain only 2 methods which are very useful for deleting arrays in JavaScript. So first method we are going to discuss is pop method. So numbers dot pop. So if you use pop method, the last element in the array will be deleted. So here I have declared a numbers array and I have used pop method. So the 6 will be removed from the array. So the output, expected output must be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 only. So now I am going to refresh it. Here you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 6 is popped out. So the 6 is deleted. So whenever you use pop method to the array, the last element of the array will be deleted. So this is the use of pop method. So if you want to delete an element with the help of index number, the pop method will not work. Pop method will only work for deleting only last index of the array. So whenever you want to use the index method for deleting, then we need to use splice method. So splice method is used to delete the element of the array with index number. So now we are going to see that. Numbers dot splice, SPLICE. So splice method takes 2 parameters. So the first parameter is index number and the second parameter is how many elements with respect to that index number will be deleted. So first we will see, first I want to delete index number 1. So from this one index, how many numbers you want to delete? So every time we need to enter only one only in the second parameter, because if we want to delete only one number from index 1, so here the 2 will be deleted. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So the expected output must be, so we are deleting the index 1, means 2 will be deleted. So 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 will be the output. So I am going to refresh it. So here you can see 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if you use the 2 in second parameter, 2 elements will be deleted from index 1. So here the index 1 is 2. So we are deleting 2 elements from index 1. So 2 and 3 also will be deleted because we have mentioned 2 here, second parameter. So what is the number you mentioned in the second parameter, that many of elements will be deleted from the array. So this is the use of second parameter in splice method. So here I have mentioned 2. So the expected output must be 1, 4, 5, 6 because 2 elements will be deleted. So now I am going to refresh it. Here you can see 1, 4, 5, 6. So if you use 3 here, the 3 elements from index 1 will be deleted. So the 3 elements from index 1 are 2, 3, 5, 2, 3, 4. So the expected output must be 1, 5, 6. Here you can see 1, 5, 6. So if you want to delete all the elements from the array, we can simply write array dot splice 0. If you do not mention anything in the second parameter, it will delete all the array, it will hold the array. So I will execute it. Here you can see the array is empty. So every time we need to mention the 1 in the second parameter if you want to delete only one element in the array. So here I have mentioned element index is 0 and we have to delete only one item. So only one will be deleted. So I am pressing Ctrl S. Here the expected output must be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because we have mentioned the deleting index is 0. So I am going to refresh it. Here you can see the output 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So like these ways we can add the new elements into the array, we can pop the elements from the array and we can delete the elements from the array with the help of index numbers. So in the next video we are going to discuss about strings in JavaScript. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back guys. In the previous lecture we have discussed about the arrays and arrays methods in JavaScript. Now in this video we are going to discuss about string and string functions in JavaScript. So as you know, string is the collection of characters, or we cannot say the multiple characters group of together is known as string. So I think you have learned in other programming languages there are many ways to declare string, but in JavaScript there is only one way to declare a string. We just need to write where string name. Here the string name is, I'm using player. So here we need to declare the string in either single colon or double colons. So in some programming languages we need to use the only double colons to declare a string. So but in JavaScript we can use both single colons and double colons for declaring strings. So first I will use single colons. So I will use the player name as Ronaldo. So I'm pressing Ctrl S. Now I will print this player. So first we will find the data type of this player. Then we will print the player. First we need to check whether it is a string or not. So to check whether any data type of a declared variable, we need to use type of function. First document.write type of player. So whatever we write in the single colons or double colon, that will be treated as a string. So I have pressed Ctrl S. Now I am opening Google Chrome. So I am writing the path. So here our file name is strings.js, strings.html. Here you can see the data type of a given variable is string because we wrote the name in single colons. We can also write the name in double colons. So I will write the name in double colon, Messi. So here I wrote the Messi name in double colon. So here also the output is same. See here, the output is string. So we can declare the string in single colon and double colon. So now we need to perform some operations on string. So for every string, first we need to find the length. So after finding the length only, we will move into other string methods. So to find length, we have a special method, direct method, that is length method only. Document.write player.length. So here there are 5 letters in the string MESSI. So the output must be 5. So now I will refresh the page. Here you can see the output is 5. So the length of the given string is 5. So I will write another name. So I will write the previous name only, Ronaldo. So here you can see in Ronaldo there are 7 letters, RONALDO. So the length must be 7. So I am refreshing it. Here you can see the length of the string is 7. So we have completed the length of the string. Now we will move into the finding the letter with respect to index number. So now I want to find what is the letter at index 3. So here there are 7 letters in the string. Now I want to find the letter in element index 3. So for that case we need to write simple player of 3. That's it. So here the third index letter is 1, 2, 3, 4. So the fourth letter is index 3 because the index starts from 0. So the index 3 letter is A. So the output must be A. Here you can see the output is A. So we can also use caret function for finding the element at using index number. So now I will explain how to use the caret function. So first we need to use the string name. So after the string name we need to put dot. So after dot we need to use char at. So in caret after parenthesis. In this parenthesis we need to write the index name. So here our index is 3. So at third index the element is A. So I will refresh it. Here you can see the output is A. So we can use the of method means array method. Player of 3, or we can also use player dot caret 3. So we can use both methods for finding the element at some particular index. So now we will see how to add two strings, means how to concatenate two strings. So first I will declare another string with variable game equal to football. So now I want to concat these both strings. So as like other programming languages, we have some methods to concatenate two strings, or we can use direct plus operator to concatenate two strings. So first I will use plus operator, document.write. We just need to write the two strings, game plus player. So the output must be the first game value is football and the player value is Ronaldo. So the output is football Ronaldo. So I am refreshing it. Here you can see the output football Ronaldo. So like this way we can concatenate two strings. We also have another method, concat method, to concatenate two strings. So I will tell that now. So first we need to enter the name of the first string. So our first string name is game. So after the first string name we have to put dot and concat. So in this concat it takes one parameter, that is another string. So another string name is player. So like this way also we can concatenate two strings. So this will give the same output. So I am refreshing it. Here you can see the output is same. So we can use plus operator or we can use concatenation operator. So both will give the same result to add two strings. Now we will see how to convert the string to lowercase or uppercase. So first I will place the both lowercase upper letters in the string. So here the first letter is F and remaining all the letters are small. So now I want to convert these game string, complete game string to uppercase. So now we need to do game dot to uppercase function. So for every function we need to use the parenthesis, otherwise it will raise errors. So Control S. Now I will see the output. Here you can see the complete string is turned to capital letters. So we can also turn it to small letters also. Here you can see the first letter is capital. Now I will turn everything from capital to small to lowercase. So if you do not put parenthesis, it will raise error. Once I will check it, what will it give the output? So here I have not mentioned any parenthesis. Now I will refresh it. Here you can see function to lowercase. It is raising error. So that's why we need to use the parenthesis for every string function. Now I will refresh it. Here you can see the output. So we declare football with F is capital, but the output is F small. So because we have turned these, we have converted this string to complete lowercase. That's why it is showing F is small. So we have completed length of the string. So caret function or array function and two lowercase, two uppercase. Now we need to learn the most important function, find the index using the element. So as of now we have find the element using index letter, but now we need to find the index by using the element. So I will remove this player. So now I want to find the index of t. So here you can see the index of t is 3, but we want to find this, we want to find it in programmatically. So to find that kind of letters, we need to use document.write here the string name is game dot index of. So in this index of parentheses, we need to place any letter belonging to this string. Suppose I want to place B. So it will give the index of B. Here the index of B is 4 because the B is located at 5th letter. So the 5th letter index is 4. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So now I will refresh the page. What happened? Why it's showing blank page? So we'll move into Visual Studio Code to find the error. So sorry, I have not given the semicolons for this B. So whenever you want to write any element from the string, we need to use colons. So in the colons, I am entering B. Now it will give the current output. So the index of B is 4. So the output must be 4. Now I am refreshing it. Here you can see the output is 4. So with the help of index of number, we can find the index of any element in the string. So now I will change the element B to F. So the index of F is 0. So the output must be 0. Here you can see the output is 0. So we have completed 5 different string functions which are mainly used in the object-oriented programming. They are length of the function, 2 lowercase, 2 uppercase, caret function, and index of function. So we have many other string functions also. So but they are not important as like these. So if we get those string functions in the further classes, we will discuss it there. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In this video, we are going to learn one of the most important topic in JavaScript, object. So it is one of the very, very important topic in JavaScript. So make sure you have good time to listen it. So let's start. So as you know, JavaScript is a object-oriented programming language. So in any object-oriented programming language, classes and objects are mandatory. Without classes and objects, we cannot call it as object-oriented programming language. So here JavaScript is also a object-oriented. So as you know, object is an instance of class. But when it comes to JavaScript, here an object is a collection of properties, and a property is an association between a name and value. So there are many definitions for JavaScript object. So this is the best definition I have found. So once again I will explain the definition. An object is a collection of properties. So object consists different properties. So every property is having one name and one value. So this is the definition of object. So now we are going to discuss what is an object in practical. So consider an object. Here car is an object. So that's why I have given the image car. So here car is an object. So for every object, so for every car, we have name. Here the name is the key. Here the name is the key and the sonata is the value. So for different objects, we have different values for this name property. So when it comes to second property, we have engine. So here engine is the property. So I don't know what engine it is using. That's why I have named it as something. So if you come to the third property, here fuel. So some objects may use diesel, some objects may use petrol. So we have different fuel for different cars. So that's why every fuel is also a property. So now we are going to the last property, color. So here the color is also one of the property of this car. So every car is having different colors. So that's why we have to mention the color as a property. Here the color is red. So like this, we can have different properties for different objects. So if you observe here, every property is having two things. So here this complete information is called as property. So in this property here, name is the key and this sonata is the value. Here engine is the key, something is the value, fuel is the key, petrol is the value, color is key, red is the value. So like this way we can define objects in JavaScript or any programming language. So object is the collection of properties. So here these are the properties. So every property is association with a name. Here these are all the names. Name, engine, fuel, color, all the name. So name is also called as key. Here these are all the keys. So every key is having value. So these sonata, something, petrol, red. These are all the values. So once again I will explain what is object. Object is a collection of properties. Every property is having one key and one value. So in this case here the car is an object. So here the car is having 4 properties. So a car is having many properties. So as of now we have taken only 4 properties. The 4 properties are name, engine, fuel, color. So here every property is having one key and one value. So now we are going to see another example. If you learn that example, you will get complete understanding about objects. So we are moving into the second example. If you see here, in daily life we have to work with student data. So if you want to work with any CMS, course management system, we have to work with CMS data. So whenever the student is registered into our website or any application, the student need to provide some details. So here the details are stored in objects. So if you observe here, the student is object here. So every student is having name, age, email, marks. So here all these things, name, age, email, marks are the keys. So complete these information. Name John, this is called as property. Age 20, this is property. Email john195@email.com, this is property. So marks is equal to, not is equal to, it is colon. So in objects we do not use equal to, we have to use colon only. So afterwards we have to discuss the syntax of the object. So as of now we have to learn only how object works only. So here every student is having name. So here name is the key. So here John is the value. So similarly every student having some age. Here age is the property, means key. So here 20. So in the values we can have anything. We can have arrays, we can have strings, we can have integers, we can have float values, we can have anything in the value section. So but in the key section we have to use only strings. So here name is a string, age is a string, email is a string, marks is a string. So when it comes to the values, the name value must be string only. It cannot be a number, it cannot be an object, it cannot be an array. So the name value is string. So when it comes to age, so age is a number value. We cannot use the string for age. That's why I am not written any colons for this 20. So that's why it is number. So we can use number data type for age key. So when it comes to email, email is a string data type. So the email value is also a string data type, because email is the combination of letters and characters or numbers. That's why we can use the string data type for email. So when it comes to marks, every student acquires some marks. So we have to represent that marks using the number data type. So that's why I have not written any colons for these marks. So this is the example, best example for object. Here the student is object. So here the student is having 5 properties: name, age, email, marks. So every property is having one key and one value. So now we are going to see how we can implement objects in JavaScript with the help of syntax. So here you can see declaring an object in JavaScript. How to declare an object in JavaScript. So in the previous slide we have discussed about the definition of JavaScript. Object is a collection of properties. So we can also write object definition as some other type. Object is the user defined data type, because we have, for every data type we have only one value. Suppose if the name is the data type, if the name is the variable, name is having only one value. So here object name is the data type, means object. Here we are having multiple properties: key 1, value 1, key 2, value 2. So now I will explain how to declare an object. So to declare an object, first we need to write var, as usually how to declare a data type. So while declaring data type also we have to write the var only. So after var we have to use the object name. So if you want to use the object name as student, we have to write var student. So after student we have to write the equal to, because we have initializing these object. That's why every initialization we have to use equal to operator. So after equal to we have to open curly braces. So in these curly braces only we have to write the properties. So every property is having key 1, value 1. Here this combination of these key 1 and value 1 is known as property. So if you add both key 1 and value 1 only, then it is called as complete property. If you want to add only key 1, then it is called as only key. It is value. So for every property, for every new property, we have to use the comma operator. So after completing one property, we have to use comma and write second property. After completing this, if you want to write third property, we need to use the comma after second property, and then we need to write the third property. So now we are going to write the syntax in programmatically, how it works. So here you can see, so in the last 2 minutes also we have discussed about the student object. Here you can see I have wrote the same object only, where student. Here the student is the object. So before the object name we have to initialize it with var keyword. So var keyword, after var keyword we have to use the object name. Here the object name is student. So after student we have to initialize the object. So every initialization must starts with equal to only. After equal to operator only, we have to initialize the any data type. It may be data type or object, whatever it may be. We have to use the equal to operator. So after equal to operator, we have to use the curly brace to start an object initialization. So in these curly braces only, we have to write the properties of that object. So here the key must be in colons and the value must be anything, because every key must be in colon. In the last 2 minutes only we have discussed here, every key is a string but not value. Value may be anything, it may be an integer, it may be object, it may be a function, it may be array, anything, but the key must be only in string format. Every key must be provided in the colons only. So if you do not write colons, it will raise error. So that's why we need to write the colons. So here you can see name is the key and John is the value. So if you want to write the next property, we can use the age. Age is the key and 17 is the value. So like this way we can implement objects in the JavaScript. So as of now we have discussed only what is object, how to declare an object, different example of object. So what is the syntax of objects in JavaScript. So in the next video we are going to implement all these things in programmatically. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back guys. In the previous lecture we have discussed about the object definition. So how object works in JavaScript. So how to initialize an object. So different examples of objects. So now in this video we are going to implement all these things in programmatically. So without any late, let's move into Visual Studio Code. So here you can see the Visual Studio Code is open. So now I am going to create a new file with name object.html. Objects.html. So first I will write the HTML snippet. So I am changing the title from document to objects in JS. So now I will open the script tags in body. Script. So now we are going to initialize our first object. So in the previous lecture only we have studied how to initialize an object. So every object must initialize with where keyword. Where. So after where keyword we have to write the object name. Here object name is student. So after student we have to use the equal to operator to initialize the object. So to initialize the object after equal to we have to write the curly braces. So because we need to write some of the properties belonging to this student, that's why we need to use curly braces. So in these curly braces only we have to write the properties. So first, the first property we are going to write is name. So every student must have a name. That's why we are going to write the name property. So first I will write the key. So here the name is the key and value is something. So here the value is Ronaldo. So the next property we are going to write is age. So the next property is age. So every student must have some age. So here age is the key. So here we have to write the age in number format, which we should not use the colons. If you use colons, it will be treated as string. So that's why we need to use the colons without colons. So I'm writing the age as 21. So we have to write the third property, email. So every student having an email. So email is the combination of letters and numbers. So that's why we have to use the string. So Ronaldo123@gmail.com. So now we are going to write our last property, marks. So every student gets some marks. So after this we have to use colon. So marks is a number, that's why we should not use any colons. That's why we have to write direct marks. So here Ronaldo is number 1 player, that's why I will write 99 out of 100. So here the marks is 99. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So here we have declared an object name with where keyword and the name is student. So after that we have to initialize the object using curly braces. So in that curly braces we have to write some properties belonging to that object. So here we wrote 4 properties. The first property is name, second property is age, third property is email, and fourth property is marks. So as of now we have declared object successfully. Now we need to fetch the object details. So how to fetch the object details in JavaScript? So it's very simple. So first we need to write the output function document dot write. So first we need to write, if you want to find the age of this object, we need to write first object name student dot. So after dot we need to write the key value. So here the key is age. That's it. If you write age, it will give the value, this value. So now I am going to find it. I've already saved it. I am going to open Google Chrome. So the file name is e colon. So file name is objects dot html. So something went wrong. So JS projects. Here you can see the output 21 because we have printed the age of the student. That's why the output is 21. Here you can see the age of the student is 21. So with the help of key we can find the value of any object. So if you want to find the name of this object, we just need to replace the age with name. That's it. So first we have to write the object. So after the object name we have to write the dot. So after the dot we have to write the key. So it will give the value of that object. So I am going to refresh it. The output must be Ronaldo. So here you can see the output Ronaldo. So like this way we can fetch the object details using JavaScript with the help of dot. So once again I will explain how to initialize an object and how to fetch the object details in JavaScript. First we need to initialize the object with var keyword, var object name. After that we need to initialize it with curly braces. So in that curly braces we have to write the properties. There is no limit for writing properties in JavaScript. We can write any number of properties up to infinity. So there is no limit, like we can write only 10 properties, we can write only 20 properties. There is no such limit in objects. We can write anything. We can also use the arrays as values in objects. So afterwards we are going to learn that. So first we are going to learn only how object works in JavaScript. So like this way we can initialize the JavaScript. So after initializing we have to fetch the details of the JavaScript object. So to fetch the object details, first we need to write the output function. In that output function we have to write the object name first. So because we are going to fetch the details of the student object, that's why we have to write the student. So after student we have to write the key name. So here the different keys are name, age, email, marks. So we can write any key. So if you write email instead of name, it will give the value of email of the student. Here the student email is ronaldo123@gmail.com. So now I am going to refresh it. Here you can see ronaldo123@gmail.com. So like this way we can use the arrays in object. So just 2 minutes ago I said we can also use arrays in JavaScript. So now we are going to see how to use arrays in JavaScript. So if a student is learning in a school, he may have number of subjects. So in marks we have to use the array because there are more than one subjects for a student. So that's why we can use arrays in this value. So student having array, so different marks. So in the first subject he got 98, in the second subject he got 88, in the third subject he got 65. So if a student is having more than one subject, we cannot write those three values in one value. So that's why we have to use array. So arrays are also used in objects. So if you want to fetch the student marks, we have to write just marks. That's it. I'm going to press Ctrl S. So it will give the three values. Here you can see the marks of the student are 98, 88, 65. So if we can have to, if you want to use more than one value for a key value pair, then we can use arrays instead of normal numbers. So like this way we can also use arrays in JavaScript object. So object is one of the very most important topics. So after this tutorial please practice it thoroughly, because we are going to implement the more projects by using object data type only. So thank you. So keep doing projects about these objects only. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In the previous lectures we have discussed about the JavaScript objects, how to declare an object, how to initialize an object, and how to fetch the object details to print it on the screen. So now in this video we are going to learn how to implement functions in objects and how to use the this keyword in object. So without any late, we are going to start our program. So in the previous program only I am going to write this keyword program also. Here we have a student object, so with the 4 properties: name, age, email, marks. So name is a string, that's why I wrote the value in colons. So age is the integer, that's why I didn't write any colons. So email is the string and marks is array. So instead of writing separate values, I've used array because we can write number of values in the array. So now we are going to implement functions. So as I said in the previous lectures, we can also add functions to the object keys. So first I will write a simple key, get address. So here we are adding one more property, that's why we need to use the comma keyword. So get address. So get address is a function. So I will write function parenthesis. So in this we need to write the return statement. So what should it return whenever we call the get address function? So here I will return simple string. So get address function is called. That's it. So we have successfully written the function in student object. So now we need to call this function. So for normal values we can write simply document dot write student dot key name. Student dot key name. Here suppose if you want to fetch the value of name, we can simply write student dot name. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So now I will open Google Chrome and execute this program. So So here our file name is objects.html. So here you can see like this way we can fetch the normal values in objects. Suppose if you want to use the same method to fetch the functions, so you can see the output, it will give some error. Student dot get address. Here get address is the function. So if you follow the normal procedure to get the function return value, so it will not give the expected output. Here you can see it will give the whole function. Return get address function is called. So we don't need all this stuff, we just need the get address function is called. So to get this kind of outputs we need to use the parenthesis because we are calling function. So whenever we are calling functions anywhere in the objects or in the normal program, we need to use the parenthesis. So I am using parenthesis, I am pressing Ctrl S. Now I will restart the browser. So here you can see the get address function is called. So like this way we need to call the functions in objects. So we have completed how to initialize the functions in objects and how to call the functions in objects. So now we will learn what is this keyword. So first I will explain the example, then we will move into what is the definition of this keyword. So suppose in this function if you want to use these values, these object values, so we need to use this keyword. So I want to use the name value in this return statement. So how to use this word? If you simply write dot plus name, so suppose if you write the plus name, we can see what is the output. See here, the name is not there. So to avoid these kind of problems, we have to use this keyword. So this is the variable which is refers to student object. So if you write this dot name, so hence the output must be get function get address is called by so this name. So the expected output must be get address function is called by Ronaldo. So I am refreshing the page. Here you can see get address function is called by Ronaldo. So whenever you want to use these object values, so predefined values in the object functions, we have to use this keyword. So this is the advantage of this keyword and writing functions in the object. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In this video we are going to learn date functions in JavaScript. So whenever you are working with some major projects, we need to use the date functions in some places. That's why we are going to learn it now. So first I have created a new file name with date.html. Now I am going to open the script talks in body. So here I open the script. Now in this script tags only we are going to write our date functions. So first I am going to create a date object. So here our date object is today is equal to new date. So in JavaScript there is a special class called date. So we have to assign one object to this date class. So with the help of this today object we can find all the date functions in JavaScript. So first we need to find the complete information of today with respective time, meridian, everything. So to find everything about today we need to write document dot write object name. So if you print the object name it will give the complete information about today. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So now I will open Google Chrome. So now in this we are going to write the file path. So here our file name is date.html. So I am pressing enter. Here you can see the complete information about today, Thursday, June 25th, 2020. This is the complete date, and from here we have time 10:47:46, 10 hours 47 minutes 46 seconds. So here is some meridian information, Indian Standard Time. So if you observe here, the date is 25/6/2020. If you observe here also, the date is 25/6. June is the 6th month. So here is the 2020. So like this way we can get the complete information about today using the date object. So if you want to find only today date, suppose here the date is 25, irrespective of month, if you want to find only date we need to write today dot get date plus 1, because here today dot get date will start from index 0. Suppose if the date is 1 it will give the zeros. First I will write without plus 1 so we can know what will be the output. So I am pressing Ctrl S and I am refreshing it. Here you can see the output 25. So today date is 25, that's why the output is 25. So if you want to get the month of the today we just need to write get month. That's it. So after get month we need to write plus 1. So I am opening Google Chrome. Here you can see the output is 6 because month start from 0. So in natural language, in English language, so January, February like this, but in JavaScript every month starts from 0. So 0 is January, 1 is February, March is 2, April is 4, like this. So if you do not write plus 1 here, it will give the output as 5 because the index starts from 0. So without writing plus 1 I am refreshing it. Here you can see the output 5. So if you write plus 1 only it will give the correct output. Ctrl S. Here I am refreshing it. Here you can see the output 6. So if you, as of now we have find the date and month. Now we are going to find the complete year. So to find the complete year we need to write get full year. That's it. If you write get full year it will give the year of this date. So I am going to refresh it. Here you can see 2020. This year is 2020. So like this way we can get the complete information about today. So we can find individual date, we can find individual month, and we can also find the individual year also. So as of now we have completed with date object. Now we are moving into the time. So to find time also we have to use the same object, but we have to use some different method. So not date methods, we have to use the time method. So here the today is the date object. So after today we need to write, if you want to get the hours, here if you see here the hours is 10. 10:51 is the time, so the hours is 10. So if you want to find the hours we need to write get hours. That's it. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So I am going to refresh it. Here you can see the output 10. So that's why we can see 10 here. Now we are going to find the minutes. So we just need to replace hours with minutes. Get minutes. That's it. So I am pressing Ctrl S. Here I am going to refresh it. Here you can see 51 minutes. If you observe here, the time is 10:51. That's why it is printing 51. So if we can also find the milliseconds also. To find milliseconds, we need to replace minutes with milliseconds. Get milliseconds. Control S. So I am going to refresh it. Here you can see the milliseconds is 9:23. So with the help of date object, we can find the complete date information, and we can also find the complete time information. So if you want to print the date in natural format with the help of using date object, we need to write like this. So first we need to write the date, today dot get date. So after get date, we need to write the slash. So I am using concatenation. So in these strings, we need to write this slash. After slash, we need to write the month. After date, we need to mention month. So today dot get month. So for get month, we need to use +1. That's why I am using +1. So again slash concatenation. So after month, we need to mention the year. Today dot get full year. So I am closing this document.write method. So I am saving it. So now I am going to refresh it in Google Chrome. Here you can see the output 25:51. So here something is wrong. So let's find out what is wrong. So here we have not included brackets for today.getMonth. So we are adding 2 digits. We need to mention brackets while using the document.write method. So that's why it's raising error. So I'm pressing Ctrl S. Now I'm going to refresh. Here you can see the output 25/6/2020. 25/6/2020. So if you want to get only date, we have to use this type of concatenation in the document.write method. So like this way, we can find the date objects and time objects and any information about date and time in the JavaScript. Thank you. Welcome back, guys. In this lecture, we are going to do sorting of an array. So that sort may be ascending order or descending order. So how to sort an array in JavaScript? So first we will declare an empty array, with some values. So I am declaring the array name as numbers equal to, so I will declare numbers 7, 9, 5, 6, 2, 4. So these are the numbers in array. So now we are going to sort these numbers array from ascending order to descending order or some descending to ascending. In both orders, we are going to sort these numbers array. So first we will see ascending order, means small number to biggest number. So first we have to write the array name. After that array name, we have a function called sort in JavaScript. So it will take function as parameters. So we have to write the function keyword. So again these function take 2 parameters. So the first parameter is first number and the second parameter is second number. So we have more than 2 number. That's why we need to use some variable names. So I am using variable names as a comma b. So here the a is first digit and the b is second digit. So for every iteration, these a, b moves from one index to another index. So after these parentheses, we need to open the function. So we want to check the condition. If you want to sort the array in ascending order, we need to use return a minus b. That's it. So hence this array will sort from ascending order. So now I will print this array for all where I equal to 0, I less than numbers dot length, comma I plus plus. So for every iteration, we have to print the element in the array. So I will write document dot write numbers of I. So for every value, we need to break the line. That's why I will use break tag. So first we have declared array with 6 elements. So here the elements are in random order. So here 7 is less than 9 and 9 is greater than 4, 4 is less than 6. So these elements are in random order. So we have sorted these elements using the sort method. So in other programming languages we have to sort the elements in some writing the basic code, but in JavaScript the sort method is built-in method. We don't have to write any code, so it is built in JavaScript, we can use directly. So now I am going to execute it. So I will, sorry. So here our file path is e dot projects. After projects we have to mention our file name, array sort. So dot html. Here you can see the array is sorted from smaller digits to higher digits. So when you see the declared array, the values are 7, 9, 4, 6, 2, 4. So if you see the output, the values are sorted from smaller digits 2, 4, 4, 6, 7, 9. Here the sorting is ascending order. So if you want to sort the same array in descending order, we just need to write this a minus b instead of b minus a. That's it. You just need to replace a minus b to b minus a. If you write b minus a, it will sort in descending order, or if you write a minus b, it will sort in ascending order. Here we wrote b minus a, so the expected output must be in descending order. So 9, 7, 4, 6, 4, 4, 2. So I am going to refresh it. Here you can see 9, 7, 6, 4, 4, 4, 2. So like this way we can sort the arrays in JavaScript. So in other programming languages we used to spend some at least 5 minutes to sort an array by writing at least 10 lines of code. So when it comes to JavaScript, here sorting is the built-in method. So we need not to waste our time by writing all those stuff. We can simply use this sort function. So sort function take function as parameter. So in that function that it will take two parameter. The first one is first digit and the second one is second digit. So these two digits are the two elements in the array. So for every iteration we need to check the first number and second number. So in the next iteration it will check second number and third number. So after the next iteration it will check third number and fourth number. So like this way it will loop entire array. So it will give the final output in either ascending order or descending order. So if you observe here, there is only 3 lines of code. We have to declare the numbers. After that we have to sort using sort method. That's it. So here you can see the output in both ascending order and descending order. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In this video we are going to discuss about typecasting in JavaScript. So typecasting means converting a data type with the data type of a variable from one to another. Suppose if you have declared a variable a is equal to a number or a string, then we need to convert it to like boolean or any object. So converting a one data type to another data type is called as typecasting. So now we are going to implement the typecasting in JavaScript in the practical. So I have created a new file name with typecasting.html. So in this file only we are going to write our program about typecasting. So first we will convert number to string. Afterwards we will convert string to number. So first we will do where a is equal to 8. So I am declaring a number with the name a and with value 8. So if you find the type of this number, the type will be number. So first I will write the type of this a. Command dot write type of a. So the output must be number. So I am opening Google Chrome. So I will write the path of this file. So at the JS projects folder, the file name is typecasting.html. So here you can see the data type of a is number. So now our goal is to convert these data type, a data type from number to string. So I will write this conversion format from number to string. So to convert any variable to string, we need to use the method toString. That's it. So a is equal to a dot toString. That's it. So hence it will be converted into string format, string data type. So if you do not put these parentheses, it will be converted into object. So every time whenever you want to convert any other data type to string data type, we need to use toString function. So every function must have parentheses. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So the output must be string now. So I'm refreshing it. Here you can see the output. The output is string because we have changed the data type of a to number to string. So first we have declared a is equal to 8. Here the data type of a is number. So afterwards we have converted this a data type from number to string. That's why it is printing string. So now we have declared a number data type and we converted into string. So now we will see how to declare a string data type and how to convert it from string to number. So first I will remove all this stuff. Now I will write this where b is equal to, I will write simple string with value 45. So whatever we write in the single colons or double colon, that will be treated as string. So here the b is string. First we will print the type of this b. Document dot write type of b. So the expected output must be string. Here you can see the output is string. So now we need to convert this b data type from string to number. So to convert any data type from string to number, we need to add number of. That's it. B is equal to number of. So in these parentheses, we need to add the value of the variable. So here our variable is b. So b is equal to number of b. Hence the b value will be converted from string to number. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So first we have declared a string with name b is equal to 45. Here the value 45 is the string value. So afterwards we have converted this 45 value from string to number. So now we are printing those data type of b. So the output must be number. So now we are going to see that. I am refreshing it. Here you can see the output is number. So like this way we can convert string to number and number to string. So now we will write a simple program using typecasting. So I will remove all this stuff. So first I will declare two variables with one number and one string, where a is equal to 7 and where b equal to 4. Sorry, string. We have to declare the b in string format. So b is equal to 4. So I want to add these two numbers. So document dot write a plus b. So the output must be 12 because 7 plus 4 is 12. So now once we will see the output, what is it? Here you can see the output is 7 comma 4, 74. So this is wrong because we are adding one number and one string. So if you add anything to the string, the expected result will be in string format. That's why we need to convert this b value from string to number. Hence the output will be 7 plus 4. Now it will treat as 7 plus 4. Here the 7 is also converted into string. Whenever you add something to the string, the total output will be in the string format only. So that's why the output is 74. Suppose if you want to convert this b value from number to string, b is equal to number of b. So you know the output is 11. So I am refreshing it. Here you can see the output 11. So if you do not typecast this b from string to number, the output will be 7 comma 7 4 because we are adding two strings. We are concatenating two strings. So if you do not convert from string to number, the both strings will concatenate. So that's why we are converting string to number. So after converting, both the variables will become number. Number plus number become number. String plus number become string only. So whatever the operation you perform with the string, the output will be in the string format only. So make sure the typecasting results while performing operations with string. So like this way we can perform typecasting operations in JavaScript. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In this video we are going to discuss about HTML DOM. So up to the previous video lectures we have discussed about how JavaScript basics. So from now this video onwards we are going to see how JavaScript works in the graphical user interface. Means how JavaScript can manipulate the HTML content or HTML data in the web pages. So all these can be called as HTML DOM. So first we will see the definition of the DOM. So afterwards we will implement these DOM in practical. So first we will move into the definition. So here DOM stands for Document Object Model. So whenever you create a new HTML page, the default title for that HTML page is document. That's why it is called as Document Object Model. So complete HTML page is known as document. So that document can be divided into HTML tag. So that HTML tag can be divided into head tag, body tag. So in that body tag, we have some elements. So like div elements, h1 elements, or some span elements, so containers. So we can have any number of elements in the body tag. So when it comes to head tag, we have meta tags, title tags, or any script tags. That's like. So whatever we want to manipulate the data, first we need to use the document in the DOM, document object model. That's why it is stated as DOM. So first we will see what is the use of this document object model. So when a web page is loaded, the browser creates a document object model of the page. So as we discussed in the previous 1 minute only. So the complete HTML page is known as document. So that's why here we can see that web page is loaded, the browser creates a document object model, means the browser created document which consists of HTML content. So with the help of DOM, JavaScript can access and change all the HTML elements in the HTML documents. So as we discussed in the previous lectures and introduction lectures, with the help of JavaScript we can manipulate the HTML content. We can change the HTML data, we can add the styling to HTML data, or we can change the properties, predefined properties of the HTML data. Suppose if a h1 tag is declared with a name something like Ronaldo, we can change that name from Ronaldo to Messi using JavaScript. So this is the use of HTML DOM. So whatever we declared in the predefined HTML tags, that can be manipulated using JavaScript. So now we are going to see how to access the HTML elements using JavaScript. So here you can see accessing HTML elements in JavaScript. So first we will create a simple h1 tag in the HTML content. So here h1, the data in h1, this is header tag. So afterwards we are going to close this h1 tag. So this is the normal way of declaring any element in the HTML. So if you do not want to work with JavaScript for these element, we can declare like this. So if you want to change this content, or if you want to add styling to this content through JavaScript, we need to declare this same h1 tag like this. h1, we have to use some properties or attributes. So the different properties and attributes for accessing elements through JavaScript are 4 types. So they are name, ID, tag, class. So by the help of these 4 properties, we can access HTML elements in the JavaScript. So how to declare these 4 properties in the HTML elements? Simple. So after opening any HTML tag, we can write these four properties. We can write only one property, or we can write all the 4 properties. There is no any rule that we should write only 4 properties, we should write only one property. So at least one property is mandatory to operate or to manipulate these h1 tag using JavaScript. So we can write only name, we can write only ID, we can write only class name. So if you have any knowledge about CSS, you may have already worked with these ID and class names. So with the help of class names and ID names only, we can change the styling for the CSS in cascading style sheets. So these 4 properties are used to manipulate the HTML content using the JavaScript. So now we know these are the 4 properties for manipulating HTML content in the JavaScript. So now we will move to learn how to access these elements in JavaScript. So to access these elements in JavaScript, first we need to declare any variable to assign this value, or it may be anything, or h1 or div or any container, anything. First we need to declare a variable to assign the HTML value. So to assign any HTML value, first we need to write the document, because in the document only every HTML element is present. So if you write without document, it will not be assigned to this variable x. So to assign any HTML element to the variable in JavaScript, first we need to use the document. So after the document, we need to use the dot operator. So this after the dot operator, we need to write the method. So by using which property you need to access that element. So if you want to access the element using name property, you can use document dot get element by id parenthesis. In this parenthesis we have to use the value, the property value. Here we have used the name is the property and the value of that name property is a. That's why we have used a in the get element by name. So when it comes to id, the procedure is same. The document dot get element by id. We have to replace the name with id because we are accessing these h1 element using the id property only. Here the id is b. That's why I wrote b in the document dot get element by id. So when it comes to class name also, the procedure is same to access the HTML content. So simple, we need to write document dot get element by class name. So after parentheses, we have to write the value of the class property. Here the value of the class property is v. So when it comes to document dot get element by tag name, it is somewhat different from the above three types. So here we have declared the property in the h1 element. We have declared name property, we have declared id property, and we have also declared class property. Here there is no tag name property in this h1 element. So tag name is nothing but what are the HTML tag we are using that we need to mention. Here our tag is h1 tag. That's why we need to mention h1. So it's very tough to use this way where x is equal to document dot get element by id. So in rare cases only we use these type of statements. So these top three statements are very useful for accessing HTML content in the JavaScript. So as I said, this fourth one is somewhat difficult to access HTML element in the JavaScript because so in any HTML page we may have different h1 tags. We may have more than one h1 tag. So if you write document dot get element by id, get element by tag name, here if you want to write the h1 in this get element by tag name method, so number of h1 tags will be assigned to this x only because we may have number of h1 tags in the HTML content. So it is very difficult to access the elements using tag name. So that's why we use name, id, class name properties for accessing HTML content because name is the unique. We may give another name to another h1 element. We may give another id to another h1 element. We may give another class name to another h1 element. So these top three ways are better for accessing HTML elements in the JavaScript. So once again I will explain what is DOM and how it works. So DOM stands for document object model. So whenever an HTML page is loaded, the complete HTML page is treated as document. That's why it is called as document object model. So the use of this document object model is to access the HTML content in the JavaScript, and we can manipulate the content using some methods. So to access that method, first we need to know what is document. Document is a complete HTML page. So that document is subdivided into two types. So head tag, body tag. So document is also called HTML page. So that HTML page is divided into two types, not two types. So these two ways. So every HTML page is having head and body. So in the head tag we may have title and meta tags or some other any description tags like this. So when it comes to body, we may have all the content in the body like divs, containers, spans, images, paragraphs, titles, and some input values, forms, etc. So here the body is important when it compares to head. So now we will move to how to access the HTML content using JavaScript. So we can access HTML content using JavaScript by using four names. So four properties. The four properties are name, ID, tag name, class name. So by using these four things, we can access the HTML content in the JavaScript. So in normal way, we can create HTML element using these open tag and close tag. And in the middle of this, between open tag and close tag, we may write the content. So if you want to access these element in the JavaScript, we need to write the properties after opening this h1 tag. So after opening this h1 tag, we need to write the properties. So there is no special rule to write all the four properties, or you should write only one property. There is no such rules in HTML. We may write one property, we may write two properties, and we can also write the four properties. So at least one property is necessary for accessing HTML element in JavaScript. So if you do not write any property, so like name, if you do not write name, if you do not write ID, it's very impossible, it's very tough to access element in JavaScript accessing. So because we may have many number of h1 tags in the simple HTML page. So if you access the HTML using this type, where x is equal to document dot get element by tag name, so if you read this, if you execute this statement, so the number of h1 tags in the HTML page, all the h1 tags will be assigned to this x only. So if you want to make something changes to one h1 tag, the changes will reflect in the all h1 tags in the HTML page. So this will affect the whole project. So it's very rare cases. In very rare cases, you have to use this fourth statement. So in majority cases, we should use only these top three cases only. Document dot get element by name. So here name is the property, a is the value. So in the double colons only, we have to mention the value for every property. It may be name, ID, class name, or anything. We have to mention the value in double colons. So when it comes to element by ID also, we have to mention using the double colons only. So in the HTML content also, we have to mention the value, property value in double colons. In the JavaScript also, we have to mention the property value in double colons. So in the document dot get element by class name also, we have to mention the property value. Here the C is the class name. So class is the property, V is the value. So that's why we have to use these content, these three types in majority cases. So as of now, we have discussed only theoretical part of the DOM. So in the next video, we are going to implement the practical session. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture, we have discussed about the HTML DOM introduction and how to access the HTML content using JavaScript. So now we are going to implement all these things in practical. So without any late, let's move into Visual Studio Code. Here you can see the Visual Studio Code is open. Now I am going to create a new file. So from this file onwards, we are going to work with HTML data also. So our first project is DOM1 dot.html. So here the dom1.html file is created. Now I am going to write the sample HTML snippet. So here I am changing the title DOM access, HTML access in JS. So in this tutorial, we are going to see how to access HTML elements in JavaScript. So up to the previous programs, we have written the JavaScript code in the body tags. So now we are moving to write the JavaScript code in the end of the HTML tags. Because now from this video onwards, we are going to write some HTML content also. So that's why we are going to write the JavaScript in end of the HTML tags. So we are going to write the script here. So end of the HTML tag only, we are going to write the JavaScript code. So first I will write a simple h1 tag. h1, this is JavaScript tutorial. So this is the h1 tag. So now we will see the output. So I'm opening Google Chrome. So I'm writing the file path in the URL. So here we need to change the file name dom1.html. So here you can see the output. This is JavaScript tutorial. So it is this size is very big because we have written in h1 tags. So as of now, we have not written any program in script. So now we are going to access this h1 tag in JavaScript program. So first we need to write any attribute. So to access HTML content in JavaScript, first we need to write any attribute in the HTML element. So first we will start with the ID. So first we will write ID property. So here the ID is equal to, so I will write the ID name as intro text. So by using this ID, now we are going to access this HTML element in the JavaScript. So to access HTML element in the JavaScript, first we need to declare a variable var. So here the variable name is x. So var x is equal to, so to access any HTML element in the HTML page, first we need to start the writing with document. So without document, we cannot access any HTML element because all these content are in the document only. So document dot get element by ID. So here get E is the capital, B is the capital, I is the capital. So get element by id, this is the syntax of document dot get element by id. So here get element by id is a method, that's why we need to use the parenthesis. So in this parenthesis we have to write the attribute value. Here the attribute value, here the id is the attribute, the attribute value is intro text. Intro text. So here now we have accessed these h1 element using the JavaScript. So to check whether we have accessed successfully or not, we have to change the content in this h1 tag. So to change the content in any h1 tag, we need to write the method as x, because we have accessed these element using the x variable, x dot inner html. So it will change the html content in h1 tag content in the JavaScript. So whatever you write in inner html equal to x dot inner html is equal to, so whatever you write in these colons, that will be changed as this h1 content. So I am writing the h1 tag is accessed. So first we have written a simple h1 tag with property or attribute id with name with value intro text. So the h1 value is, this is JavaScript tutorial. So when you execute it, the output must be this is JavaScript tutorial. So without accessing this element in JavaScript. So but we have accessed this element in JavaScript, and we have also changed the h1 content also. So if the content is changed from this is JavaScript tutorial to the h1 tag is accessed, then we have successfully accessed the h1 tag in the JavaScript. So if there is any error, then we will see what is the error. So now I am going to open Google Chrome. So I am going to refresh it. Here you can see the h1 tag is accessed. So in the initialization, the h1 value is this is JavaScript tutorial. So but the output is the h1 tag is accessed, because in the JavaScript we have accessed the h1 element and we are also changed the h1 value also. So like this we can access the HTML element using the 4 properties. So the first property we have used is id. So now we are going to see how to access HTML element using class name. So as of now we have seen only accessing HTML element using id. So now we are moving into class names. So first I will remove the id attribute and replace it as class. So now we have to access this class attribute in the JavaScript. So to access this class attribute in the JavaScript, we need to change this document.getElementById method. So we need to write document.getElements, because we may have class name similar to number of elements. So id is unique, but class name may not be unique. So that's why we have to use document.getElements by class name. So here we have to write the class name. So the class name is intro text. So as I said, number of elements can have same class name. So the JavaScript treat these class names as array. So suppose if you have two h1 elements, we can have the two h1 elements at same classes. So suppose if I want to write these another h1 element with same class name intro text. So suppose if you want to change the first h1 element, we have to use x of 0. So JavaScript treats class elements as arrays. That's why we have to use the array functionality while changing the HTML elements using class attributes. So if you write the x of 1 here, it will be assigned to say this value, second h1 value. So we will see both. So I will write this is second h1 tag. So I will change the text in first h1 tag. This is first h1 tag. So first I want to change the text in first h1 tag. So x of 0, because array index starts with 0. So now I want to change the first h1 tag text to, so the first h1 tag is accessed. So now I will refresh the page. So I am opening Google Chrome. Here you can see the first h1 tag is accessed and the second h1 tag is accessed, because we have seen that two h1 tags is having same class names. So that's why it is changed the two h1 tags. So if you observe here, the text in the first h1 tag is changed. So if you see here, the text in the first h1 tag is, this is first h1 tag. So if you see in Google Chrome, the text in first h1 tag is, the first h1 tag is accessed. So the second h1 tag is normal. So it is not changed. The output is same. This is second h1 tag. This is second h1 tag. So like this way we can access the elements using class name. So if you want to change the text in second h1 tag, we have to replace the array index. That's it. So x of 1. So we are accessing the class element by, so we are accessing the HTML element by class name using array index. So here there are two h1 elements using class names. So that's why we have to use the arrays. So I am pressing Ctrl S and I am also change the text from first h1 tag to second h1 tag. So here the expected output must be, this is first h1 tag and this second h1 tag text will be changed from the second h1 tag is accessed. So now I will refresh the page. Here you can see the output. The output is changed. This is first h1 tag. So in the first h1 tag, there is no change in the output. So if you observe the second h1 tag, the text in the second h1 tag is changed. So if you see here, the text in the second h1 tag is, this is second h1 tag. So if you see the Google Chrome, the text is, the second h1 tag is accessed. So I think it's very tough to understand. So we will use the style property to understand better. So first I will change the color of the first h1 tag. So to access the CSS properties in JavaScript, we need to use the style property or style attribute. Style x1 dot style dot property name color equal to red. So it will give the output as, the second h1 tag must change the color from black to red. So now I will refresh the page. Here you can see the second h1 tag color is changed. So if you see the first h1 tag, this is black only, because we have changed only array index 1. So array index 1 is the second h1 tag. Suppose if you change the array index from 1 to 0, the output will be, the first h1 tag color is red and second h1 tag color is black. So I will refresh the page. So here you can see the output. The first h1 tag color is red. So the second h1 tag color is black. So like this way we can access the elements using class names. So we will see the CSS in JavaScript in the further videos. As of now I said only one property, style property. So we'll make another video. So don't get any tense about this CSS. So we'll make another video about this. So now we are going to access the element using name property. So name property is also very similar. Instead of using class names, we have to use the name. So I am removing the second tag. So here we need to write the class name. Instead of class name, we have to write the document dot get element by name. Get element by name. So like this. Here E is the capital, B is capital, N is capital. So now I want to change the text in h1 tag. So the text, to change the text in h1 tag, we need to use the inner HTML method. So x dot inner HTML equal to, so after equal to we have to use the colon. So whatever the text you write in the colon, that text will be printed on the h1. So I will change the element, the h1 tag is accessed. Using name property or name attribute. So the output must be, the h1 tag is accessed using name attribute. So I am going to refresh it now. Here you can see the output is not changed. There is something error in the program. So as I forgot to set in the previous lecture, name property will only work for the input elements. The name property will not work for h1 elements or div elements or span elements. So we cannot access the h1 elements using the name property. So it only work for input elements. So that's why the content is not changing in the h1 tag. So if you refresh it, the content is not changed because we cannot use name property for other elements except input elements. So while using input elements only, we have to use the name property. So now we are going to see the fourth property or fourth attribute is get elements by tag name. Get elements by tag name. So simple. In this parenthesis, we have to use the tag name. Here our tag name is h1. So here the expected output must be the tag is accessed using the tag attribute only. So because we are accessing the element using the tag only, so the expected output is the tag is accessed using tag attribute. Now I am going to refresh it. Here you can see once again it's raising error, something wrong. So here I forgot to mention the array index, so that's why it is raising error. So for class names and for tag names, we need to mention the array index. So because we may have number of h1 tags using the HTML content, that's why we need to use the array index for accessing tag names. So x of 0 is the first h1 tag. If you have another h1 tag, we need to write x of 1. So we have only one h1 tag, that's why I am writing x of 0. So now I am going to refresh it. Here you can see the output. The h1 tag is accessed using the tag attribute. So if you have more than one h1 tag, so I will write one more h1 tag, h1. This is second h1 tag. So if I execute the program, the second h1 tag output will be same. The second h1 tag value will not be changed because we are accessing only the first h1 tag. X of 0 means first h1 tag. X of 1 means second h1 tag. So the expected output must be the h1 tag is accessed using class attribute and this is second h1 tag. Now I am going to refresh it. Here you can see the second h1 tag is same. There is no change in the value of the second h1 tag. So if you want to change the value of the second h1 tag, we need to replace the index 0 with 1. So I am going to refresh it with 1 only. So I am pressing Ctrl S. Now I will refresh the Chrome browser. So the expected output is this text will come down and this text will go up. Here you can see this is first h1 tag. The h1 tag is accessed using tag attribute because we have accessed the second h1 tag. So we have not accessed the first h1 tag because the first h1 tag index is 0, second h1 tag index is 1. So while accessing the elements using class names and tag names, we have to use the arrays while changing the HTML content. So like this way we can access the HTML element using the JavaScript. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back guys. In the previous lecture we have seen how to access the HTML elements using JavaScript. So now in this video we are going to learn how to manipulate the CSS of HTML using JavaScript. So for this I will create a new file with the name dom.css. So I am going to create a new file here, JS projects folder. So the file name is dom.css.html. So as like our previous programs, I will create the simple HTML snippet. So now I will change the title from document to dom.css. So first I will create some simple HTML tags like h1 div tags like this. So first I will create a simple div tag. So in this div tag we will write some h1 tags. So this is header. So after this h1 I will write simple paragraph tag p. So I will write some text here. This is paragraph for DOM CSS program. So now we are going to add some styling using style sheets. So now I will write the styles in head path. So now I will open style tag. So in this we are going to add some styling to this h1 tag and p tag and div tag. First I will add some color to this h1 tag. So first I will write the color h1 color as red. So I will change the p color from black to green. Color green. So now I will execute this program, whether it is style sheets applied successfully or not. I will open Google Chrome. So here I will write the file path of this DOM CSS file e colon. So in this JS projects folder, our file name is DOM CSS dot html. I'm pressing enter. So here you can see the header color is red and the paragraph color is green. So the green color is very light, so I will change from another color, blue. So I will refresh it. Here you can see the color is blue. So the header color is red and the paragraph color is blue. So here we have applied styling to these HTML tags using style property. So now we are going to see how to add the styling to h1 elements using JavaScript. So first I will remove this all the styling stuff. So I have removed everything. So now I will see the output. Here you can see all the colors are black only. H1 color is black and the paragraph color is also black. So now we are going to access this element in JavaScript and we are going to change the element's color. So first I will open the script tag. So to access any HTML element, we will use the 4 properties. The first property is ID and the second is class and the third is name and the fourth is tags. So for our better convenience, I will use ID property for both the h1 tag and paragraph tag. So here the ID is simple, I will write header. So for paragraph, I will write the ID as paragraph. So now we are going to access these 2 elements using the document.getElementById. First I will initialize var x equal to document.getElementById. So here we are initializing the h1 value to the x. Here the h1 ID is navbar. That's why I will write navbar in the double colons. So here x is the value of this h1. So now we will assign some value to the paragraph tag. So var y is equal to document dot get element by id paragraph. So now we have successfully accessed the both h1 element and p element, paragraph element. So now we will see how to change the styling of the HTML elements using JavaScript. So to change any HTML style using JavaScript, we need to use the style property in script. So first we need to write the variable name. Here the variable name is x. After x we need to put dot. To change anything, to add anything or to change anything, to manipulate anything, first we need to use the dot operator after the variable name. So after dot operator we have to use the style attribute. Style like this. So after this style we need to write the property, which property you are going to add this element. So here we are going to add the color property to these h1 elements. So that's why I am going to write color. Here you can see x dot style dot color. X is the variable name, style is the property and the color is the attribute. So now we have to put equal to. After equal to, we have to write this color value in single colons or double colons. So I will write the color as red. So here you can see there is no styling in this HTML page. We have given the styling to h1 elements using the JavaScript only. So now I will go to Google Chrome and refresh the page. Hence we will see the output. So I am going to refresh this page. Here you can see the color is black. Something went wrong. So we will see what is the mistake. Sorry, here I have gave the ID as navbar, so there is not navbar, this is header. So usually we used to write the navbar in header, that's why I wrote navbar. So the ID name is header. So now I am going to refresh it. Here you can see the color of the header is changed from black to red. So like this way we can add the CSS colors to HTML elements using JavaScript. So now we will add some color to the paragraph also. Y dot style dot color equal to, so we will add some color like blue. So now I will refresh the Chrome page. Here you can see the color is changed from black to blue. So both are looking same. I will add some other color. So which color looks very contrasting? I'll use indigo. Control S. Here you can see it's looking very better. So the header color is red color and the paragraph color is indigo color. So we can also add background to these H1 elements, or we can also add background to the div elements. So now we are going to add some background color to the whole div element. If you add background color to the div element, it will be added to both H1 elements and the paragraph element also. So now we are going to give some ID to this div element. Here ID is equal to main div, because we are added these two elements in the div only, that's why I have given the ID as main div. So now I will access these main div, where main div equal to document dot get element by ID. So in this we have to give the ID main div. So we have assigned this main div value to the main div only. We can give the both names same as in the HTML and JavaScript. So there is no rule such that the both names should be different. We can give the same name also. Here we can assign the header instead of X also. Here we can assign the paragraph instead of Y also. So here I give some mistake, paragraph PH. I'm pressing Ctrl S. So now we are going to add the background color to the div. So here the div variable name is main div. So main div dot style dot. So here the property is background color. Background color. So equal to, we have to have some color like green. So I am pressing Ctrl S. Now I will open Google Chrome and I will refresh the page. Here you can see the background color is added successfully. The header color is red and this paragraph color is indigo and the background color is green. So like this way we can add any styling. We can change the styling, we can add the styling. So as of now we have added only new styling to the HTML elements. So now we are going to see how to change it. So for changing the styling also the process is same. Suppose if you have written the styling for this ID, so I will write the define styling also. So style. So first I will write the H1 color as, so ID. To access the ID in CSS we have to use the hash. So here, sorry, the ID name is header. So here I will write the default color for header ID elements is, so what color we will write? So I will write pink. Sorry, pink not. So I will write the color as brown. So first we are assigning the H1 color is brown. But afterwards in JavaScript we are changing the H1 color to red. So the output must be red only, because after loading CSS the console will move to the JavaScript. So in JavaScript we are changing the header color to red. So the output must be red only. So here you can see I'm refreshing the page, the output is red. So if you remove this statement in JavaScript, then the output must be in brown color. So now I will remove this statement in JavaScript. So I am removing this x.style.color. So here the output must be H1 in brown color, and now I am going to refresh it. Here you can see the header color is brown. So if you write the JavaScript, it will execute first. If you do not write JavaScript, the CSS file remains same. CSS styling remains same. So like this way we can add the styling, we can add the color, background color, So we can add fonts, we can add margin, padding, anything to the HTML elements using JavaScript. So now I will undo these elements. So here the output must be in green color, red color, sorry. Here you can see the output is back. This is header and this is paragraph for DOM CSS program. So like this way we have to use styling in JavaScript. So once again I will explain how to access the HTML elements in JavaScript and how to manipulate the CSS. So first we have to create the HTML elements in body tag. So to access any HTML element we must use any one property in JavaScript. So that property may be ID or class name or tag name or normal name. So here we have used the ID property. So to access the ID property, we have a special method called document.getElementById. So after this getElementById, we have to use the parenthesis. In between the parenthesis, we have to use the ID value. Here for document.getElementById, header is the ID value. H1 ID value is header. P ID value is paragraph. So here the div ID value is main div. So like this way we can access the HTML elements. So after accessing the HTML elements, we have to manipulate the CSS using the style property. So first we have to initialize the styling for that. So X is the variable name. After that the property what we are going to change, the style. So after the style what property we are going to give to this element. So we are going to add the color to this element. That's why we have given color property. So after that we have to use equal to. After equal to we have to write the value in colon, single colons or double colons. So both we can use. If you use double colons or it will not raise any error, it will work. So like this way we can add the color to HTML elements. So every time we need not to take this new variable. We can, without this taking new variable also, we can add the style to the HTML elements. So I will tell now how it is, how it going to work. So I will remove all the stuff. So now I will tell without taking any variable how to manipulate the CSS. So we can simply write document dot get element by ID. So in this parenthesis we have to write the ID value, header. So after this we have to write the styling. So if you use the variable we have to write the style to that variable. Here we are not using any variable. So that's why we need to continue the style property to this statement only. Style dot color equal to red. So here the expected output must be H1 color is red, P color is black, because we have not added any styling to the paragraph tag. So now I am going to see the output. Here you can see the paragraph color remains same, black only. The header color is changed. This is header. The color is red. So like this way we can access the HTML element without var also. So we use variables because if you want to use that IDs or that values number of times, every time we need to write this much of length of statements. So it's very difficult to write these length of statements. So that's why we use var x or var y. So if you use variables, we need to change the just x value. So else we need to write all these things every time. Document.getElementById, document.getElementById every time. That's why we use variables. So now I am doing Control Z to go to the old process only. So like this way we can add the styling to the HTML elements. So in the next video we are going to see the on-click functions. So means after clicking on the button there should be something change in the page. So in the next video we are going to see how it happens. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back guys. In the previous lecture we have learned how to access HTML elements using JavaScript and how to manipulate the CSS using JavaScript. So now in this video we are going to learn about on-click functions in JavaScript. So on-click functions may be mainly applicable to the buttons. So first I will create a button in the body tags. Afterwards we will move into the JavaScript code. So here I have created a new file with name DOM onClick. So I will have created a simple HTML snippet. Now I am going to add the button in the HTML. So I will write button. So in that button the text is click me. So after clicking this button, that something should appear on the screen. Mean there should be something change on the page after clicking the button. So that's why I will write some h1 tag. This is JavaScript on click event. So our goal is to change the h1 text, to change these text to something other by clicking this button. So this is our program goal. So after clicking this button, the h1 text should change. So first I will write the on click method for this button. So to write the on click method, first we need to write on click. So everything is small only, ONCLICK. So on click equal to, so in these double colons we have to write the function. What function should execute after clicking this button in the JavaScript? So in the JavaScript basics class only we have learned about JavaScript functions. So we have to recap that now. So first I will write the function. So here the function name is change h1 value. So after function name we have to use the parenthesis. Every time we need to call the parenthesis. So whenever you want to call the function, we need to use the parenthesis. So here we have given the on click function. The function name is change h1 value. So to access this h1 element in the JavaScript, first we need to change the h1 element. So to change before we need to access. So to access we have to write any property, whether it is ID or name or class or anything. So I will use ID as text. So the ID of the h1 text is text only. So now I am pressing Ctrl S. So afterwards we will move into the script. I will open the script tags. So now in the script tags only we are going to write the JavaScript program. So first I will write the function functi function. So here the function name is change h1 value. Change h1 value. So this is the function name. After function we have to use the parenthesis. So in this we have to write the function definition. So whenever you click this button, click me button, this function will execute. So after clicking this button, our goal is to change the h1 text. So first we need to access the h1 element. So to access the h1 element, we have to initialize a variable where x equal to document dot get element by id. Here the id name is text. Here you can see the h1 id is text. So now I will write the text in this, text. So we have successfully accessed the h1 element using this var x variable. So now we are going to change the h1 text. So before the h1 text is, this is JavaScript on click event. So after clicking this button, the text must change to x dot inner html equal to. So to change any h1 text we have to use the inner html function. So in this we have to write the any text. So whatever you write in these colons, that will be printed on the screen after clicking the button. So now I will write the button is clicked. That's it. So first we have created a button. After creating the button, we wrote a function, on click function to that button. So whenever you click this button, this function will execute in the JavaScript. So here in this function definition, we have to change the value of the simple h1 text. So to access this h1 text, we have used the id property and we have initialized the h1 text to the var x. So after clicking the button, the text, the h1 text must change from this is JavaScript on click event to the button is clicked. So now we are going to execute whether it is correct or not. So I am opening Google Chrome. So here we have to write the file path. So after these JS projects, we need to enter the file name. So what is the file name? I forgot it. DOM on click.html. DOM on click.html. Here you can see there is a button. So before bottom of the button, there is some h1 text. So this is JavaScript on click event. So if our program is correct, then after clicking the button, the text must change to the button is clicked. So if the text is not changed, then our program has some mistakes. So now I am going to click this button. Here you can see the text is changed, the button is clicked. So here we can see that our program is correct. So once again I will explain. So first we have to create a simple button with name click me. So we have to write on click for that button. So in that on click colons, we have to write the function name, what we want to execute after clicking the button. So to check whether the function is called successfully or not, we have to use some h1 text and we have to change that. So here we have created a simple h1 tag with text, this is JavaScript on click event, and we have used the id property to access it in JavaScript. So after the execution of the function, we have to assign the var x to the document.getElement by id name is text. So after that we have to change the text in h1 tags. So like this way we can call the functions using the button click. So now we will see how to add the css to the html on click button. So here we have seen the text is changed from this text to this text. So now we are going to add some styling to the text on this button click event only. So first I will write the x dot style dot color equal to brown. So here we have not written any css. You can observe in this page there is no style tags in this page. We have added only styling through the JavaScript only. So initially the h1 color is black and the h1 text is, this is JavaScript on click event. So after clicking the button, the two things should happen. The text should change from this is JavaScript on click event to the button is clicked, and the color, the h1 color must change from black to brown. So if these two things happen, then our program is correct. So now I am going to check it. So now first I will refresh the page. So after clicking the button, we have to see two changes in this page. So the first change is the color should change from black color to red color, and this text should change from this is JavaScript on click event to the button is clicked. So now I am going to click this button. Here you can see the color is brown. If you observe this, the color is brown and the text is, the button is clicked. So by using these on click events, we have to use any css events or some changing the html text to check whether it is successfully working or not. So if you do not use these changing html text or adding some styling to the css, how can we know whether the function is called or not? So like this we can check whether the function is called successfully or not. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture we have discussed about the button on click event in JavaScript. So now in this video we are going to discuss about some of the different events in JavaScript. So button on click is also event, but in on click is used in majority cases. That's why I have made a separate video for on click event. Now in this video we are going to see some of the other events which are used in rare cases. So now I will create a new file for that events dot html. So now I will create the simple html snippet. So I will change the title from document to js events. So in this video also we are going to discuss about on click event. So as I said, button on click event is used in majority cases compared to all other JavaScript events. That's why I have made a special video on button on click event. So remaining there are some events, 4-5 events, but they are used in many very rare cases. That's why we are going to discuss all those 4-5 events in the single video only. So first we will start with the button event only. First I will write the simple button. So for button we have on click event. So in this video we are going to write the inline functions for on click. Inline functions means we can write the function in this colon only, in these double colons only. We can simply write alert function, because alert is also a function. We can simply write on click is equal to alert of the button. Sorry, the button spelling is wrong. So button is clicked. So I will write the text for this button as click me. So after clicking this button, this alert function will execute. Usually we used to write the function on click function in the JavaScript. So but now we are going to discuss more than 5 events, JavaScript events. So it's better to write the inline functions only. So we don't need any JavaScript, external JavaScript. So that's why we are writing inline. So once we check whether it is working or not, so I will open Google Chrome. So I am writing the file path. So here our file name is events.html. Here you can see the button is created. So once I will click on this button, Here you can see the button is clicked. So whenever you click the button, the function what we wrote in the on click double colons, that will be executed. So alert is also a function, that's why we can write the alert function in on click these double colons. We can only write the functions only. We cannot write any JavaScript statements like document.getElementById. We cannot write that. We can write only the function name only in these double colons. So now we will move into the another event, that is mouse hover event. So whenever you hover on something like h1 or div or paragraph, so we need to change the background color or something. We need to perform an action whenever the mouse is hovered on something HTML element. So now we are going to see that event. So for that I will create a simple h1 tag. So in that text I will write hover me. So after hovering on these h1 tag, the alert should pop up with text the h1 tag is hovered. So I will write on mouse hover. So this is the hover event. So whenever we place the mouse on that h1 element, this function will execute. So now I will write the function here, alert the h1 tag is hovered. So now we will check it whether it is working or not. So I am opening Google Chrome, I am refreshing it. Here you can see the new h1 tag is created. So whenever I place the cursor on the h1 tag, the alert should pop up. Now I am placing the cursor on the h1 tag. Here you can see the cursor on the h1 tag, the alert is popped up. The h1 tag is hovered. So once again I will place the cursor on the h1 tag. Here you can see first I will click the button, the alert is pop up. Now we are going to place the cursor on the h1 tag. Here you can see the alert is popped up. The h1 tag is hovered. So we have completed the on mouse over event also. So now we are going into the on key up event. So on key up event used in the input elements. So first I will create a simple input element. So this is the input element. So whenever we add any new text or new letter in the input element, so that on key up function, on key up event will occur. So I will write the on key up. So this is the event. So here also we have to write the alert function. So here I am writing the text as the input text is changed. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So here for every element I will use the BR tag because these will. So I am pressing Ctrl S. Now I will open Google Chrome. I am going to refresh it. Here you can see the new input element is created. So now we are going to add some text in this input element. So whenever a new letter is added, the alert should pop up. So first the hover alert will pop up because we are moving the mouse over this h1 element only. So now I am going to add the new letter here. So I am going to add the first letter as yes. Here you can see the input text is changed. So now I am going to add the second letter. After clicking OK, so here the h1 tag is hovered. Now I am going to add the second letter L. So again the alert is popped up. So like this way we can use the on key up function. So if you remove the letter also, the alert will pop up because that is also a change in the input element. So I will remove the L back. I will press the backspace. Here you can see the alert is once again popped up. So like this way we can use the on key up function, on key up event. So now we are going into again Visual Studio Code and we are going to discuss the fourth event. So the fourth event we are going to discuss is on submit event. So on submit event is used in the form tags. So for that I will remove all this stuff and we will discuss the form tag especially. So I will removing all this stuff. We have to now we have discussed three events: on click event, on mouse over event, and on key up event. Now we are going to discuss our fourth event, form tag, on submit event. So first I will create a simple form. So in that form I will add some input tags. Input. So the first input. So now I will add the second input with submit value. So here the type is submit. So and the value is, so value also submit. So once we will check what is the output for this. I will refresh this page. So here you can see there is the input field and submit button. So after clicking this button, a function should execute, that is on submit event. So here we will write the on submit event in the form tag. So here we should write on submit. So on submit we need to write the alert function. Of course we can write the JavaScript function, but as of now we need not to write that because we don't have any special cases. So we simply write alert. In this we have to write the form is submitted. I'm pressing Ctrl S. So now we are going to see whether it is working or not. So I'm opening Google Chrome. So I'm going to refresh it. So after clicking the submit button, the alert should pop up with a message, the form is submitted. So now I will click the button. Here you can see the form is submitted. So it is one of the most important event because in the future projects we are going to work with the form tags only. So whenever you want to send the data to database or so whenever the user registers or in the login registration forms, we have to use the form tags only. So this on submit event is very important compared to other events. So majorly two events are very important, on click event, on submit event. So these two events are used in majority scenarios. So other events like on hover event and some on change event, on key up event, these are very used in rare cases. That's why I have made another video on click event. So I am telling this on submit event especially by removing all the remaining stuff. So like this way we can use the JavaScript events. Thank you. So sorry, I forgot to say we can write the events in the JavaScript also without HTML content, without writing on click in the HTML events also we can write the JavaScript. So now I will explain it. First I will remove all this stuff. So I will write simple button. So here I will write click me. So here I will give an ID to this button. So using this by ID we can write the on click function in the JavaScript. Now we are going to see how it's going to be. So here the ID is btn. So with the help of this ID, we are going to add the on-click function in the JavaScript. So not only for on-click event, we can use this type scenario for every event. So as for example, I am using the on-click event. So I am opening the script tags. So after opening the script tag, we have to access this element. We have to access this button using the document dot get element by ID. Here the ID name is button. btn. So here the ID name is btn. So after accessing this element document dot get element by ID, we need to write on click. So after this on click, we need to write the function name. What function should execute after clicking this button? So here we have not created any function. First we write the function name. Afterwards we will create it. So here the function name is btn click function. btn click. So here the function name is btn click. So now we are going to create that function. Function btn click. So in this we have to write the function definition. Alert. The button is clicked. So I am pressing Ctrl S. Now we are going to see in Google Chrome whether it is working or not. So I am going to refresh it. Here you can see a new button is created. Now I will click on this button. So if the alert is popped up, hence we return the code successfully. So I am going to click it. Here you can see the alert is popped up. So if you observe here, we have not written any on-click event in the HTML tags. So we wrote all the things in the JavaScript only. So like this way, we can use the on-click events in complete JavaScript only, or we can use the HTML also. So it's better to use on-click in the HTML only because so every time writing this much of code is very difficult. So if you write on-click and the function name here, we can simply write the function definition in the JavaScript. So thank you. So this process will work for every on-click, every event, not only on-click or for not only buttons. So for H1 also this will work. So thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture, we have discussed about the HTML and JavaScript events. So now in this video, we are going to learn how to add new elements into the HTML and how to delete the elements from the HTML using JavaScript. So for this I would like to create a new function, new file, so with the name add and delete, add hyphen delete, add new elements and delete old elements dot html. So here I will create the simple html snippet as like our daily classes. I'm changing the title from add and delete. So first I will create a simple h1 tag in the div. So here the body is the root, so in that body I will write the div. So in this div only we are going to adding some elements, we are going to delete some elements. So first I will create a h1 with the text, this is first element. So we will write another h1 element. I will copy this text, paste, this is second element. So as of now we have one div in the body, in the div we have two h1 elements. So by using JavaScript we will add one more h1 element in this div. So now we are going to see how it is possible. So first I will open the script tags, JavaScript tags. So here first we want to create new h1 tag. So first we will like to create a new h1 tag. So afterwards we will add that h1 tag to this div. So first we will write a id to this div to access the element in h1 tag. So I will write the id as main div. So here first we will access the h1 div element where main div equal to document dot get element by id main div. So here we have accessed this main div to the document dot get element by id main div. So here by using this main div we can manipulate the content in this main div. So first we will create a new h1 element. So to create a new h1 element we have to write first where. So I will naming this variable name as new h1. New h1 is equal to document dot create element. So this is the function to create any new element in the HTML using JavaScript. So this create element function takes only one parameter using double colons. So in the double colons we have to write the what tag element we have to take. So here we want to take the h1 tag element. So that's why we have to write the h1. So by reading this line the JavaScript create a new h1 element. So empty h1 elements. So now we will try to add the text to this h1 element. So as of now this new h1 element is empty h1 element. We have only empty h1 elements. So to add the text like this is first element, this is second element, we have to add the text to that element. So to add text to this new h1 element we have to create another function, another variable where new h1 text is equal to document dot create text node. So by using this function we can create the text to any element, not only h1, we can create text to any element. It may be a div or li element or span element, button element, anything. So in this we can write the text, what text we want to give to the h1 element. So here the text is this is third element. So we have created a new h1 element and we have also created some text. So now we need to add this text to this h1 element. So to add this text to h1 elements we have to write new h1. So new h1 is the element dot append. To get the text we have to get the append child. So this is the child, so this is the parent. So here text is the child, this new h1 is the parent. So we have to get this child to this parent. So append child. So in this append child we have to write new h1 text. So here the text will be assigned to this h1. So once again I will explain these 3 steps. So first we have to create a new element, that is new h1 element. So using h1 tag, create element function h1 tag. So after that we need to create a simple text which we want to add the text to h1 element. So after that we have to combine both element and text. So after doing these 3 things we have to add this new h1 element to the main div. So to add the element to the main div we can simply write as main div dot append child. That's it. So whenever you want to add new element we have to write the only one function, that is append child, because main div is the parent. Here the h1 tags are the childs of that parent. So in this append we have to write the child name. Here the child name is new h1. So now I am going to execute this. So I am opening Google Chrome. So I will write the file path e:/js projects. Here our file name is add hyphen delete.html. So I am pressing enter. Here you can see there are 3 elements. This is first element, this is second elements. So these are the elements what we are created in HTML only. So this third element is came from the JavaScript. So if you observe the code here, there is only 2 h1 elements in the HTML content. So we have added the third, this third element using this content, these 3 lines. So by the help of these 3 lines we have added the third element. So like this way we can append the childs to, append means add, remember it, append means adding. So append child means adding a child to the parent. So before append child we have to use the parent name. So here main div is the parent, so new h1 is the element, child element. That's why we have to write main div dot append child. So if you observe these 2 lines, so first we should create a new element. So using h1, where new h1 is equal to document dot create new element. So we can create any element. We can create button, or we can create li element, we can create span element, we can create div element, we can create anything. So here we have used it h1 element. That's why I have used the same tag, h1 tag only. So it will create, these sentence will create only empty h1 tag. So after that we have to add the text to this h1 tag. So to add the text to the h1 tag we have to use the function as create text node. So whatever the text you write in this create text node, that text will be added to the h1 tag. So to add this text to the h1 tag we have to write new h1 means newly created element dot append child dot text. Here the text is the new h1 text. So like this way we can add the elements to the div or HTML data. So now we are going to see how to delete HTML data from JavaScript. So of course adding is very somewhat difficult compared to remove. So removing an element from HTML data is very easy in JavaScript. So here I will remove all this stuff. So here we have only simple main div. So from this main div I would like to delete this second h1 tag. So if you want to delete this second h1 tag, first we need to access this element. So to access this element we have to write any one property like name, id, class, anything. So I will like to write id. So this is, I will write the id as second h1. So now I will access the element. So where second h1 equal to document dot get element by id. So here also the id name is same, second h1. So here we have accessed both parent element and child element. Here the parent is the main div, child is the second h1. So now we are going to delete this second element from these parents. So here the removing syntax is very simple. First we have to write the parent. Here the parent is main div dot remove child. So in this remove child we have to write the child name. Here the child name is second h1. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So here now we will move into the Google Chrome and check the output. So after clicking the refresh, the output must be, this is first element. These 2 elements should go away. Hence our programs will be correct. So I am going to refresh it. Here you can see there is only 1 element. So because of course we have 2 elements in the HTML content. So before JavaScript we have 2 elements. So in the JavaScript, we have written the code to remove the second elements. So we can also remove the first element by placing the second element idle. So I will write this id as, I will write the id to the first element. Id is equal to first h1. So here also we will change the id. First h1. So now the output must be, this is second element because we are removing this first element. So this should change, this is second element. Here you can see this is second element because we have removed the first elements. So like this way we can add the new elements to the HTML content, or we can delete the elements from the HTML content using JavaScript. So keep it in mind, for deleting we have to use the remove child method, for adding we have to use the append child method. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back. In the previous lecture, we have seen how to add new element to the HTML and how to delete a HTML element using JavaScript. So now in this video, we are going to see how to get the input element value in the JavaScript. So now I will create a new HTML file, JS inputs. Inputs.html. So first I will complete these formalities like creating HTML snippets. So I am changing the title from document to JS inputs. So here we go. So first we have to create the input element. So input element is used to take the input from the user. So input type is equal to text. So I will write the placeholder for your convenience. So username, placeholder is username. So to access this element in the JavaScript, we can use the name tag and we can also use the ID tag. So first we will see with the name tag, and in the further videos we will use the name tag. So as of now we should use only ID tag. So I will write the ID as same username only. So I will create a button. So on click. So first I will write the name for this button. Get input value. So first we will see the output, what it is created. So here I will write the file path. So here the file name is jsinputs.html. .html. Here you can see there is an input tag and there is a button get input value. We will use break tag, hence the button will come down. So here you can see there is a input value and there is a button. So we will use some styling for it, which is looking very irritating. So I will use some styling for it. Style. So input M10 margin 10. So for button also I will use the same margin 10 only. Here you can see it looks some better. So now after writing any text in this, suppose I will write the text as JavaScript. So after clicking this button, the alert should pop with the name what we have written in this text box, means input. So now we are going to see how it is gonna be. So after clicking this button, the alert should pop up with input value. So first we have to write the on click event for this button. On click. So we have to write some function get value. So we have to write this function in the JavaScript. So I will open the script tags. So first I will write the function. Function name is get value. Get value. So here we go. In this function definition only we are going to access the input element and its value also. First I will create a variable with username. So to get any input value, first we need to write document dot get element by id. So we are because we are accessing the element through the id only, that's why I have written get element by id. So if you are accessing using name or something, class name or tag name, we have to use that only. So here we are accessing using id, that's why I have written get element by id. So here the id name is username. So after this we have to write value. So if you write value only, this username value will be assigned to this username. So here this username is the value consisting of the input element username value. So now we are going to get this value in the alert pop-up. Alert username. I'm pressing Ctrl S. So now we will see what is the output. So I will refresh it. So I will write some text in this JavaScript. So I will press this button now. So there is no response, there's something mistake in our code. Sorry, here I have written the value after parenthesis. Here there is no need of parenthesis. We should not write parenthesis because value is not a function, it's just a value only. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So remember, after value we should not use parenthesis. So we should write direct value only. So now I will refresh the page. Here you can see I will write the text as JavaScript. So I will press the button. So once again it is raising error. So once we will check the code from top to bottom, is there any mistake? Input text is, this text is correct. So on click. So here we forgot to mention the parenthesis. That's why the function is not executing. So sorry for the inconvenience. So now we will move to the Chrome. So this time it should work. So JavaScript. So here you can see the output JavaScript. So this is the input value what we have written in this input. So I will change the text. So we should move some. So as of now we have written only programming language. Now we will write some framework. So React is one of the JavaScript framework. So now I will press this button. The output, the alert should pop up with the text React. Here you can see the text React. Okay. So like this way we can access the input elements values using JavaScript. So we can access any number of input values using JavaScript. So in the next video we are going to see how we can work with the number of input values, means forms. So in the next video we are going to do a simple project using JavaScript forms. Thank you. Don't miss the next class. See you in the next class. Thank you. Welcome back. In the previous lecture we have learned about the on-click functions in JavaScript. So now in this video we are going to see pop-up boxes in JavaScript. So pop-up boxes are nothing but simple boxes which we can see on some on-click events. So any events, not only on-click events, on any events. So first I will now explain a simple example, then we will move into the practical part. So if you observe here there is a simple login and registration page. So whenever you want to log into something website or any application, if you click on this login button, so here we can see the simple box. So these type of boxes are called pop-up boxes. So there are three types of pop-up boxes in JavaScript. So here there is a message called please enter user ID. So like this way we can give some warnings or we can give some messages to the users. So now we are going to implement in practical these type of boxes. So I will simply move into Visual Studio Code. Here you can see I have created a new file name with popups.html. So in JavaScript there are three pop-ups. The first pop-up is alert, and the second pop-up is confirm, and the third pop-up is prompt. So first I will write the confirm, and then we will move into the alert and prompt. So we will write the three things at the same time, but we will write the JavaScript functions for the three things step by step. So first I will create three buttons for the three pop-ups. Button. So first open alert pop-up. So the first pop-up we are going to discuss is alert pop-up. So after clicking this button, the alert pop-up should come on the web page. So to write that kind of statements, we need to use the on-click function. So first I will write the on-click. So in this on-click, we have to write some function which we need to execute after the button click. So I will write open alert. So this open alert function will execute after clicking this button. So first I will write the function definition in the JavaScript. So I am opening script tags. So I will write the function definition, function open alert. So in this we have to write the alert pop-up code. So alert, every pop-up code is single line only, not only alert pop-up, prompt pop-up, confirm pop-up also we can write the single line only. We just need to write alert, that's it. Alert, after that we have to use the parenthesis. In that parenthesis what we will write, that will be printed on the alert pop-up. So here I will write the text as the alert pop-up is open. So I'm pressing Ctrl S. Now we'll move into Google Chrome and execute this page. So projects. So here the file name is popups.html. Here you can see there is a button. So after clicking this button, the alert pop-up should come. So now I am going to click this button. So here you can see this is the alert pop-up. So alert pop-up doesn't contain any buttons or any input fields. It only contains one OK button and any text, whatever the text we will write in the alert parenthesis. So whatever the text we write in these parentheses, that will be printed on the alert pop-up. Here you can see the alert pop-up is open. So if you observe the text here, the text is same. The alert pop-up is open. So like this way we can call the alerts in JavaScript. So now we are going to see the second pop-up, prompt pop-up. So I will write the second button. So here open prompt. So after this function we have to raise the parenthesis. So now I will write the function definition in JavaScript. Function. So here the function name is open prompt. So for open prompt pop-up also that syntax is same. We just need to write the prompt. So after prompt we have to use the parenthesis and we have to write the text. So the prompt pop-up is open. So like this way we can create the prompt pop-up. Now we are going to execute it. So first I will refresh the page. So here you can see there are two buttons. The first one is alert pop-up and the second one is open prompt pop-up. So now I will click on the prompt pop-up. Here you can see the prompt pop-up is open. So if you observe the alert pop-up and prompt pop-up, there is only two changes in the both pop-ups. So in the alert pop-up, there is only one button and the text. So when it comes to prompt pop-up, we have an input field and we have also the cancel text. So in alert pop-up, there is no cancel text. There is only OK text. So when it comes to prompt pop-up, we have input field and we have two buttons, OK text and cancel text. So these pop-ups are used in login pages whenever we press login. So in this input field, we have to press the password or something. So like this way, we can use the prompt pop-up in the real life applications. So once I will open the alert pop-up, hence you will understand the differences between both. Here you can see this is the alert pop-up. Here there is only one text and one button. So when you see the prompt pop-up, here there are one prompt, one text and two buttons. So this is the difference between alert pop-up and prompt pop-up. So now we are going to see the third pop-up in the JavaScript, that is confirm pop-up. So I will open the third button. So the text is open prompt, sorry, not prompt, confirm. So confirm spelling is CON. So here the function name is open confirm. On click, the function name is open confirm. So I'm using parenthesis. Now we are going to write the function definition in JavaScript. Function open confirm. So after that we have to write the definition. So here also the syntax is same. We just need to write the confirm. Confirm. In this parenthesis we have to write the text. The confirm pop-up is open. So this is the final pop-up in the JavaScript. Now we are going to execute it. So I am going to refresh the page. Here you can see there are 3 buttons in this page: alert pop-up, prompt pop-up, confirm pop-up. So first we will see the confirm pop-up. So in the last of this session we will going to find the differences between 3 pop-ups. First I will click on this prompt pop-up confirm. Welcome back, guys. In this video we are going to see addition program in JavaScript using HTML inputs. So as you know, we can write the addition program using any programming language by using with command line only. But now we are going to see how we can take the inputs from user and add it in JavaScript. So to this I create a new file with name addition.html. So I will create the simple HTML snippet. So here I am changing the title, HTML title, from document to addition. So first I will create the HTML elements. So to add 2 numbers, first we need to take the 2 inputs in HTML. So the first input is input type is equal to text and the placeholder equal to number 1. And to access these input element in JavaScript we need to write any one property. So I will write id equal to number 1. So like this we have to create the second input also, because with the help of 2 inputs only we can do any mathematical operation. So here I am changing the placeholder and id value number 2 and here number 2. So we have 2 inputs. So after clicking the button then we need to perform the addition operator. That's why we have to add a button with name add. So once we will check what is the output it is given. So here I am opening the file path. So here the file name is addition.html. So here you can see there are 2 input values and 1 button. So suppose if you give the input value as 6 here and if you give the input value as 5 here, after clicking this button the alert should pop up with the addition of these 2 numbers value. Suppose if I click this button add, the alert should pop up with value 11. So that is our goal to implement in this program. So these are here the all elements are looking in the same line, else we will use the break tag. So it will come down. So once we will see, here you can see there are 2 input elements and 1 button. So I will add some styling to it. So I will open the style tag in head, style. So here I will add margin for both input and button, input button. So I will add margin as 10 px. So here you can see it's looking somewhat better. So it is the first input element and it is the second input element. After clicking this button the output should come. So now we will move into the JavaScript logic. So before we move into the JavaScript logic, first we have to write the onClick function for this button, because after clicking the button only the addition need to perform. So for this I will write the onClick function. OnClick, here the function name is add. So now we are going to implement this function in JavaScript. So I am opening JavaScript code using script tags. So here I will write the function name first. Function, the function name is add. So in these curly braces we have to implement the addition logic. So first we need to take these two input values using the id. So first I will declare two variables where num1 equal to document dot get element by id equal to, here id is number 1. To access the first element, the id is number 1. So as like the first element, we have to access the second element also, num2 document dot get element by id number 2. So we have accessed the two elements using get element by id method. Now we need to perform addition. So we need to display the result in the alert pop-up. That's why we need to add alert. So in this alert we have to display the addition. That's why I am writing num1 plus num2 in alert. So here we go, our program is completed. Now we will see what is the output. So I am going to refresh it. Here you can see the page is refreshed. So now I will give two values to these two inputs. So first for first input I will give the value as 8. So for the second input the value as 5. So whenever I click the button, the alert should pop up with the message 13. So I will clicking this button. Here you can see there is something error, object HTML input element, object HTML input element. So now we will move into the Google Chrome, not Google Chrome, we will move into the Visual Studio Code and we will check the what is error. So here we have just accessed the input elements to this num1, but we have not accessed its value. To access its value we need to write dot value also. So for this also I will write dot value. So in the previous lecture only we have studied how to get the input values using JavaScript. So now we will move into the Google Chrome and refresh it. So here I am giving the same inputs 8, 5. So I am pressing add button. Here you can see the output is 85. So the expected output is 13, but it is giving 85 because we have not added the numbers, we have added the strings. Because whatever the inputs we are taking from the inputs, so whatever the text we are taking from the input fields, that will be treated as string in JavaScript. So that's why it is giving 85. 8 plus 5 is equal to 85 in string format. Because whenever you add two strings, it will concatenate both the strings. That's why it is giving 88. So as I said in the typecasting tutorial, we need to convert it to the numbers whenever we want to perform mathematical calculations using strings. So that's why we need to perform these num1, num2 to the numbers typecasting. So now I will change these num1, num2 from string to number. So first we need to write the num1 equal to, so to change any string to number we have to use the number method. Number, so after number we have to use the parenthesis. In this parenthesis we have to use the string value. Here the string value is num1 only. So like this way we can convert the string to number. So we can add the numbers but we cannot add the strings. If you add the strings it will concatenate both. So that's why it is giving 8 plus 5 is equal to 85. So as like this I will change the num2 also. Num2 is equal to number of num2. So hence these num1 and num2 will be converted from string to numbers. So now these both num1 and num2 are the numbers. So now we will refresh the page and check the output. So here I will give the same inputs as like previous only, 8, 5. So the output must be 13. Here you can see the output 13. So whenever you want to perform any mathematical calculations in the input fields, the first thing you need to do is convert it from string to number. So to convert any string to number we need to use this type of typecasting. So num1 is equal to number of num1. So you can directly use the number here only. So here only you can use the number of document dot get element by id value. So for here also I will use the number. So whatever the value present in this input field, that will be treated as number. So this line states that. So now we will see the output. I'm refreshing the page. Now we will give some other inputs, 4 comma 5. So the output must be 9. Here you can see the output must be 9. So in these two ways we can convert any string from string to number. So you can convert here only, or we can convert the direct num1 num2 after the next steps. So it's better to convert here only, because it's whenever you want to working with some many number of inputs, it's difficult to use that. So that's why we have to convert number string to number in the starting steps only. So we can do any other mathematical calculations in this way only. Suppose if you want to do subtraction also, we can do. Just we need to change this sign. So here I have changed the sign from plus to minus. Now I will refresh the page. So I will give the inputs as 7 comma 4. So 7 minus 4 is 3. So the output must be 3. Here you can see the output is 3. So like we can do the multiplication also. So I am using star. So I will refresh the page. 6 into 4, the output must be 24. Here you can see the output is 24. So if you do not typecast these input elements, it will give as concatenation strings. So that's why whenever you want to perform mathematical calculation using the HTML inputs and JavaScript, after the first step you need to do is convert these input values to number. So then only we can perform mathematical calculations using JavaScript with HTML elements. Thank you. In the next video, we are going to start our first project, user authentication projects. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the last two lectures, we have discussed about the input elements in JavaScript. So now in this video, we are going to implement our first project in this tutorial, user authentication, means login system. So to develop this project, you just need to have some basic knowledge about Bootstrap. So remaining everything I am going to tell you. So you just need some basic knowledge. You need not to be expert in Bootstrap, but you just have some Bootstrap grid system or some Bootstrap classes. So before watching this tutorial, make sure you have some good knowledge about Bootstrap. So this is the user authentication system. Here there is a beautiful gradient background. In that gradient background, we have a div with authentication area. So here the first input with username and the second input with password. So if you enter any invalid credential, it will give the pop-up as invalid credential. So here these are the invalid. Now I'm clicking login. Here you can see invalid credential. So if you click login without typing anything also, it will give the error. So here you can see, please fill out this field. So whenever you click the valid credentials only, it will give the output as login successful. So here the valid credentials are username JavaScript and password is Udemy. So these are the login credential for these authentication system. So if you click login with these credentials, it will give the output as login successful. So without these two credentials, whatever you give, it will give the error as invalid. So here you can see invalid credential. So this is the project what we are going to build it in this tutorial. So without any late, let's move into the Visual Studio Code and start our project. So here you can see the Visual Studio Code is open. Now I am going to create a new file for this project. So the file name is authentication.html. So this is the file name, and in this file only we are going to create our first project, authentication project or login system. So first I will create the simple HTML prototype. So here I am changing the title from document to authentication. So as I said, in this project we are using Bootstrap for styling. So to use Bootstrap, first we need to go to the Bootstrap website. Bootstrap. So open this first link. So you have to copy this first link, style sheet link, to use Bootstrap style sheets in our classes. So copy this link, Bootstrap CDN link, and paste it in the head part. So here I am pasting this link. So whenever you add this link to our project, then the Bootstrap will be added in our project. So here I have added this link, so the Bootstrap is included in our project. So now we are going to the actual part, body part. So if you observe the project, first we have to add the background color. So here this is the beautiful gradient background color. So to get these type of beautiful gradient background colors, we have a website with open source. So that website name is Web Gradients. So this is the website name, webgradients.com. In this website, you can find unlimited number of web gradients for our projects. So it is an open source website. You need not to pay anything for this. So here you can see these are the beautiful websites with beautiful backgrounds. So here copy your favorite background, gradient background color. So I will copy this pink color. So you need to press this copy CSS file. So after copying, you need to add the background in the styling. So here I will open the style part. Style. So we have to add the background to the entire application, means entire page. So that's why I'm adding background color to the body. So body, background color. Sorry, we just need to paste the thing what we have copied. So this is the copied text. So here we have copied the text. You need to paste this in body. So after that, we have to set the body height to 100 VH. So here the height is 100 VH. Sorry. Then only it will be applied to the whole body. So now we will check whether it is applied successfully or not. I will open Google Chrome. So here I will write the file path E:. So here the file name is authentication.html. So here you can see the background applied successfully. So you can select any background, not only pink, as your wish. You can select any here blue background, red background, all the backgrounds, gradient backgrounds present in these websites. So you can copy this CSS and paste it in the body, style body. So now we are going to add the next step, this div. So to add this div, we have to use the bootstrap grid system. So bootstrap grid system contains 12 columns. So we just need to use the 4 columns for our project. So here first I will implement the bootstrap grid system, div. So here I will add the bootstrap class, row. So the bootstrap grid system contains rows and columns. So here I want to use only 4 columns because the width of this login div is very less. So if you take the complete width, we have to use the 12 columns. So I just want to use the 4 columns. I want to place this div in center of the page. So I will take the 4 columns for the div. So here I will take the div first, div. So I want to use only 4 columns. That's why I will write the class name as call md4. Or you can take 5 also. So it's better to use 4. So that's then only it's look good. So after this div class, we have to use the form because we are working with authentication system, user authentication system. So whenever you want to work with more than one input field, then it's better to use form tags. So I will use form. So here I will remove this action. So in that form, we have 2 input elements and 1 submit button. So first I will give the 2 input elements. Input. So here I will write the placeholder and class name. The placeholder is username. So here I will add the bootstrap class for this input. So the class name is form control. It is the predefined styling for input values. Form control. So I will refresh the page once. So here you can see a bootstrap input element is added. So afterwards we will add styling to it. First we will take the 2 inputs and 1 button. So I will take the 1 more input and 1 button. Input. So here the placeholder is password. So here also the class is same, form control. Form control. So after these 2 inputs, we have a button. If you observe here, after these 2 inputs, we have a button. So the button name is login. So I will remove these 2 bootstrap and web gradients website. So here is the actual project. Here is the developing project. So by seeing this, we have to develop this project. So first we will add this button. So here we have to add the submit button. Input, here the type is equal to submit and the value is equal to login. So for this button I will add the bootstrap class as button primary class btn primary. So if you use bootstrap we can decrease the our styling time. So otherwise we have to put the majority of our time to the styling only. So that's why I'm using bootstrap framework. So once we will check it, here you can see we have added both two input elements and one button. So if you observe here there is a h1 tag for this. So that is with the name authentication. So I will add the h1 tag also here about the form tag h1 authentication. So here you can see authentication in two input tags and one login button. So if you observe here this content is placed in the center of the horizontal page. So here the content is total left side of the page. So now we need to place this content in the middle of the page, middle of the horizontal. So that's why we need to use the bootstrap class justify content center. So in bootstrap there is a special class called justify content center. So if you apply this class to the parent class, means row class, it will set the all the content to the center horizontally. So once we will check it, here you can see all the content added center. So now we will add some background to this login div and we will add some margins and paddings to it. So first I will add the margins and paddings. So to access this div in the style tag we have to use this class name. So here the class name is call md4. So to write the styling for the class names we have to use the dot operator in styling. So dot call md4. So first I will add the margin top at least 100 px. So I will refresh the page. So here you can see it got down. So now we need to add some margins to all these elements, h1 element, these input elements and this button element. So now I will add some margin. So input, so I will add the margin top. So margin top is equal to 10 px. So here you can see the margin is added successfully. It's looking somewhat better. So now we need to place these authentication and login at the center of these input elements. So if you observe here, this authentication and login is center at the div. So now we are going to add that property in this application, in this website also. So to add that, we need to use the text center class in the both h1. So here class is equal to text center. So whenever you add text center to any element, it will be centered horizontally. So here also I will use the class text center for button also. So now I will refresh the page. Here you can see the text is added successfully, the button is not added. So once we will check it, what's gone wrong. So here we have added text center for input elements. So the bootstrap text center class will not work for input elements. So that's why we need to add this text center class in the column tag also, column class. So here we can add. So whatever the elements we write in this call md4 class, that will be centered horizontally if you write text center for this div. So here we can see the output. So here you can see the output. So both the h1 is centered and the login is also centered. So now we need to add the background color to this login div. So here you can see there is a beautiful background for this authentication div. So now here we are going to add the background also. So to get that background we need to open that WebGradients websites. So we will take some light background. Sorry. So this looking good. Copy CSS. So we have to apply background this call md4 div, because here we have the h1 tag above the form. So we have to add the background color to whole div. So we have to add the color to the h1 tag and also the input tag. So that's why we have to add the background color to these div, parent div. So that's why I'm adding the background color to the call md4. So here I'm adding the background color, pressing Ctrl S. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the background is added successfully. So now we will add some border radius to this div and also some padding. So here I will add some padding p20, padding 20, and border radius 10 px. So I will refreshing. So here you can see the output is as much as same in this page also. So authentication, 2 input buttons and 2 input elements and 1 button. So here also authentication, 2 input elements and 1 button. So as of now we have completed the HTML part and CSS part. So now we will move into the core part, JavaScript part. So I am removing this first application. So this application only we are working. So first I will open the script tags. So first we need to write the onSubmit event. So because after clicking the submit button only, we need to check whether the given inputs are valid or not. So that's why I will write the onSubmit event for this form. OnSubmit. So here the function is validate. So whenever you click on the submit button, means login button, this validate function will execute. So I will open the function. So the function name is validate. So here we have to write the actual program of this authentication. So first we need to access the input elements values using JavaScript variables. So first I will take 2 inputs where username equal to document dot get element by id username. So here we have not written any IDs for these input elements. So to access these input elements in JavaScript, we just need to mention at least one property. So I will mention ID property. ID is equal to username. So here the ID is equal to password. So document dot get element by ID, in these columns we have to mention the ID name. So after ID name we have to take the value from that input elements. So that's why we have to write value. So here the second is, so after value we have to write the second variable where password equal to document dot get element by ID. So in this equal to we have to write the ID name. Here the ID name is password. So as of now we have taken these 2 input element values in the username and password. So here I have not written the value. So now we need to write the actual program using this username and password. So we have to write the if condition. So if the username is equal to something or password is equal to something, we need to alert the pop-up with login successful. So if the values are not correct, we need to alert the pop-up with invalid credential. So first we need to write the if condition. So if username equal to JavaScript and operator. So as you learned in other programming languages, this is the AND operator. So password equal to Udemy. So whenever the input username value is JavaScript and the password value is Udemy, then we need to get the alert with login successful. Else, so if there is any error in the input elements, then we need to alert with invalid login credential. Sorry. So that's it, this is our program, we need not to write anything more. So I will explain the program once. So here we are created a simple row. In that row we have created a column. So in that column we have created a form tag with 3 input elements. So 2 are the normal inputs and the third input is the submit button. So after clicking this submit button, the console will move to the javascript to check the function validate. So in that validate function we are accessing the 2 input elements, username element and password element, using the 2 variables username and password. So after that we have checking the condition whether the user input value is matching this javascript and password. So if the user input is username javascript and the password equal to Udemy, then the alert will come with the text login successful. So if there is any change in the user inputs, the alert will pop up with the message invalid login credentials. So now we will move into the Google Chrome and check the output. So I am refreshing the page. So first I will write the valid credentials. So the valid credentials are javascript and the password is Udemy. So I am pressing the login button. So there is something mistake, there is no pop-up. So we will check it what mistake we have did. So what is the mistake? So we will check it from the top of the page. So here row column D4 H1 class. So here there is a mistake. We have given the validate spelling wrong. validate. So here the validate spelling is wrong. I will change the text. validate. So I'm pressing Ctrl S. So now I will refresh the page. So here I'm entering the values, JavaScript, and the password is Udemy. So here you can see the login is successful because these are the valid credentials. So I'm pressing OK. So if you give the any invalid credentials, like, so I will give the username as correct, but I will use the password as something unexpected. So I will press the login button. So here you can see invalid login credential. So because here the username is JavaScript and password is Udemy. So whenever you click the login button, it will check the both the condition. So if you write OR operator, it will check only one condition. So if the either username is correct or password is correct, it will give the login as successful. So but we have used the AND operator. AND operator checks both the condition. So whenever you want to check more than one condition in the if statements, so we have to use the AND operator. So that's why it is checking both the condition. So this is the user authentication program. So once again I will explain from the starting of the project. So here we have created a simple HTML page. After that we have added the bootstrap because we are using the bootstrap grid system and some form control classes in our project. So if you do not use bootstrap, it will increase our styling time. So that's why I have used bootstrap. So here I have created a row. In that row I have taken 4 columns. So in that 4 columns I have created a form and one header element, H1 element with the name authentication. So in the form tag we have 2 input elements. The first element is username and the second element is password. So we have the third input with submit button. So whenever you click the submit button, this function will execute on submit. So whenever the form is submitted, this validate function will execute. So in that validate function we have written 2 variables and we have accessing these variables using the document.getElementById methods. So we are accessing the input values using these variables. So after accessing the variables, we need to check the conditions whether the username and password is equal to JavaScript and Udemy. So if these values are matched, hence the alert will pop up with login successful message. So if there is any change in these values, user input values, so hence the alert will come with the message invalid login credential. So this is our project. So here there is no any difficult part. You should have some good knowledge about bootstrap only. So before execute this project in your system, make sure you have added the bootstrap and you have some basic knowledge about the bootstrap grid system. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back guys. In this lecture we are going to discuss about the radio buttons in HTML and JavaScript. As you know, radio buttons are used to select one value from the multiple value. When it comes to the checkbox, we can select multiple values from the multiple fields. So now in this video we are going to discuss only about the radio buttons. So for this I will create a new file with name radio button dot html. So first I will complete the html formalities. So here I am changing the title from document to radio buttons. So in this program we will be learning these radio buttons using some html code. So here I will write one text as the selected programming languages. So at the before the text we give some radio buttons with three values, some like javascript, python or java something. So whenever you select any radio button, the h1 should text change with this selected programming value. So now we will see the html code first, afterwards we will move into the javascript. So first we will see give the radio buttons, means input buttons. Input type is equal to radio. So this is the syntax for creating radio button. So whenever you want to work with multiple radio buttons, you have to give the same name to the all the radio buttons. So here our name is because we are learning this using the programming languages. So that's why I'm naming it this as languages. So for every input we have to give some value. So the first programming language is javascript. So I will give some label to it, javascript. So now we will see whether it is created or not. So I'm opening Google Chrome. So here you can see the Chrome is open. So I will write the file path. So JS projects, after that the file name is radiobuttons.html. radiobuttons.html. So here you can see one programming language is created. So as like this we have to create two more languages. So I will copy this text and paste it for the other two languages. So here you can see, now I will change the values of these bottom two languages. So I will change from javascript to python. So the last value name is C++. So for the labels also I will change the text python C++. So now we will see the output. So here you can see there are three radio buttons, javascript, python and C. So here you can see we can select only one radio button. So if you select python, the javascript radio button will be unchecked. So if you select C++, these two will be unchecked. So this is called radio group. So whenever you want to work with radio group, you have to give the same name for all the radio buttons, means all the radio inputs. So here you can see the first input name is languages, and the second input name is languages, and the third input name is also languages. So once again I am telling, whenever you want to select only one radio button from multiple radio buttons, you have to use the same name for all the input fields. So now I will give one button to submit the action. So here the button name is show the selected language. So here after clicking this button, a function should execute with show. So after clicking this button, the show method will execute in the JavaScript. So in that function we have to display the result in h1 tag. So that's why I will create the h1 tag. So in this the selected language spelling is wrong. So the selected language is, so initially we are not selecting anything. So after clicking the button only the language will be selected. So to access this h1 tag in the JavaScript, we have to use one ID. So here I am using the ID as result. So because this is the result text to display the programming language. So as of now the h1, the HTML part is completed. Once we will see the output. So here you can see this is our output. There are three input fields and one button. So suppose if you select JavaScript and press the show selected language, here the text should change to the selected language is JavaScript. So in case of Python, if you click this button, this text should change to the selected language is Python. So now we are going to implement using this JavaScript. So here I am opening the script tags. So here we need to access two elements. We need to access both the result and these input fields. So first I will access the input fields. So where language is equal to document dot get element by id, sorry, get element by name, because we are accessing these using the names. Input field work with names, that's why get elements by name. So after that we have to use the name. So here the name is languages. So after that we have to use the value. Sorry, not value. We have to declare like this only, because if you observe here, where language is equal to document dot get elements by name. So if you observe this statement clearly, here the language is array, because we are assigning all these values, input element values, to this language only. Suppose if you print this language in the h1 tags, so there will be three languages. So first I will print all the languages which are given in the input tags. So I will write document dot get element by id. So here to access the h1 text we have the id as result. So to use this inner html, so we have to assign all the languages first, because we are not selected any language, so that's why we have to assign all languages. That's why I am writing language. So now we will see the output. So here you can see the object list, means for every input we got the value. So like this way we can get all the values. So this is not what we want. After clicking this button we should get the JavaScript value, we should get the Python value in case of Python is selected, we should get the C++ value in case of C++ is selected. So now we are going to implement that. So now we will implement the function first. Function show, because after clicking the button show function should execute. So first we will find the how many values are present in this language, means how many input values are present. So here as I said, this language is an array. So now we will check how many values are present in this array, means we can find the length of the array. So first I will write the length of the array in alert form. So alert language dot length. So here there are three input elements, so that's why the length will be 3. So now I will check the output. So after clicking this button we should get the alert with how many number of input fields are present. So I am clicking this button. So here you can see the output is 3. So there are 3 input elements present in the HTML page. So now we are going to loop through these all elements and check whether which element is clicked or means checked or not. So to loop through the elements we have to use the for loop. So now we will loop through the elements. So for all where I equal to 0, I less than language dot length, comma I plus plus. So if the button is, so if this JavaScript is clicked, then we have a function called checked method in JavaScript. So that's why we need to check every input element using the if condition. If language of I, means we have to loop through the every element, that's why we are using the language of I. So if language of I dot is checked, so there is a method called checked, is true, then we need to assign the result text to this h1 value. So document dot get element by id dot result dot inner html is equal to, so we need to get this value. So which value is checked in the radio buttons, so that value will be assigned to document dot get element by id, this method. So language of I dot value. So that's it. This is our program. So if the output is correct, then I will explain this once again. So now I will see the output. So here I am refreshing the page. So now I will first click on the Python and I will click the show the selected language button. So I am clicking the Python. So here you can see the language is Python. So suppose if you click on JavaScript, so here you can see the language is JavaScript. So if you click on C++, the language is C++. So like this way we can get the selected input value in JavaScript. So once again I will explain all the procedure how to get the input value, selected input radio button value in JavaScript. So here we have created the 3 input fields and 1 button to check whether the input fields are clicked or not. So here the input fields are type of radio, that's why it is called as radio buttons. So after that we have a h1 text which is used to store the result. So here up to here the HTML part is completed. So now we will be moving into JavaScript part. So here these input fields are radio button, group of radio buttons. So group of radio buttons can be accessed using the name property only. So we cannot use ID property here. That's why we are using the name property. So if you use the same name for all the input fields, you can select only one out among them. So if you use different names, you can select anyone, both 1 or 2 or 3, anything. So that's why we have to use the same name for input fields. So when it comes to JavaScript, first we have to assign these input fields to the any one variable. So here we are assigned the variable using the language. So if you observe the statement document.getElements by ID. So whenever you see get elements, S is present, then that variable will be treated as array, because there are multiple values in this document.getElements by name. So this language variable consists all the input element values which are the name property having languages. So the elements which are having the name property is languages, that all the elements will be assigned to this language variable. So here we have added all the input elements to this language. So now we will loop through the element using the for loop. So for every iteration we have to check whether the input element is checked or not. So whenever we see the input element is checked, then we have to update the result by using document.getElementById result.innerHTML is equal to language of i.value. So to get the value of input element, we have to use the value method, language of i.value. So this is the way to get input elements in JavaScript. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture, we have discussed about the radio buttons in JavaScript, how to get the value of HTML radio button in JavaScript. So now in this video, we are going to learn about selection list. So as you know, selection list is a drop-down list which consists of more than one value. So after selecting the any one value, we have to show the result in HTML. So this is the program what we are going to implement in this session. So here I am writing the file name as select.html. So this is our file name. So first I will complete the HTML code. Document. So here I am changing the title from document to selection list. So compared to the input elements, to get the value of selection list is very easy. So I will tell how to get that. So in the previous lecture we have discussed about the programming languages, means we have did the radio buttons program using programming languages list. So in this we are going to change that. Here we will use some movie names to get the output. So first we have to create the h1 tag. So in this only we are going to get the result of the selection list. So that's why I am named the ID as result. So here I will write the first initialization text for h1 as the selected movies. Selected movie is. So afterwards we have to create the selection list. Select. So here we will get these using the ID. So here we are not using the name property or any other property. So we will use name property only for input elements. We cannot use the name property for other elements except input. So here I am going to name this ID as movie. So afterwards we have to write the different movies in this selection list, so using option tag. So I am writing the first value as Joker. So I am writing the label is also a Joker. So the second movie I am going to write is Avengers. So here also I am going to write Avengers. So the third movie I am going to write is Dark Knight. So here also I will write the Dark Knight. So we will add one more movie, Iron Man. Iron Man. So whenever the selection list is changed, then we need to display the result in this h1 tag. So first I will access this h1 tag in the JavaScript. So where movie equal to document dot get element by id. So here the id name is movie only dot value. So that's it. So whenever the selection list is changed, suppose if in the default the selected list value is Joker because the first option is Joker. So whenever it is changing from Joker to another movie, then we need to display the result in this h1 tag. So that's why we have to write the onChange method. So whenever the selection list is changed, then we need to change the text in the h1. So show movie, I will write the function as show movie. So now I am going to implement the show movie function in JavaScript. Function show movie. So in this we have to change the text of the h1. So I will change the text as document dot get element by id. So here the h1 id name is result. So afterwards I will use the inner HTML method. So I will change the text as the selected movies. So the movie name is movie only because here you can see the movie is stored in the movie variable only. So that's it. Our program is completed. So now we will move into the Google Chrome and check the output. So this is the last program. In the news tab, I will open the new program. So here the file name is select.html. So here you can see the selected movies. So first there is nothing. So afterwards we have to get the value of this element, means movie name. So here I am changing the movie name from Joker to some other movie. So I am changing to Dark Knight. So here you can see the movie name is Joker. There is something wrong. So the movie name is not changing. There is something mistake in the code. We will rectify it. So what is the mistake? So if you see here, we have assigned the variable where movie is equal to document.getElement by id movie.value outside the function. So it will take the default value as Joker whenever you assign the variable outside. So we need to assign this variable inside the function. So copy this text and write it in the function, inside the function. So then only the output will change on the every selection is changed. So now I will press Ctrl S. Now we will move into the Google Chrome and I will refresh the page. So here you can see now I will change the movie from Joker to Iron Man. So here you can see the selected movie is Iron Man. So now I will change one more movie. So here you can see the Dark Knight. The selected movie is Dark Knight. The selected movie is Avengers. So afterwards when you go to the Joker also it will show the Joker name. So you can see the selected movie is Joker. So like this way we can get the selection list values in JavaScript. Thank you. In the next video we are going to discuss about checkboxes. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture, we have discussed about the selection list in HTML and JavaScript and how to get the selected value in JavaScript. So now in this video, we are going to discuss about input checkboxes. So how to get the value of checkboxes, whatever the boxes are checked in the HTML, and how can we display in the JavaScript. So to write this, I'm going to create a new file with name checkbox.html. So first I will create the HTML code. Sorry. So here I am changing the title from document to checkboxes. So here in the last two lectures we have, in the first lecture we did an example for programming languages, and in the selection list program we have the used example movie list. So now in this video we are going to use the example sports. So first I will write the different checkboxes. Input type is equal to checkbox. So here I will write the first input value as cricket. So we are going to use some games. So after clicking the button, the text should change whatever the games we are clicked. So here I am going to write the label as cricket only. So after that we used br tag. So now we will see the output, how it is creating the HTML tag. So in this I am going to create our file path. So here the file name is checkbox.html. So here you can see a new button is created with name cricker. So the spelling is wrong. Cricket. So like this way we will create some other sports. So in the second list I will change from cricket to football. So here also I will change from cricket to football. So I'm going to add the third sport as tennis. So here also I will change from tennis. So we are going to add the fourth name as snooker. So here also I will write this snooker. So first I will create a button. So after clicking this button, we have to get the results. What are the games we are clicked? So I will create the button. On click. So we will write the function as show games. So here the button name is show selected names. So now we will see the output. So here you can see there are 4 checkboxes: cricket, football, tennis, snooker. So after clicking this button, suppose if I am checking cricket and football, after clicking this button, here the text should display with results. The selected games are cricket and football. So if I check only cricket, the text should change. The selected games is only cricket. So this is our goal to implement in this program. So as of now, we have created only input elements and button. So now we need to create a h1 tag to display the result. h1. So here the ID is result. So now I am writing the text as the selected games are. So now we are going to JavaScript. So I'm opening script tags. So first we will open the function. So here the function name is show games. Function show games. So in this curly braces only we have to write the logic of the program. First we need to access all these input elements. Means we have to check whether these input fields are clicked with the tick button or not. So to access these input elements in the script tag, we have to use the ID property for all these inputs. id is equal to cricket. So I'm using the same id as like value cricket. Id is equal to football. Sorry. So here the for tennis the id is equal to tennis. So suppose if you want to implement this kind of code in form tags, we have to use the name. So here there is no form tags, then we need to use the id property only. So for in snooker, I will use the id as snooker. So now we are going to access these elements in the function. So I will write the all the elements where cricket equal to document dot get element by id cricket. So like this way I will repeat all the steps for remaining games. So here I am changing the sport name to cricket to football. So here also I am changing the id name to cricket to football. So here the third name is tennis. So here also the third name is tennis. So here the fourth name is snooker. So here also the fourth name is snooker. So as of now we have accessed the all the games values in the JavaScript. So now we need to find whether these games are checked or not. What are the games that have been checked? So now I am going to write the if else condition for all the things. So we will store these results data in any one array because we may select more than one game. So we cannot store the two games values in a single variable. So that's why we have to use one array. So I am using the array games list where games list is equal to empty array. Initially the array is empty. So by using if else condition we can clarify which are the games are checked and which are the games are unchecked. So now I am going to write the if else condition for all these. So if cricket dot checked. So if the cricket game is checked, then it will give the result as true. So if the cricket button is unchecked, so it will skip this code. So if the cricket button is true means checked, we have to add the cricket list to this games list. So I will write the games list dot push cricket dot value. So like this way we can repeat steps for remaining games. So I am copying this text. So afterwards we have to check the football. If football is checked, then we have to push the football to the games list. Football. So if tennis is checked, we have to push the tennis to the games list. Tennis, here also I am changing the tennis dot value. So if the last game snooker is checked, then we have to push the snooker to the games list. So here we have successfully completed the checking of all the games. So after checking all the games, we have to display the list in H1. So I am displaying the list in H1 document dot get element by id. So here the H1 id name is result. So in this result we have to display the list, games list. What are the games have been checked? So inner HTML is equal to games list. So this is our program. So if the output is correct, once again I will explain all the things in this program. So once we will check the output. So I am refreshing the page. So here you can see as of now we have not selected any game. So that's why it is checking. It is showing the selected games are. So now I am going to click one cricket and I will click this button. So I am checking cricket. So I will click this button. So there's nothing happening. There is something wrong in the code. We will check it. So what is the error? So there is no error in HTML code as we have implemented successfully. So something mistake in only JavaScript. So here it's very difficult to find the errors in JavaScript code. So we will move into the console and we will check the error. So after clicking the button, we have to get some error here. So here we can see the error, uncaught type error, read property checked. So click on this checkbox.html, it will show the line in which line the error is there. So here the error is there at if condition football. So now we will move into Google Chrome, if condition football. Football is checked, so this is successfully. So here the football document.get element by id. So here you can see we have the football spelling is wrong, so that's why it is raising error. Football, BALL, Control S. So now we will refresh the page. So now I will click the football only. So here you can see the selected list is football first. So suppose if you want to select more than one games also, it will give the result. So suppose I want to select both cricket and football. So I am checking the cricket also. So here you can see. So when you check the two cricket and football, after clicking the show selected games button, it will showing the cricket, football both. So if you want to select the one more game, snooker, it will give the snooker also. So here you can see cricket, football, snooker. So if you select 4 games also, it will give the results. Here you can see cricket, football, tennis, snooker. So you can select one game. Suppose I am unchecking the cricket, so it should show only football, tennis, snooker. So the cricket should be deleted after clicking this button. Now I am clicking this button. Here you can see cricket is deleted. So that's like this way we can get the selected values using the checking and unchecking of the input elements. So now once again I will explain all the code. So here first we have created the 4 input checkboxes with sports games. So here the games we have given is cricket, football, tennis and snooker. So for every input field we have the cricket value and ID. So here the ID is because of accessing values to display the result in the H1 tag. So we have to use both ID and value whenever we are accessing the input checkboxes. So here there is a button with on click function show games. After clicking this button, the show games function will execute. In that function only we are going to write all the actual logic of the program. So here there is a H1 tag which is used for displaying the selected games. So when it moves into the JavaScript, there is a function called show games which is executed after clicking the button. So here suppose if we check 2 games, we have to store the 2 results, mean 2 games result. So it is impossible to store 2 results in one variable. So that's why we are using the games list array. In this games list array only we are going to store all the checked games. So here for accessing the games in JavaScript, we have to use the ID property for all the input elements. So here you can see we have accessed the where cricket is equal to get element by ID. So like this we are repeated the steps for 4 games. So after accessing the elements, we need to check the property of the input field. So to checkbox, there is a special property called dot checked for checkboxes to verify whether the input field is checked or not. So if the element is checked, the if condition will be executed, means the if condition will become true. So if the element is unchecked, means it is not checked, then this console will skip this code. So like this way it will repeat up to the 4 games. So for cricket and football, tennis and snooker. So after checking all the results, it will store the selected games result in the games list, and we are printing the games list values using the H1 tag. So like this way we can use the checkboxes in the JavaScript. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back guys. In the previous lectures we have discussed about the accessing of some HTML elements in JavaScript like input fields, radio buttons, selection list and checkboxes, etc. So now in this video we are going to implement all of them. So here you can see there is a course registration form which is a student registration form. So in that there are 2 input fields with values first name and second name. So here there is a radio button which is used for selecting the gender. You can select only one, male or female. So after that we have to select the student language. So which language the student is registering. So here there are 3 options: JavaScript, Python, Ruby. So a student can select only one option. So Python, Ruby. So afterwards there is a platform in which way the student want to join in our course, either online or offline. So after clicking this register button, the HTML page show the data what we have entered. So suppose I am entering the data like first name is equal to John and the last name is equal to Walt and the gender is male and he want to register in JavaScript. So he want to learn this course using the online only. So I am clicking this register button, so it will show the all the details what we have given. So here you can see first name is John, last name is Walt, gender is male, language is JavaScript and platform is online. So like this way we can get all the data what we have entered in this form. Suppose if we change the JavaScript, I am changing the JavaScript to Ruby, so it will change here also after clicking the register button. So I am clicking the register button. See here you can see the change the language is changed from JavaScript to Ruby. So you can change the name also. Suppose I am changing the first name John to Ronaldo. So once again I am clicking the register button. So here you can see the first name is changed. First name is Ronaldo, last name is Walt, gender male, language Ruby and the platform is online. So in this video we are going to implement this program. So without any late, let's move into the Visual Studio Code. So here you can see the Visual Studio Code is open. So for this program I want to create a new file with name course registration reg.html. So first I will complete the HTML formalities. HTML. So here I am changing the title from document to course registration. So now we are going to do the HTML part first. After completing the HTML and designing part, we will move into the JavaScript. So first there are two input fields with first name and last name. So now we are going to implement that. So before that we have to implement everything in the form only, because we are working on the registration form. So first field we are having is input field with type is equal to text and placeholder is equal to first name and the ID is also first name, because we want to access this element in the JavaScript. That's why we want to give the ID first name. So afterwards there is an input field with last name also. Input type is equal to text, placeholder is equal to last name and ID is equal to last name. So after the two input fields there is a radio button with name gender. So now we will create the radio button. So to display the gender, so these two are the radio buttons, and to display these we have to write one label with name gender. So that's why first I will write the label. So without label also we can write, but it's good to write the label gender. So after that we have to give the two radio buttons. So input type is equal to radio and name is equal to gender, and for first radio button we have to give the value as male. So here I am writing the text for this input button as male. So afterwards we have to write the same for female also. I am copying this text, so I will paste for female. So these two are same, we have to change the value female and we have to change the text also female. So after radio buttons we have a selection list with the label select language. So once again I will write the label and selection list. So here I am writing the label with text select language. So there is a selection list with three options. So to access the selection list in JavaScript we have to give one ID. So here I am giving the ID as language. So now in this we have to give the three options. So the first option is JavaScript. So the text also JavaScript. And the second option is Python. Python. Text also Python. And the third option I want to add is Ruby. So here also I will add Ruby. So the selection list is also completed. Now we are going to implement the last part in the HTML checkbox. So the checkbox is having the label, platform, and it is having two checkboxes with values online and offline. So now we will implement them. Label, select platform. So in which platform the student want to learn our course, either online platform or offline platform. So first input type is equal to checkbox and value is equal to, so the first value is online. So in these days everyone is preferring to learn online only. So we want to write the text as online only for label for this input field. So I am copying the same text for offline also. So I am changing the value offline. Here also I will change from online to offline. So to access these input checkboxes in the JavaScript, we have to give ID to this. So for online checkbox, we have to give the ID as online, and for offline checkbox, we have to give the ID as offline. Sorry, ID is equal to offline. So I think now we have completed the HTML part. Once see the output. So in the next tab only I will open our developing file. So here the file name is coursesreg.html. COURSC coursesreg. Here you can see. So here our file is created successfully, but everything is added horizontally. So now we should use the break tags to get this set bottom. So for every new element I will use the break tag br. So here also I will use the break tag for radio buttons. So after language also I will use the break tag. So now we will see the output. So here you can see everything is got as expected. So now I want to add some margin. So if you observe here, there is a margin for every element. So in this also I will add some margin. So I'm opening style tag, style. So I want to add margin for every element in the HTML page. So there are three elements in this HTML page. If you observe here, input elements, label element, and select element. So there are only three elements. So input, label, and select. So for all these I want to add margin as 10, margin 10 px. So now we will see the output whether the margin is added or not. So here you can see the margin is added successfully. So if you observe the actual page, there is a title called course registration for the form. So I want to add the title now. So about the form, we want to add some h1 tag with title course registration. So that's it. Now we will see the output. So here you can see the output is as expected. There are two input fields and there is one radio button. You can select only one. So, and there is a selection list with three languages: JavaScript, Python, Ruby, and there is a platform selection checkboxes. You can select online and both online and offline. So this is our HTML part. So now we will move into the core of the program, JavaScript part. So here I am opening the JavaScript part. So first I want to access every element. So before accessing, we have to write the submit button. So if you observe here, there is a submit button. So in this project, we forgot to add submit button. So first we will add the submit button. Input type is equal to submit and value is equal to register. So after clicking this submit button, the on submit function will execute. So now we need to write the on submit function in the form. So on submit, so the function name is display, because after submitting the data we have to display the input data what we have given to the form. So display. So after this we have submitting form. So whenever you submit the form, the page will refresh. So to avoid that kind of problems, we have to use the return false. You have to use the return false in after form submission. So this is sometimes mandatory and sometimes optional. So you can use, if the page is not refreshing, you need not to write this return false. If the page is refreshing, once you click the submit, you need to write this return false. So it's not mandatory, it's optional. So it depends upon your code. So now we will move into the JavaScript. So first we will open the function with name function display. So first we will access the two input elements, where username not, it's first name. First name is equal to document dot get element by id. So the id is first name only, dot value. Because we are accessing the input elements, we need to use the value property. So I will copy this text and write the same for last element also. So here the last name is equal to document dot get element by id last name. So we have accessed the input elements. So now we need to access the radio buttons. So radio buttons can be accessed using the for loop. So afterwards we will access radio buttons. First we will complete the small elements. So after input elements, we should access these selection list. So I will write the where language is equal to document dot get element by id. So here the id is language dot value. So here we have accessed the easy elements, which are input elements, and these selection list elements. So now we will access the radio buttons. So as I said in the previous lecture only, radio buttons can be accessed using the document dot get elements by name. So get elements by name is an array. So first we need to declare an empty array where genders, because we have two genders in this project. So not only this in project, everywhere also. Genders is equal to empty array. Sorry, not empty array. First we have to initialize this element to document dot get elements by name. Get elements by name. So here you can see get elements by name. In this we have to write the name of the input field, input radio button. So here the radio button name is genders. So here you can see gender. So now we need to write this gender. So here now these genders is an array. So to get the value of the selected radio button, we have to loop through this array. So which radio button is clicked. So for this I will write the for loop for all where I equal to 0, I less than genders dot length and I plus plus. So for every iteration we have to check whether the radio button is checked or not. So here I will check if genders of I means first radio button dot checked checked. So if this condition is true, then we have to assign the gender to the any variable. So that's why I will take a new variable to store the value of the selected radio button gender. So here gender is equal to this gender equal to genders of I dot value. So whenever the condition becomes true, so whenever it will reaches the checked radio button, it will assign the that checked radio button values to this gender. Suppose if we click on the male button, so it will be assigned to the gender. If you click on the female button, the female will be assigned to the gender. So now we have accessed the genders. So now we are going to the last step, if conditions using the checkboxes. So first we need to access the checkboxes here. There are two checkboxes. The first one is online. Online is equal to document dot get element by id online. And similarly we also have offline, where offline equal to document dot get element by id offline. So here there are two checkboxes. So suppose if we checked both the checkboxes, then we need to store two results. So in a single variable we cannot store two results. That's why we need to take an array. So here I am taking a variable with array name as platforms, where platforms is equal to empty array. So after checking the checkboxes using the if condition, we have to add the elements in this array. So first I will check the online checkbox. So if online dot checked, then we need to push the online element to the platforms. So platform dot push online dot value. So if the offline is also checked, then we need to push the offline value also. If offline dot checked, then we need to push the offline value. Platforms dot push offline dot value. So as of now we got the all the values. So we got the first name value, we got the last name, we got the radio button value, and we got the selection list value, and we also got the platforms value. So now we need to print the result in any one variable, any one element in the HTML. So now I will take the element as p tag. So in this p tag only we want to display the result. So here p is the element name, id is the result. So now we need to access this element in JavaScript to display the result. So here I will access it, where result equal to document dot get element by id result. So to edit this p tag, means to display the result in this p tag, we have to use the inner HTML method. So result dot inner HTML. So now we need to print the result. So first we need to print the first name. So I will write first name equal to, so I will use the concatenation because we are using the external variable first name. So afterwards we have to use the br tag because every new statement will be printed on the next line. That's why I will use the br tag. So if you do not use br tag, it will be printed like paragraph only, so it doesn't looks good. So in the second line we have to print the last name equal to, again we have to concatenate last name. So in the third line, again br tag, we have to give the language, means selected programming language equal to, again concatenation language. So in the fourth line we have to write the gender of the registered student, gender equal to, again concatenation gender. So in the last line we have to write the platforms. So here also br tag platforms equal to, again concatenation platforms. That's it, our program is completed. So now we will move into the Google Chrome, and we will refresh the page and check the output. So I am opening Google Chrome. So here I will refresh the page. So first I will enter some values. So here we forgot to add the submit button. So where is the submit button? So here there is submit button, but it is not printed. So it's printed, but it's printed on the same line. That's why we need to use the BR tag. So the submit button should come here, not here. So that's why we use BR tag here. So here you can see the submit button got down. So first I will enter some dummy data. So John Star. So gender is male, selected language is Python. So you want to learn using course online only. So I am clicking register button. So here you can see there is no output. There is something mistake in our code. So let's find out. So once we will inspect the element. So there is no error here. So we will check the Visual Studio Code only. So where is the mistake? So there must be no mistake in HTML code. So whatever the mistakes we do, that may be in only JavaScript. So first we will check all the ID names. So first name document.get elements by ID first name. So here you can see the first name spelling is wrong here. So I have wrote the spelling wrong. Name. So I'm pressing Ctrl S. So once again I will open the Google Chrome. So I'm refreshing the page. So once again we will write some values. So Peter Lauter. So Peter Lauter is the name. So I'm writing the gender as male. So the selected language is Ruby, and he wants to learn using offline. So now I am click the register button. So here you can see we got the values. First name is equal to Peter, last name is equal to Lot, and the selected language is Ruby, and his gender is male, and he want to learn using the platform offline. So I will add the one more student data. So I will add some data like Messi. First name is Messi, and second name is Christopher. Hence last name Messi Christopher is the student name. So here the value is gender, male is gender. So I am changing the selected language from Ruby to Python. So he wants to learn both the online and offline. So he wants to take course in both online case and offline case also. So now we will see the output. I am clicking the register button. So here you can see first name is equal to Messi, last name is equal to Christopher, language is equal to Python, and gender is equal to male, and the platforms you want to learn is both online and offline. So here you can see after online there is a comma, because platforms is an array. If you see here, platforms is an array. We want to store both values. Means suppose in case of some students want to take the course online and offline also. So in that cases we have to store the two values in a single variable. So suppose if you want to store more than one value in a single variable, then we need to use the array. So this is our program. So once again I will explain program thoroughly in the HTML and JavaScript. So in the HTML we have created a form. So in this form we have two input elements. So with a name, first name and last name. So we have given these input elements IDs, first name and last name, to access in the JavaScript. So after the input elements we have a radio buttons to select the gender. So with values male and female. After the radio buttons we have a selection list, because every course is having some criteria to select any one language. So that's why we have given 3 programming languages. My student can only select only one programming language course. So the programming languages we have mentioned in the selection list are JavaScript, Python and Ruby. So after the selection list we have a platform. So while registering the course, the student should tell us that whether he want to learn the course online or offline, or he want to register in both online and offline. So that's why we have given the 2 checkboxes, online and offline. So after entering all these data, the student need to register, click on the register button. So after clicking on the register button, the submit action will take. So it will comes to the onSubmit method in the form. So after submitting the form, we have added a method called display method. So this display method will execute in the JavaScript. So here is the display method. So in this method only we are going to write the actual programming logic of this code. So here first we have accessed some input elements and the style elements using the document.getElements by id. So we can get the values directly of these input elements and selection list value. So when it comes to the checkbox case, we have to write the and we have to first initialize the checkboxes. After that we have to verify whether the input is checked or not using the if conditions. So when it comes to the radio buttons, we have to use the for loop to check which radio button is clicked. So here we have to store the results in genders because we have two genders. So with name male and female. So that's why we have taken the genders as the array. So in the genders we have assigned the document.getElements by name gender. So whenever you want to take only one input from the user among the multiple, then we need to use the radio buttons. So whenever you want to take many number of inputs from many number of checkboxes, we have to use the checkboxes only. So this is the difference between radio buttons and checkboxes. In the previous lectures only we have did some code about the radio buttons and checkboxes separately. So here this gender is used to store the value of the selected radio button. So whenever the selected radio button is found, then its value will be assigned to the gender variable. So afterwards we have platforms which is used for storing the checkboxes value. So after getting all the values, we are printing the result in the paragraph tag. So that paragraph tag is accessed in the JavaScript by using the id property which is given in the HTML with name result. So here the result is the id for the paragraph. So like this way we can access the input elements like whatever it may be a radio button, it may be checkboxes like selection list, etc. So whenever you want to working with some major projects or any user registration data, then we need to use all these type of syntaxes. Means you have to use the selection list, you have to write the radio buttons. So when you're working with any bank application form, there will be a option like account type with radio buttons, current and savings. So you can get also the selection list like country selection, and you can get some options like transaction facility, check facility, ATM facility, like with these checkboxes only. So these are mandatory for every JavaScript developer to learn about these things. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back once again. In this lecture, we are going to discuss about one of the famous JavaScript library, jQuery. So jQuery is a JavaScript library which is designed to handle browser incompatibilities and to simplify HTML DOM manipulations, event handling, animations, and Ajax. So in the further videos, we are going to discuss about animation and Ajax. So as of now, we have completed the HTML DOM manipulation and event handling in the JavaScript courses only. So now we are going to see how this can be worked in, how this can be like HTML DOM manipulation, event handling can be worked in jQuery. So jQuery is used to simplify the JavaScript syntax. The only use of the jQuery is used to, it simplifies the JavaScript syntax. So suppose consider an h1 element with the properties id and class name. Here the id is equal to a and class name is equal to b. So have given the text JavaScript jQuery as h1 text. So now we are going to see the differences between JavaScript and jQuery. How can we access the element in JavaScript and how can we access the element in jQuery? So first we will discuss about the JavaScript. So suppose if you want to access this element by using id name, we have to write document.getElement by id. In the parenthesis we have to write the id value. So in case of class name, we have to write document.getElements by class name. In the parenthesis we have to write the class name value. So in the case of tag name, the syntax is same, document.getElements by tag name. So the only last word will change in every case. So here we have to mention the tag name. Here we have used the h1 tag, that's why I mentioned h1. So now we are going to see how can we write these accessing using the jQuery. So in jQuery the syntax is very simple compared to JavaScript. So here we have to write every jQuery statement must start with dollar symbol. So here the dollar indicates document. So in JavaScript, whenever you access any element, we have to write the document. So in the jQuery also, we have to write the dollar. So dollar of parenthesis. In the parenthesis, we have to write whatever you write in the parenthesis, that should be in the double colons only. double colon or single colon, whatever it may be, you can use both. So in the double colons or single colons, we have to use the value of the property. Suppose if you are using the id, then we have to write the hash. So in css functions, I think you have learned how to use the id and class. So whenever you want to styling using id, we have to write the hash in css. Suppose you want to access, you give styling to the elements using the class names, you have to use the dot operator. So in the jQuery also the way is same. If you want to access the element using id, we have to use the hash. So if you want to access the element using the direct class name, we have to use the dot operator. So if you want to access using the direct tag name, you need not to you not to put anything, you just need to write the tag name directly. So once again I will explain. So hash is for id, dot is for class name, and for tag name you have to write just tag name only. We should not mention any extra operators or any symbols, etc. So so suppose if you want to, if you observe here, document dot get element by id, in the parenthesis we have written a. So document is dollar, get element by id is hash, here a is the value. So this is the way to compare javascript and jQuery. So now we are going to see these javascript and jQuery differences in the practical session. So let's move into Visual Studio Code. So here you can see the Visual Studio Code is open. Now I am going to create a new file with the name jQuery intro. So because this is introduction about jQuery, that's why I am naming it as jQuery intro.html. So here the new file is created. Now I am creating the HTML code. So I am removing the title document and changing it to jQuery. So first I will write the any HTML element. So every time I am writing h1, now also I will write h1 only. So I will write this is jQuery. So I will write the two attributes. The first one is id. So here the id name is a, and the class name, class equal to b. So with these two properties, id and class, now we are going to access this element in jQuery. So to write jQuery also, the syntax is stem, the starter syntax is stem. So first we need to write the script tags. So after script tags, we need to access the element using JavaScript. So as I said, to access any element in jQuery, the first step we need to write is $. So every jQuery statement must start with $. Only. After $, we need to write the parenthesis. So in that parenthesis, we need to write double colons. So in the double colons only, we have to write the property. So first we will see how to access element using id, then we will move into the class. So first we want to access this h1 element using id. So here the id is a. So to access element using id, we need to put hash. The element name is, id value is a. So here we have successfully accessed this element. So now we need to change this text. Then only we can confirm the element is accessed successfully or not. So to change HTML text or h1 text in the JavaScript, we have a method called inner HTML. So when it comes to jQuery, that inner HTML method is called as HTML only. So this is equal to inner HTML. So here the dot is same. After accessing element, we have to write the dot. So in JavaScript, we have to use the inner HTML. So in jQuery, we have to use the HTML. So here we have to write the parenthesis. So in inner HTML, we need not write the parenthesis. We have to use equal to. After equal to, we have to write the colons. So in jQuery, we have to write the HTML. In that HTML, we have to write the colons. So in this, whatever the text you write in the HTML function, that text will be assigned to this h1. So now I am changing this text to, this is JavaScript. So in the initialization, the h1 text is, this is jQuery. So by using JavaScript, we have changed the text from this is jQuery to this is JavaScript. So now I will explain, now I will execute this jQuery intro HTML in the Google Chrome. Now I am opening Google Chrome. So I am writing the file name in this URL, file path, not file name. So here the file name is jQuery intro. So this is the file name jQuery intro. Now I am going to execute it. Here you can see this is jQuery. So the initial text is not changed, we have done something wrong. Now we are going to check it what mistake we have did. So the main thing I forgot to set is to use jQuery in our project. We have to use the jQuery CDN link. So this is the first thing we should learn. So sorry, I forgot it. So now I will tell how to access it. So to use jQuery in our project, we have to use the jQuery CDN link. So to get jQuery CDN link, we have to go to Google. So in this we have to write jQuery CDN. So open W3 Schools website. In this we will get the jQuery CDN. So in this you come down. So here it is the jQuery CDN, Google CDN. So it's better version in the jQuery. So copy this text and paste it in the head tag. So without writing this jQuery CDN link, the jQuery will not be added in our project. After writing this, so whenever you are using the jQuery function, you must include the jQuery CDN link in our project. So now I am going to refresh the project. So I am going to refresh it. Here you can see this is JavaScript. So the text is changed successfully. So if you observe here, the initial text is this is jQuery. So by using jQuery, I have changed this text to this is JavaScript. The initial text is jQuery and we have changed the text to this is JavaScript. So here you can see this is JavaScript. So like this way we can access the HTML elements using jQuery. So as of now we have seen only accessing elements using ID. Now we will see the class. So to use class names, we just need to change the hash to dot. So after dot we have to mention the class name value. Here the class name value is B. So I am mentioning B. So if you execute these also, the output is same. I'm going to refresh it. So here you can see the output is same. So like this way we can access the elements using class name. So we can also access the element using tag names also. I'm replacing it as h1. So here also the output is same. Here you can see I'm refreshing it, the output is same. So if you place any other tag, it will not change. So suppose I am placing it as h2, hence the output will not change. The output will be this is jQuery only. So once we will see it, here you can see the output is not changed because the tag we have used in the HTML is h1, but with the tag we have placed in the jQuery is h2. So it's not matching. That's why the text is not changed in the h1 tag. So once again I will change it from h2 to h1. So now I will refresh the page. Now it should change. Here you can see this is JavaScript. So like this way we can access HTML elements using jQuery. So same code if you want to write in JavaScript, the syntax is document dot get element by ID. So here we have to write the hash h1. After that we need to write the dot inner HTML. So after that we have to write the colons. This is JavaScript. So here you can see the differences between jQuery and JavaScript. So when you compare both, the jQuery syntax is very simplified and it is very less. So it can be easily understandable compared to JavaScript. So whenever you are working with some major projects, it's very difficult to write these much of syntaxes. So that's why we will use jQuery in large projects. So in the next video, we are going to see how to manipulate CSS, HTML, CSS using jQuery. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture, we have discussed about the jQuery introduction and how to access the HTML elements using jQuery. So now in this video, we are going to learn how can we manipulate HTML, CSS using the jQuery. So first I will create a new file name with jQuery css.html. So I will create the simple HTML tag. So here I am changing the title from document to jQuery CSS. So first I will create some couple of HTML tags to access that in jQuery and to manipulate the CSS. So first I will create a div tag. So in that I will create one button with ID btn. So here I will write the text as click me. So after that I will write one h1 tag. This is jQuery CSS. So now we are going to access these elements in jQuery and we can manipulate the CSS. So for every element I will give one ID. So here the div ID is main div and the h1 ID is text. So now I will open the JavaScript. Script. So the first thing I forgot is first we need to mention the jQuery CD in our project. So first I will find the previous file jQuery intro. So here it is. Now I will copy this jQuery CDN link. So I will close this and I will paste it in header part. So here we have successfully placed the jQuery CD in our project. So without writing the jQuery CDN, if you execute file, it will give error. So then I will write the $. So first I will add the color to this button. So first I will access it using the ID name. So to access any HTML using ID name, we have to use the hash. So after hash we have to write the ID value. Here ID value is btn. So to change any CSS data or to add any CSS data, we have a function called CSS in jQuery. So every function having parentheses, in this parentheses only we have to write the properties and their values, CSS properties and CSS values. So here we have to write the values and properties in the curly braces. So first we have to access that button or any element. After that we have to write the CSS function. So in that CSS function we have to write the properties in curly braces. So the first property I am going to add to this button is color property. So here in the colons I have to write the property. After that I have to write this single colon. So after that I have to write the value. So here I want to give the red color to this button. So I am placing it as red. So I am pressing Ctrl S. Now we will move into Google Chrome and check it whether it is added successfully or not. So here I am writing the file path. So here we need to change the file name. So the file name is jQuery CSS. CSS.html. So if you observe here, there is one button and one h1 text. So if you observe closely this button, the text in this button is color changed to black to red. So usually the button text color is black. So by using the jQuery, we have changed the button text color to red. So like this way we can access the HTML element using jQuery and we can also manipulate using the jQuery. So now I will add the color to this h1 tag. So it's like the same way we have to access the h1 tag. So the h1 tag ID is text. So that's why we use the hash text. So after that we have to use the CSS function. So in that CSS we have to use the curly brace. So first property I am going to add to this h1 is color. So color, so I want to already we have given the red color to button. Now we will give some other color, green. So after refreshing the page, the button text color must be red and the h1 text color must be green. So I am going to refresh it. Here you can see the button text color is red and the h1 text color is green. So now I will add the background color to these two elements. So if you want to add background color to these two elements, we just need to add the background color to div. So because the both elements are present in the div only. So if you add background color to div, it will be applied to both button and h1. So now I will access the HTML element, div element using jQuery and I will add background color to it. So here the div ID name is main div. So dot CSS. So in the curly braces we have to write the property background color. Background spelling is wrong. Background color, COLOR. So after this we have to write the colons. So again we have to open the colons and write the value. So I want to add blue color to the background. So I have added successfully. Now I am going to refresh it. Here you can see the div background color is blue. So here the green color is not visible, so I will change this green color to some other color. So I will change the h1 color to pink. So I will refresh it. Here you can see it is visible now. So the button text color is red and the h1 color is pink and the div background color is blue. So we have added these styling properties using jQuery only. We have not used any JavaScript syntax and we have not used any style tags also. So all the things, all the styling that is appearing on the screen will be added only jQuery only. So not only one property, we can also add more than one property. We just need to place comma after this property and value and we can write the other property. Suppose I want to add the background color to this button. So we just need to write the property background color. Background color. So the background color for this button is, so I will change cyan. So cyan is one of the beautiful color. So now I am going to refresh it. So here you can see the button background color is changed. Background color is cyan and the button text color is red. So like this way we can add more than one property, one CSS property using jQuery. So thank you. In the next class we are going to see event listeners in jQuery. Means on click event, on change event, on key of event. So like that. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back guys. In the previous lecture we have seen how to manipulate CSS using jQuery and how to manipulate the HTML data using jQuery. Now in this video we are going to learn how to add new elements to the HTML and how to remove the elements from the HTML. Already we have seen these append child and remove child functions in the DOM manipulation. Now we are going to see the same functions using jQuery. So I have created a new file with file name jQuery append.html. So in this file only we are going to write the jQuery append and jQuery remove programs. So first I will create a simple div in the body tag. So here I will name this div as id main div. So in this, first of all I will create two h1 elements. So first h1 element. So in the same way I will create the second h1 element. Second h1 element. So now we are going to add the third h1 element using jQuery. So already we have seen that in JavaScript, but now we are going to see in jQuery. So compared to JavaScript syntax, jQuery syntax is very simple. Now we are going to see it. So first I am opening the script tags. So in this we have to write, we just need to simply write, first we have to write the parent name. So here the parent name is main div, because in this main div only the two h1 childs are placed. Now we are going to place the third h1 element in this parent div only. So that's why we have to first access this parent using the id. So to access any HTML element in the jQuery using id, we have to use the hash in double colons. So hash main div. So after this main div, we have to use append function. So append is the function used in jQuery to add any new element to the parent in the HTML. So here the parent is main div. Now we are going to add the third h1 element using this append method. So first we need to write the append method. In the parenthesis we have to write the HTML syntax in the double colons. So whatever the HTML code you write in these double colons, that will be added to this main div. So here first I will write the h1 tag only. h1 comma h1. So this is the complete h1 tag. So in this the text is third h1 tag. Third h1 tag. So once again I will explain how to add new element using jQuery. So first we have to access the parent element using any one of the property, either class name or id or any tag name. So here we have accessed it using the id. So here the parent id is main div. So after that we have a method called append in jQuery. So that append takes the string as parameter. The string is HTML code. So whatever the HTML code you written in these double colons, that will be treated as HTML and that will be added to the main div. So here we have written the h1 tag in the string. So this h1 tag will be appended to the this div, main div. So now we are going to see the output in Google Chrome. So I am opening Google Chrome. So here you can see I am entering the file path. So I am changing the file name here. The file name is jQuery append. Sorry, jQuery append.html. So I'm pressing enter. So here you can see there are three h1 elements. First h1 element, second h1 element, third h1 tag. So instead of element I have written tag. I will change the text from tag to element. So here you can see there are three h1 elements. First h1 element, second h1 element, and third h1 element. So if you observe the HTML code here, there are only two h1 elements in the main div. So we have added the third h1 element using the jQuery append method. So like this way we can add the h1 any element to the HTML content. So suppose if you want to write the same functionality in JavaScript, you have to write at least 3 lines. So jQuery, as I said in the jQuery, is used to simplify the JavaScript syntax. So like this way we can use the jQuery in many of the functionalities, replacing the JavaScript. So here we can also add more than one element only. Suppose if we added only one h1 element, so now I am going to add one p element, mean paragraph element. So here I am writing the paragraph. So any number of elements you can write in this double colon. So I will write this is paragraph. So the output must be three h1 elements, and at the bottom of the h1 elements the paragraph tag should be present. So I am going to refresh it. So here you can see this is paragraph. So these h1 element and these paragraph elements both are added using the jQuery append method. So like this way we can add the elements to the HTML using the jQuery. So compared to JavaScript, jQuery is very simplified and easy to write. So now we are going to see how to remove the elements using the jQuery. So it's also very simple. So first we have to access the element, whatever the element we want to remove. After that we have to use the remove method. So first to remove any element, first we need to access. So that's why I am giving the ID as first h1. So I am giving the ID to the second element as second h1. Second h1. So now we are going to remove these first h1 and second h1 using this jQuery. So I will write simply, so dollar, after dollar we have to access the element. The element is first h1. First h1. So here we are accessing using ID, that's why I have used hash. So after this we have to just use remove method, that's it. Remove. So remove is a function, that's why we need to use the parenthesis. So that's it, our program is completed. So now when I refresh the page, the output must be second h1 element, third h1 element, and this is paragraph, because we have removed the first h1 element using the jQuery remove method. So now I am going to refresh the page. So here you can see the first h1 element was removed. So here you can see the output, second h1 element, third h1 element, and this is paragraph. So like this way we can remove any HTML element using the property. So that property may be ID, class, name, or tag name, anything. So now we are going to replace the first name and remove the second name. So here I am removing the second h1. Second h1. So now the output must be first h1 element, after that third h1 element, and this is paragraph, because we are removing the second h1 element using the jQuery remove method. So now I am going to refresh it. So here you can see first h1 element, third h1 element, and this is paragraph. So when you compare here, when you compare to JavaScript syntax, so suppose if you want to write both append method and remove method in JavaScript, you have to write at least 5 lines. So when it compared to jQuery, here you can see it's completed within 2 lines only. So not only the lines, the understanding also very easy. The jQuery understanding also very easy for beginner compared to JavaScript. So like this way we can use jQuery in our projects. So it reduces the lines of code, and also it reduces the time. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the last two lectures, we have discussed about the Ajax introduction, Ajax syntax, and what is JSON data or JSON format. So now in this video, we are going to implement all of them. So here I am going to create a new application with the name Ajax get. So here we are going to use the Ajax get method in this application. So there is a new file created with name Ajax get method. So I am doing the HTML snippet. So I am removing the title from document and replacing it as Ajax get. So here first we need to have some dummy data to fetch the data into our application. So as of now we have studied up to the JavaScript client side only. So in the further videos we are going to see Node.js. So with the help of Node.js we can perform server side operations with the JavaScript. So as of now we do not have any database knowledge or any server side JavaScript. So that's why we have to use the any external API link for our application to get the external data. So here there is a website called JSON placeholder.tpcode.com. So in these websites we can get the dummy data with both get method and post method. So it is for only practicing purpose. It cannot be used in our real life projects. So if you come down here, there is a link called posts. So click on this post. No, not here. Here we can see that get method. So in the previous lectures only we have discussed there are two HTTP methods. The first one is get method and the second one is post method. So in these websites we can get the dummy data for both get method and post method. So here we have to click on this link posts. So here you can see this is the data what we are going to fetch in our application. So our goal is to fetch these data to our application and print it on the console. So by completing this program we have to implement that. So first copy this link. So copy this link and we have to place this link in the Ajax URL statement. So in the last lecture only we have discussed about the Ajax syntax. So in the Ajax syntax the first statement is URL. So in that URL we have to place the website link. So from which websites you are going to fetch the data or to which websites you are going to send the data. So as of now we are discussing about only get method. So here there is no need of sending any data. So to send any data we have to use database and server side scripting language. So here we have not discussed any server side scripting language as of now. So in the end of this course we have to discuss about the Node.js. So by that time we have to learn post method. So in this tutorial we are going to concentrate on only Ajax get method only. So our ultimate goal in this program is to get all these data in our application and print it on the console. This is our goal. Now we are going to implement that. So first create a button. So name the text as get data using Ajax. So here to access this button in our JavaScript or any jQuery, we have to need any property that may be ID or class name. Here I am giving the ID as get data. So after clicking this button, the data must be printed in the console. This is our goal. So now I am going to open the script tag. So here I am accessing this button using the jQuery because if you use JavaScript it's very lengthy. So that's why I am using jQuery. So here we have to access this button. So we are accessing using the ID. That's why we have to use the hash. So hash ID name. Here the ID name is get data. So here we have to use the event listener. So after clicking this button, we have to fetch the data from that website using Ajax. So we have to use the on method. So on method takes two parameters. The first parameter is event name. Here the event name is click. So after clicking this button only we have to perform the operation. So the on method second parameter is callback function. So here the callback function is this. So in this only we have to write the Ajax code. So here I am going to start the Ajax syntax. So first we have to write the dollar symbol. So to write any jQuery method, the first thing we have to do is dollar symbol. Dollar indicates the document. So after dollar we have to use the dot operator. So for only Ajax, we need to use the dot operator. To write any other method, you have see here, you can see there is no dot operator here. So for only Ajax, we have to use the dot operator. So after dot, we have to write the Ajax. So Ajax method takes one curly brace. So here you can see the curly braces are added. So in these curly braces, we have to write the 4 statements and 3 methods. So now I am going to write the first statement, URL. So here after for every statement there is a key and value. So here the URL is key and the value is what we have copied from this URL. So this is the URL. I am going to copy it. I am copied here. So now I am going to paste here. So now we have added URL successfully. So after that we have to use the type. So which type it is? No, I have already said this is the get type, because we are not sending any data to the server. We are only fetching data from the external server. So here the type is get. So the third one is data. So here the data is not required because we are not sending any data. So this data is required only whenever you want to send data to the server. So suppose you want to work with user registration. After clicking the registration button, the operation should be performed like all the input values should send to the server. So here we are not sending any data. So that's why I am removing this. So in place of data, I am writing the data type. So here the data type is the JSON, because we are fetching that post data. Here this data is post data. We are getting these post data using the JSON format only. So that's why I am writing the data type as JSON. So here we have implemented these 3 statements successfully. So from this we have to write the callback function. So the first callback function is success. So here you can see. So success is a function. So it will take one parameter, that is response. So whenever we have implemented our JSON success Java Ajax successfully, it will send the data from the server. So here the data is in the response only. So here we have to print the response in console. Response. So the second callback function is error. So if there is a error in our Ajax application, so it will send the error for us. So error is also a function. So function. So it will take one parameter, error. So here also I am printing the error in console only. So the third callback function is always. So it will execute always. So we need not to write, but as per the syntax rule, we have to write. So without writing success also, the application will execute only. So for your convenience, I will write always. Here also function. So here we need not to write any statements in this. So this is the syntax of Ajax. So first I will execute this program. So if the data gets successfully, so once again I will explain this, or else if there is any error, so we will check it. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So before going into the Google Chrome, we have forget to add this jQuery CDN link. So Ajax is also a jQuery method. So without jQuery CDN, Ajax will also not work. So I am copying the jQuery CDN link from the previous jQuery programs. So here there is the link. Now I am going to copy it. So here you can paste it in the head part. So here I have successfully pasted the jQuery CDN link. So once again I am telling Ajax is also a part of jQuery. So without jQuery CDN link, Ajax will not work. So here we have implemented the program successfully. Now I am going to open Google Chrome. So here I am opening the file. So here the file name is, what is the file name? Ajax get. Ajax get.html. So here you can see there is a button with get data using Ajax. So after clicking this button, the data will be printed. Whatever the error or response, whatever the data may be, it will be printed on the console. So that's why I'm opening console. So after clicking this button, there should be something change in this blank white space. Now I'm going to click it. So here you can see the data fetched successfully. Here there are 100 results, 100 objects. So this is an array. So if you observe here, there are total 100 objects here. So if you observe here, there are total 100. So this is the data what we have fetched using the Ajax. So if you observe here, that ID is 100. So the ID started from 0, 1. So ID started from 1 and ended with 100. So if you observe here also, there are 100 objects in our array. So the group of JSON objects is known as array, JSON array. So here we have fetched the JSON array successfully. So I will show what type of error it will raise, suppose if you change this application. So suppose if there is any URL error, suppose I am changing the URL. So here the actual URL is POSTS. So I am removing S from this. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So now we will refresh this. So after clicking this button, there must be an error which is from red color. So here you can see get. This is an error. If you click on this, the URL is wrong, error 404, because URL not found. So if you write the type, if you write the type mistake also, it will raise the error. Suppose we hear that correct type is get method. Suppose if you want to write GETT, here the method is wrong because get spelling is GET. So suppose if you execute it, the error will be. So I am clicking on this button. So here you can see there is an error. So if everything is correct only, it will fetch the data. So if there is any error in our Ajax application, it will raise the errors like this. So I am removed all the errors. Now the data is correct only. Now I am going to refresh it. So now I am clicking the button. So here you can see there is an array of 100 objects. So here the 100 is the array length. So like this way we can fetch the data using Ajax from the external server. So we can also send using the post method, but to send any data to the external server, we must have some good knowledge about server-side programming language like Node.js or PHP or Django. So by the end of this course, I am going to teach you the Node.js also. So in the tutorial, we are going to learn how to implement post method in Ajax and how to use JavaScript with the server-side programming. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the last two lectures, we have learned about Ajax, Ajax syntax and Ajax implementation. So now in this video, we are going to learn JSON. So JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. So whenever you want to communicate with the server, we need to send the data to the server or we need to receive the data from the server. So in the both cases, the data must be in JSON format only. So that's why we are going to learn what is JSON and the JSON format, or representing the data in JSON. So as I said, JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. So as we have discussed in the JavaScript basics only, what about objects? So object is a user defined data type or nothing, or it is an instance of class. So JSON is also similar to the objects, but somewhat advanced to the JavaScript object. So now we are going to see how to implement a JSON. So first we have to use var keyword. So after that we have to use the any variable name. So here I am going to use the language. So here the language is the variable. So now we are going to implement the JSON data for this language variable. So listen very carefully. This is JSON lesson is very important compared to all other lectures in this entire course, because when we are working with any major projects, the data we have to handle that must be in the JSON only. So that's why it is very important. So we'll back to the tutorial. So here I have declared a variable with variable name language. So here I'm equal to, so in these curly braces only we have to write the JSON data. So in the JSON data, it will take anything, like it will take arrays, it will take functions, it will take nested objects. So here the language is also a object. So also we can declare the objects inside this language. So here we will see it how it is possible. So first the language must having the properties are name. So every language is having a name. So that's why I'm writing the first property as name. So here name is the key and the value is, I will write as JavaScript. So after the name, we have to write some uses. So what is the uses of JavaScript? So the uses must be array, because there are plenty of uses of JavaScript. So that's why we have to use the array. So to use array, we have to use the bracket. So in these brackets, we have to write the uses of array. So I am writing web development, and one more use is Android, and one more use is embedded systems, embedded. So like this way, there are many uses of JavaScript. Here I have written only 3 uses. So if you want to write more than one value to any variable, then we have to use the array. So here uses is the array. So now we are going to write the third property. So the third property is frameworks. Frameworks. As you know, JavaScript has plenty of frameworks compared to any other language like Python, PHP, or etc. So here for every framework we have a name and some developed by. Suppose if you have a framework is React, then the next property is developed by. React is developed by Facebook. So for every framework we have to use the 2 properties. So whenever you want to use more than one property, then we need to use the nested objects. So here we have to use the nested objects for this framework. So how can we use nested objects in the object? So simple. Here we have to use the curly braces only. So in these curly braces, as like the previous object, we have to write the properties. So here the first property of the framework is fname, means framework name. So here the first framework name is React. So the second the framework developed by properties. So here every framework is having 2 properties. The first property is fname and the second property is developed by. Developed by. So here I am writing colon. In this I am writing the value. React is developed by Facebook. That's why I am writing the value as Facebook. So if you observe here, we have implemented this framework like object, but we have the number of frameworks in the JavaScript. So whenever you want to use more than one objects, we have to use the JSON array. So the JSON array is in the form of array. In this array, we have to write the objects separated by commas. So here the first object is React and we have to write the second object. So to write the second object, you have to write the comma after the first object. So then we need to write one more curly braces. In this we have to define the second object of this framework. Here the second object is fname. Fname. So the second object name is Angular. So here the second object is also having the 2 parameters. So the first one is fname and the second one is developed by. So here Angular is developed by Google. So I'm pressing Ctrl S. So this is the way of declaring any JSON. So this is not mandatory. In our case, every language is having one name and some array of uses, because every language is having plenty of uses. That's why we have to use the array. So every language is having some framework. In that framework, every framework is having many properties like developed by release date or name. So here we have taken only 2 properties for every framework. So we have number of frameworks. That's why I have used the array. So whenever you want to use more than one value to any variable, then we have to use the array only. So here we have used the array of objects. So in this array, there are 2 objects. The first object is React framework and the second object is Angular framework. So here the first object is having the 2 properties, fname and developed by. Fname is the property and developed by is the second property. So here the React and Facebook are the values. So here when it comes to the second property, second object also, it is having the 2 properties, fname and developed by. Fname means framework name. So here the second object fname is developed by Angular, means Angular is developed by Google. So like this way we can initialize the JSON data. So here we have successfully initialized the data. So now we will print this language in console. Then we will understand how this data will be represented in the page. So I am printing this data in console. So console.log language. So now I am opening Google Chrome. So here you can see I have already written the file name json.html. So now I am refreshing it. So now we will move into the console. So here there is an error, language is not defined. So what is the error? language, Langaug. See, sorry, here we have written the spelling wrong. UAG. So I'm pressing Ctrl S. Now we'll move it to the console back. So here you can see the object is printed on the console. So click on this. So it will give the JSON format. So here the JSON is having one nested object and one name property and one array. So here the users is the array. In that array there are three elements, means three values. So that's why it is representing as array length 3. So if you go up, there is a single line property. Here name is JavaScript. So here you can see frameworks. So here the frameworks is an array. Here you can see this framework is an array which is consisting of two elements. So here these two are the objects. So frameworks is the array of objects. It's consisting two objects. That's why it is called as JSON array. So these two objects contains two properties. The first property is developed by and the second property is fname. So here developed by is Facebook and framework name is React. So when it comes to the second object, here the framework name is Angular and developed by is Google. So like this way we can create the JSON data and we can fetch the JSON data in the console.log. So if you do not understand, don't worry, while doing project I will explain one more time. So it is JSON data is very difficult to understand. So while doing projects only you will get the complete understanding. So now I will tell how to access the particular object in this JSON data. Suppose if you want to access these uses only. So if you want to access these web, Android, embedded. So if you want to print these three values on the screen, then we have to use the dot operator. So whenever you want to move forward into the JSON data, we have to use the dot operator. So first we have initialize the JSON variable. So after that we have to move into the JSON data. Suppose if you want to move into these curly braces, we have to use the dot operator. So that's why I'm writing dot. So every curly brace is like a dot. So language dot name. It will give the result as JavaScript. Sorry. So I'm pressing Ctrl S. So now the expected output in the console must be JavaScript. So now I'm refreshing it. So here you can see JavaScript. So whenever you want to move into these curly braces, we have to use the dot operator for every curly brace. So now I want to print these three values, web, Android, embedded. So we just need to replace the name with uses because there is only one curly brace. That's why we have to use the one dot. So here I am replacing the name with uses. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So now I will refresh it. The expected output must be array with values web, Android and embedded because we are fetching only array elements. Language dot uses. We are not fetching total JSON data. We are only fetching the part of JSON data uses. So now I am refresh it. So here you can see the array length is 3. The array elements are web, Android, embedded. So now we are going to see how to fetch the nested objects. So here the framework is the nested objects because it is containing objects inside it. So whenever there is an object inside the object, then it is called nested objects. So here the framework is nested object. So now we want to get the values of the first objects in this framework. So then we need to write. So here first we are moving into the first curly brace, means language. So first we need to, So first we need to move to these frameworks. So language dot framework. So here the frameworks is array of objects. Before the objects, framework is an array consisting of multiple objects. So first we will find the length of this framework. So it will give how many objects is present in the framework. Suppose I will write the frameworks dot length. So the expected output must be, as you know, there are only two objects in this framework. So that's why I will give the output as 2. Now I will go to the console. So here you can see the output 2. So now we will see how to fetch the values in this framework object. So as I said, framework is an array. So whenever you want to fetch the values from the array, we have to use the index. So not only in JSON, wherever it may be, whenever you want to fetch array values, we have to use the index only. So here framework is an array. Suppose if you want to fetch the value of the first framework, means first object, we have to use the of 0. Because framework is an array, here the 0 indicates the first objects in the framework. Because first object is the 0, your array index start with 0 only. So now the expected output must be this first object, React object, and developed by Facebook. So now we will move into the Google Chrome console. So I will refresh it. Before refresh only, we will expect some output. So the output must be React and developed by Facebook. So I will refresh it. So here you can see fname React developed by Facebook, because we are printing the array element with index 0. Here the array element with index 0 is first object. Suppose if you want to print the second object, we have to replace this 0 with 1. Simple. So now the expected output is Angular developed by Google. Now once again I will tell. So here you can see fname Angular developed by Google. Suppose if you want to find the framework name of second object, we just have to write the dot operator once again, because we are moving the one more curly braces. So up to now we have only used one curly braces framework. So now we are using the dot operator, because here there is another curly brace. So while writing the query, you have to use, if there are two curly braces in the JSON, we have to use the two dots. So here one dot is completed. Now we are going to write the second dot, because we are moving into the first object. First object is opened by curly brace. So that's why we have to write the curly brace only. So here the dot fname. So once I will tell this query meaning. Suppose here this is the language. Language means the complete JSON data. In this language, we are moving into the framework. So framework is one of the property of the language. So framework is an array. So whenever you want to fetch the element from the array, we have to use the index. So here we are fetching the one index. So in the frameworks, the first index object is this Angular and developed by Google. So in this object, we are fetching only the fname. So here we have written only dot fname. So it will give the output as Angular. So now we will check. So I am refreshing the page. The output must be Angular. So here you can see the output is Angular. So like this way we can perform the operations on JSON. So it's very difficult to understand JSON at the first time. So while explaining the project, I will explain the JSON data very briefly while working with API. So once again I will explain now only. So here the JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. So this is the third time I am explaining, because JSON is very important compared to all other topics in this entire course. So I am telling twice. So I will explain once again. So here the language is the JSON variable. So here for every JSON variable we have properties and values. So property must be string only, and the value must be anything. It may be another object, it may be a string, it may be integer, or it may be an array, anything. So here the name is the normal value. That's why we are used the string. So JavaScript is the string. So here uses. So every language is having more than one use. That's why we have to use the array. So in this array we have to write the values. So every value must be separated by the comma in the array. So here the first value is web, second value is Android, and third value is embedded. So when it comes to the framework, every framework is an object, because every framework is having more than two properties. So if users is having only one property, name. So first use name is web, second use name is Android, third use name is embedded. That's why we have used the direct simple array. So when it comes to framework, every framework is having two properties. That's why we have to use the object. So keep it in mind, whenever you want to use the two properties for one element, we have to use the object. So this is the main use of objects. If you want to use two properties for one element, so in this case we have to use the object. So here the framework is the array, so consisting of different objects. So every object is having two properties. Fname means framework name. So and developed by, here the fname is React, developed by Facebook. When it comes to the second object, here also in the JSON array also, every object is separated by the comma only. So here the second object name is fname Angular and developed by Google. So like this way we can declare the JSON data, and to fetch the JSON data we need to use the dot operator whenever we want to move forward into the JSON data. So if you want to fetch complete JSON data, we should not use any dot operator. We have to use just language. So I will refresh the page, you can understand. It will give the complete JSON data. Here you can see it will give the total JSON data. It will also give the frameworks, entire thing. Suppose if you want to print only framework, we have to use the dot operator, because we are moving into the curly brace. So whenever you want to move inside the curly brace, we have to use the dot operator. So here we are moving inside the curly brace, that's why we have to use the dot operator frameworks. So it will give the frameworks details only. It will not give any name details or uses. It will give only frameworks. So now I will refresh it. So here you can see the output. It will give only framework. So the first framework is with index 0 value fname React and developed by Facebook. So when it comes to index 1, the framework name is Angular and developed by Google. So keep it in mind, whenever you want to move forward into the curly brace, we have to use the dot operator. This is very important while fetching the data from the JSON. So thank you. In the next video, we are going to implement our Ajax using projects only. We are going to develop some Ajax projects. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In this video, we are going to implement our second project in this course. So this the project name is JS Meals. So we are going to build this project using jQuery, Ajax and Bootstrap. So in the last few lectures, we have discussed about jQuery and Ajax. So now we are going to implement all the jQuery features in this project, and we are also getting these data, these items data using the Ajax. So if you observe here, the project contains, so in the top of the page, we have a beautiful Bootstrap navbar. So in the bottom of the navbar, we have some meals. So like some breakfast meals, something like that. So in the bottom of the page, we have a footer, which is designed and developed by Tag. So we are developing this application using the complete jQuery only. We are not at all writing complete, at least one JavaScript syntax also. So we are developing complete in the jQuery syntax only. So this project is also mobile friendly. So if you see this in mobile friendly, it will change from web application to mobile application. Here you can see, if you click on this toggle, the navbar will come. So if you scroll down, every item will be added in the next row only. So when you see it in desktop view, it will be display 3 items for every row. So when it goes to the mobile view, it displays only 1 item per row. So this responsiveness is added using the Bootstrap. So without any late, let's move into the Visual Studio Code and start the project. So here the Visual Studio Code is open. So now we are going to create a new file with name meals. So this is our project name, meals.html. So in this file only we are going to create this project. So here first I will create the simple HTML snippet. So here I am changing the title from document to JS Meals. This is our project title. So before writing any code in the body, first we have to add some CDN links, because we are using the jQuery and Bootstrap. So to use Bootstrap and jQuery in our project, we must use the CDN links in the head. So first we will copy the jQuery link, CDN link from the previous jQuery files. So here the jQuery CDN link. So now I am copying this jQuery. So copy. So here I am copying it. So in this application, we are also using Bootstrap for styling. So to use Bootstrap in our filing, please go to the Bootstrap website and copy the CDN links for Bootstrap. So here we have to copy this first CSS CDN. Here you can see CSS only. So but in this project, we are also using the Bootstrap JS files also. So first copy the CDN link. So paste it in below the jQuery CDN. So after that, copy the Bootstrap the jQuery CDN links, Bootstrap JS CDN links. So copy it and paste it in the jQuery below. So every time when you are adding any external CDN links, first you have to place the JS related links. After that only we have to place the CDNs for CSS files. So here the style sheet is the CDN related, CSS related. So that's why we have to place the bottom of the JS files. So here both the jQuery and these Bootstrap JS are related to JavaScript files, JavaScript links. So every time we need to place the JavaScript links at top of the page. So these style sheet links should be placed in the bottom of the JavaScript. So here we have successfully added all the CDN links which are necessary for our project. So now we are moving into the body section. So the first thing we have to create is navbar. So here you can see there is a navbar which consists of the header. So here there is a project title in the navbar, and we have the 3 anchor tag elements: home, order and contact us. So in the first thing we are going to design it. So first go to the Bootstrap website and copy the navbar snippet. So here this is Bootstrap. So click on the get started. So after that click on the components. So if you click on the components, here there will be a navbar. So click on navbar. So scroll down here and click on this Bootstrap nav. So copy this entire area. Here you can see this. So copy this and paste it in the HTML. So I am pasting it. So Control S. Now we are going into the Google Chrome and see what it is given output. So I am writing the file path here. So I am changing the title. So here our file name is jsmeals. Sorry, meals.html. So here you can see the Bootstrap navbar is added successfully. So now we need to change this Bootstrap navbar from this to this. So if you observe here, the first thing we need to change is the background color. So in our project, the background color is black. So first thing we need to change is the navbar background color. So to change the navbar background color, we have to change these two things, navbar light and bg light. We have to change the two things to navbar dark and bg dark. Navbar dark and bg dark. So Control S. Now I am refreshing the page. So here you can see the navbar color, background color is changed from white to black. So now we need to place these anchor tag elements in the center of the navbar. So if you observe here, these navbar elements are placed in the center of the navbar. So now we are going to implement the same feature in this project. So to apply that thing, first we need to change the here. So here the UL elements. So in these UL elements only we have these anchor tags. So here we have to add the MX auto class. MX auto means that elements will be placed in the center. If you write MR auto, that elements will be placed at the right. If you write ML auto, that elements will be placed in the left. So X means middle. So that's why I have written X for the UL elements. So all the UL elements will be placed in the center of the navbar. So I am refreshing it. So here you can see the UL elements are placed at the center of the navbar. So now we need to change the text of these elements. So here I am going to change the text. So first thing I will change is this navbar. So here in this I have to write the project title. So the project title is JS Meals. So here I will remove one element because in the project we are using only 3 anchor tag elements. So the first element is home. So here we need not to change it, it is already home only. So in the second we need to write futures, not futures. So if you observe here, the second anchor tag element is order and the third anchor tag element is contact us. So now we are going to write the same. So the second element is order and the third element is contact us. So this is not mandatory to implement navbar like this only. So for my convenience, I am using Bootstrap navbar. So if you have good knowledge in CSS, you can define all the stylings using your CSS knowledge only. So if I tell this project using CSS, it will take around 2 hours. So that's why I am using Bootstrap styling for this project. So here I will refresh the page now. So here you can see the exact navbar is applied. So project title JS Meals. So here the first anchor tag element is home, second anchor tag element is order, and the third anchor tag element is contact. So here we have implemented the first section successfully, which is header part. So now we are moving into the body part. So if you observe here, there are some list of meals which have arranged in columns, means rows and columns. So for every row we have 3 columns. In that columns only the item is added. So for this we have to use the Bootstrap grid system. So first we need to implement the row. So after that we have to add the items in using columns. So here there are 3 items per row, means for every 4 columns we have added 1 item. So 4 into 3 is equal to 12. So Bootstrap grid system contains 12 columns. So for every 4 columns we have to add 1 item. So then it will be 3 items per row. So first I will implement the bootstrap row in the body section. So I will create a new section with name meals, section for that. So here I will write the class as container, because if you write container fluid, it will take whole area. So if you write only container, it will add some margin at the right of the page and the left of the page, and all elements will be arranged in the center. So that's why I will use the class container. So here I am not explaining any bootstrap class. As I already said, you must have some basic bootstrap knowledge to understand this project. So after container, we have to add the row. Div class row. So in this class only we are going to add all our meals items using the jQuery Ajax. So to access these meals element, meals div in Ajax or jQuery, we have to use any one accessing property. So like name, ID, etc. So I am using ID property for that. So here ID is equal to meals. So here the body part is completed. So here in this row only we are going to add our all meals using jQuery and Ajax. So now we will move into the jQuery and Ajax part. So here I am opening the script tag. So the first thing we need to do is fetch the API data, means these items data from the URL. So here I have used the URL. So now I will show the link, in which link you are getting these details. So please open Google and type GitHub public API. So if you click on the first link, you will get many number of free APIs. Means we need not to pay anything. We can use it for our practice projects purpose. So here we are using the food related API. That's why we have to click the food and drinks. So after food and drinks, we have to press this meal DB. So we are using the meals DB only. So click this. So after clicking this, come down. So here you can see these Canadian. These API we are using to fetch the details from the external API. So copy this link and paste it in the Ajax URL. So I am giving this link in the description. You need not to go to these websites. So I will give the link in the description only. You can copy and you can directly use it in your project. So this is the external API, because we are not using any database or any server side scripting language for our project. That's why we are using this free API to understand jQuery and Ajax get method. So here we are not using the post method, because we are not sending any data. We are only fetching data from this API. So if you copy this link and paste it in the URL, it will give the API data. So here you can see this is the data what we are fetching. So if you observe here, there is a name. So for every item there is a name and image tag. So if you observe here also there is a name. So behavior tiles. If you observe here behavior tiles. So after this there is a image URL. So by that we are using the image URL using the image tag. So we are placing this image URL in image src tag. So it will be displayed like this. So instead of saying, it will be good to implement practical only. So this is the API link for our project. So I will give this link in description. You have to copy and paste it in your Ajax URL. So I am removing these two URLs. So copy this link and remove these two. So first now we are going to add Ajax method in our project. So first I am writing $. After that dot operator Ajax. So Ajax takes one object as parameter. In that object we have 7 things. So 4 statements and 3 callback functions. As I said in the previous lecture only, how to fetch data from Ajax using Ajax get method. So first parameter is URL. So here our URL is already, I showed the what is URL. I am copying it. So this is the URL. From this URL only we are going to fetch the items data. So the second is type. So here we are not sending any data. That's why we have to use the type as get. So whenever you want to use post data, you must know PHP or Node.js to work with post method. So before the end of this tutorial, I will include the Node.js crash course also. So in that tutorials, we are going to implement the Ajax post method also, as I said in the previous lecture also. So now we are going to write the type as get. So after that, comma. So here data is empty because we are not sending any data. That's why we need not to use data. That's why I'm writing data type. So what type of data you are expecting from the server? So here we are expecting JSON data. So JSON. So these are the three statements which are we using in Ajax. So now we will move into the callback functions. So the first callback function is success. So whenever our Ajax request is success, then it will send some response using JSON data. So the response parameter, response. So this is the callback function. So here first we will print the response in the console. If the response came successfully, then we will write the HTML code for that. So first we will confirm whether the request is success or not. So that's why I will print the response in console. Response. So the second callback function is error. So as like success only, we have also callback function with parameter error. So if there is error also, we have to print that error in console. CL error. So the third callback function is always. It's not mandatory, it's optional. So even though I'm using it, always callback function. So here I am not writing any definition for that, we're just declaring this always function. So now we will refresh the page and check whether the data is fetched successfully or not. So here I am refreshing the page. So now we will go to the console to check whether the data is came or not. So here you can see the data is came successfully. Here there is an object with values. So here there are 13 meals objects. Here the meals is an array. So in that array there are 13 objects. So in the previous lectures only we have discussed about the JSON and JSON array, JSON object. So in this project we are going to use all the tutorial concepts only. So here there is an array called meals. So in that array there are 13 JSON objects. So now we are going to loop through this JSON array. So for every iteration we have to print the div with like this. So for every iteration we have to print this HTML data. So now we are going to see how to add the new HTML div for every iteration. So in the jQuery append tutorial only I have said how to add a new element using jQuery. So now we are going to use jQuery append method to add these items in our project. So using this list. So first we will see the length of the array. So we have to write all the code in the success function only, because if the Ajax request is success only, then we have to fetch the details in our project. So if there is any error, we have to print the error in console. So now I will remove this console and I will write the array length. So to find the array length, we have to use, I will use close console.log. So first we will find the length of the array. So to find the length of the array, here the response is response dot. So as I said in the previous lecture only, here this is the array name. Meals is the array name and these are the 13 values, means objects present in that array. So whenever you want to work with array, we have to use the array name as meals. So as of now, we have to find the length of the array. So that's why we have to use the length as response dot meals dot length. I'm pressing Ctrl S. So now we will see how many elements are present in this. So I'm refreshing it. So here you can see the answer is 13. So there are 13 objects in this array, means there are 13 meal items like this. So now we are going to loop through these 13 meal items. So for every meal item, we have to append these items to the row. So for 13 elements, we have to append the 13 items. So now we are going to append everything to this row. So in this row only, we are going to add the items using the columns. So first thing I will do is, first I will loop through the all elements using for loop. For all, where I equal to 0, I less than response dot meals dot length. So because we have to iterate until the array length, so that's why I've used the meals dot length. So I plus plus. So in this iteration only, we have to append the values to the row. Means we have to add the items to the row. So the first thing we need to do is create a new div for every iteration. So to create a new div for iteration, we have to create the div inside the loop. So here I am creating a new div with name meal, new meal, new meal. So this is the HTML data of the every new iteration. So we have to write these data in the colons, because in the jQuery append method in the few last I think in the last 2 or 3 lectures only we have seen the jQuery append method. So whatever the data you add in the jQuery append method, that needs to be in the double colons. So that's why we have to use the new meal is in the double colons only. So in these double colons we have to write the HTML data. So we have to add the data using the columns, bootstrap columns. So for every row we have to add 3 items, means we have to divide the row into 3 items. So for every item we will get 4 columns, because bootstrap row contains 12 columns. So we want to put 3 items in every row, means every item contains 4 columns. So that's why we will name the div as, so first we will create the div tag, div. So here I will write the end tag, div. So here I am writing the class name for this div as call md4, because for every 4 columns we have adding one new item or meal. So here that's why I am naming it as call md4. So in this div only we are going to add the item name and item image. So first thing is item name. So to add item name I am using the p tag, paragraph tag, p p. So in this we have to write the value. So to write these values in this we have to use the concatenation operator, because if you write something like response dot meals dot length, the same thing will be printed in these columns. So that's why we have to use the concatenation operator, because we are using the external variable value. So whenever you want to use external variable value in the strings, we have to use the concatenation plus operator. So I am writing plus operator. So in this we have to write the name, means this item name. So to get the item names we have to write response dot meals of I, because we are iterating through the items. So we have to write the I of str meal. So I have written this str meal because we have, if you observe that JSON data here where it is. So I'm opening once again the JSON data. So if you observe here, to get the item name we have to use the key as str meal. So if you use this key only, you will get the value as these behavior tiles. So that's why we have to use the str meal key to get the every item name. So to get the image URL, we have to use the str meal thumb. So we are using these 2 properties for every meal. So we have used the str meal successfully. So after the p tag, means after the paragraph meal name, we have to add the image. So to add the image we have to use the img tag. So here I am using the img tag, img. So in the img we have to add the data using the src. So here src equal to, so again we have to use the concatenation operator, because we are adding the URL using the external variable, means these variables only. So that's why we have to use the concatenation operator. So I am writing plus plus. So in this we have to write the image URL. So response dot meals of I dot str meal thumb. So if the line is not appearing on the screen, we just need to go to the view and click on toggle word wrap, so it will come down. So like this way it will come down. So like this way, for every iteration we have to create the new div. So the every new div contains the element name, means meal's name, and meal image. So for every iteration we have to add the new meal to the row. So that's why I will write, first we have to access the row element. So here the row is meals, so the row id is meals. So in for this parent only we have to add the child. So I will access this using id meals dot append. So here we have to append this new meal for every iteration. So I am writing new meal. So that's it. So we will refresh the page. If the output comes, then I will explain how it gonna be work. So I'm going to refresh the page. So here you can see we got the name successfully, but there is a mistake in the image tag. So if you observe here, we got the meal successfully, behavior tails, breakfast potatoes, and Canadian butter tarts. So we got the meal's name successfully. So if you observe here also, the names are same. But there is something mistake in the image. So now we are going to find it, what mistake we have did. So here there is a div in that the class name is column_d4. In the p tag we have written the meal title. In the image tag we have written the image URL response.meals of I dot. So here is the mistake. So to get the image URL we have to use the str meal thumb. So here we have not mentioned B here. So I am mentioning B. So I am pressing Ctrl S. Now I will refresh the page. So here you can see we got data successfully. So for every row we have three items. So 3 items, the item contains item name and image. Here also the item contain item name and item image. So don't compare these both. So here we are going to add the styling for this project afterwards. So the data, as of now, we have to consider only on this data, whether the data is fetched successfully to our project or not. So here the data is fetched successfully. So if you observe here, there are 13 items total. So now we are going to add some styling to this body section. So first we will decrease the size of the image. So it's looking very ugly. So first thing I will do is, so I will decrease the size of the image. So I will open style tag. So for img, I will decrease the height as height 300 px only. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see it looking much better. So for every item the height is 300 only. Image height is 300 only. So if you observe here, the header means the meal name is bold. So that's why I will add bold styling for the paragraph. So for P I will add the font weight as bold, F weight. So instead of normal I will write bold. So once again I will refresh the page. So here you can see the item title is in the bold. So now we are going to add some margin between the navbar and body section. So it's looking very tight. So we have to add some margin to this body and navbar. So if you observe here, there is some gap between the navbar and body section. So here also I am going to add the margin. So to add the margin using the bootstrap, we have to write the M. So for bootstrap row, I am writing MT5, means margin top 50. Of course, we can also declare using the style. So to decrease the developing time, I am using the bootstrap classes. MT5 means margin top 5. So for this div, the margin top will be 50. So I am pressing Ctrl S. Now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the elements got down. So now I want to, so if you observe the actual project, the element means the meal name is placed at the center of the item. So here also I want the same thing. I want this item title at the center of the item. So to get the thing, we have to use the text center class for the div. So here we have to use the text center. So whatever the elements in this div, that will be added center only. So I'm using class text center. So now I will refresh the page once again. So here you can see the elements added successfully. Elements title added at the center horizontally. So now we are going to add the footer of the page. So if you observe here, there is some border radius for image, so it looking good. So if the image is rectangle, it's looking something very koncham sorry something bad. So I will use the corner radius for the images, so it looks very good. So here I will add the corner radius, border radius. So I will add the border radius as 5 px. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see it looks much better before. So as of now, we have implemented the body section successfully and navbar section successfully. So now we are going to add the last part, footer part. So to add the footer, I will go to the HTML body part. So after this section, I am going to add the footer. So in this footer, we have 2 elements, means 2 paragraphs. So first paragraph is designed and developed by. So before this, we have to write the name. I will write my name only, Satya Prakash Reddy .k. So this is my name. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the items added successfully but not expectedly. So if you observe the actual project, the items placed at the center. So here the items are placed at the left side of the page. So now we are going to bring these items to the center. So to bring these items to the center, we have to use the class name as text center. Text center for the parent div, parent element. So if you write the text center for here, so only these p tag will be center. So that's why I'm writing the parent element for the, so I'm writing the text center for the parent element. So whatever the elements present in this footer, that will be centered horizontally. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the elements are added at the center. So now we are going to add some background color to this footer. So now I will add background color to the footer using style. So footer, so background color. So I will use not exactly black. So I'll use some this color. So now we will check the output. So here you can see the background color and the color of the paragraphs are like same now. So now I will change the colors in this paragraph color to the white only. So here I am changing the color for this footer is white. So background color is like red. So the color of the elements, means the color of the h1 tag or p1 tag, that will be changed to white. So here you can see the color is white. So now I will add some padding to this footer so it looks better. So P20, padding 20. So Control S. So here you can see the background is changed successfully and we have added the 2 tags. So the padding is also added successfully. So if you observe here, the last item of these meals is attached to this footer. So to avoid these kind of problems, we have to use the margin. So I will use the margin for this footer. So here I will write MT5, means margin top 5. So I will refresh the page. So here you can see the margin is added successfully. So once again I will explain whole project. First I will explain this project in the Chrome only. So here there is a nav bar. So at the top of the page there is a nav bar. It contains the project title JS meals, and in the center of the nav bar we have three elements which does nothing. So if you click on this, there is no order page or there is no contact page. That's why it does nothing. So we have, as of now we have developed only one page. So after navbar, there is a body section. In that body section, we have fetched the items using the external API link. So this is the external API. So we have not learned any external, means not any server side scripting language or any database. That's why we have not included these items in our project. So that's why we are fetched from external link. So this is the free API link. We can use it in anywhere in our personal projects. So we have fetched the items using the link, and we have added using the bootstrap grid system. So first I have created a bootstrap row. So for every iteration, means for every item I have created a new div with 4 columns. So bootstrap grid system contains total 12 columns. So for every 4 columns I have added one div. So that div contains the item name and item image. So like this way I have added 13 elements using the external API link. So at the bottom of the page we have added a beautiful footer which contains designed and developed by tag. So now I will explain the same thing in Visual Studio Code using the program. So if you observe here, first the body tags must start with the navbar only, because at the top of the page we have navbar. So this is bootstrap navbar. You can copy it from the bootstrap, or you can implement your own navbar by using the custom CSS styling. So after the navbar there is a body section, means the item section. So here I have used the container class. If I use container fluid class, so here once I will tell what is the output if I use container fluid. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So here you can see this is the output if you use container fluid. The items will be added at the from starting of the page. So if I use container, it will be added at the center of the page. So you can use both container and container fluid. So I like container compared to container fluid. That's why I have used container. So after that we have to add a row. So in that row only we are going to fetch all our items using the columns, and we are going to add the items in the columns using jQuery and Ajax. So here we have created a row, empty row without any columns. So we are adding the columns and the details in that columns using the jQuery and Ajax method. So now we are going to see the backend part of this application, means JavaScript code. So here we have the Ajax method. Here we have used only Ajax method. Apart from the Ajax method, we have not even write any single line above the Ajax and before after the Ajax. So we have just wrote the Ajax method. So by using the one method only, we have completed our project. So the first statement in the Ajax is URL. So here we are fetching the data from the external URL. So that URL will be placed in this URL double columns. So this is the URL. I will place the URL link in the description. So you have to copy that using while developing the project. So the second parameter is type. So what is the method type you are using? Suppose if you want to send data to the server, we have to use the post method. If you want to get data from the server, we have to use the get method. So here we are not sending any data to the server. That's why I am using get method. So after that, the data type. So what type of data you are expecting from the server? Here we are expecting the JSON data. So this is also optional, because every time we used to write the same thing only, because with the JSON data only we are used to communicate with the server. So after these three statements we have the three callback function. So the first one is success function, and the second one is failure, means error function, and third one is always function. So whole logic will be presented in the success function only, because if the Ajax request is success only, then we need to add the items into our row using bootstrap columns. So if the Ajax request is success, then the items will be fetched using this response. So now we need to get the items from this response using the JSON. So the items are fetched. So the items are arranged in the array. So the items are placed in the array. So now we need to loop through the array for adding the item into the row. So for every iteration we have to create a new div. That's why I have added this new meal in the for loop. So for every iteration it will be recreated. So for every iteration the new meal will be added with two things. So for every iteration the div will be parent element. So in that parent element we have two tags, the paragraph tag and image tag. So the paragraph tag will be used for item name, and the image tag will be used for the item image. So like this way, for every iteration we have to create the new div. So after the creation of div, we have to append the div to the row. So for every iteration we are adding the new div to the row. So like this way we can add the new divs using the jQuery append method. So if there is any error in the jQuery Ajax, so it will raise the errors. So to find that error, we have to print the error in the console method. Then we need to know what is the error and how can we fix it. So here there is a always function. So if you observe the entire logic, if the entire program, the core logic of this program will be presented in the success function. So once again I will explain this success function. So the data will be came from the external server using this response. So the entire data will be presented in this response only. So we are going to fetch everything from this response. So first we have to see what type of data it's sent. So to see the data, we have to print the data in console first. So after checking the console, we found the data is in the form of array. So to loop through the array, we have to use any loop method, means any loop iteration. So you can use while loop, you can use do while loop, you can also use for loop. So to loop arrays, the best thing is for loop only. So for every iteration, we have to create a new div with elements div, paragraph and image. So div is the parent element, paragraph is the first child and image is the second child. So in this I have used the concatenation because we are adding the paragraph value and image src value using these response data. So whenever you want to use an external variable in the string, we have to use the concatenation operator. So if you do not use concatenation operator, it will raise the errors. So as I said in the strings only, in the JavaScript basics only, we have discussed these concatenation topics in the string. So like this way, we can add new div for every iteration. So after adding a new div, we need to append the div to the meals. So every time for every iteration, we have to append the new div to the row. Hence for 13 iteration, the 13 items will be added. So here you can see the output. So there are 13 elements. So here this is the first row, second row, third row, fourth row, and this is the fifth row. So the first 4 rows we have 3 columns, means 4 3s are 12 items. In the last row we have only 1 item, mean 1 item. 12 plus 1, 13. So there are 13 items in the array. So here you can see there are 13 items in these meals. So here we have successfully fetched the 13 items and we have added it on our page using Bootstrap grid system and jQuery and Ajax. So hope you guys understand. So if you have any doubts, so please ask me in the question and answers. So without any hesitation, you can ask me questions because this is the one of the best project to work for the beginners. So thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back guys. In the previous lectures, we have discussed about the HTML DOM manipulation using JavaScript and jQuery. Now from this video onwards, we are going to see browser DOM. So here we know the full form DOM means document object model. So as of now, we have seen only these DOM manipulations for only HTML content. So now we are going to find out the DOM functions for browser. So now from this video onwards, we are going to concentrate on the browser functions, means how to get the height of this browser, how to get the width of this screen, and how to get the browser name, how to get the file name of the what we are working. So like this function. So the first function we are going to work is window property. So for here I am creating a new file, window.html. So in this video we are going to learn how to get the height of this window and width of the window. So here there are 2 properties in the browser for getting height and width. So the first property is window and the second property is screen. So if you want to find the height and width of this browser using the window, it will give the height from here to here. So I am placing the cursor here, this line to this line. So it will exclude this header part, means this Chrome header part, this Google title, this URL and these add-ons. So whenever you want to work with this complete total screen, then you have to use this screen property. So if you use window property, it will give the height from this area to this area. If you use screen property, it will give the height of the whole screen. So now we are going to find how to get height and width of the browser programmatically. So first I will create a HTML snippet in this window.html file. So here I am changing the title from document to window. So here we will find the both height and width. So that's why I will create two h1 tags. So in that h1 tags only we will assign the browser height and browser width. So for first h1 I will write the height is height of the window is. So here to access this h1 in our JavaScript we have to use the id property. So here the id is height. So like the same way we have to copy this h1 and repeat it for width. So I am replacing height property as width. So here also I am changing the width of the window is. So here you can see the HTML part is completed. Now we will move into the JavaScript. So here I am not using any jQuery syntax. We will completely use the traditional JavaScript only. So first we will change the height of the screen. Not changing, we will get the height of the screen. So to access this HTML element in JavaScript, we have to initialize this var h. So here h is the height. H is equal to document dot get element by id. So here we have to write the id of this h1 tag. Here the id is height. So that's it. In the same way we have to declare any other variable for width also. So I am replacing this h with w. W means width. So here also I am changing the id from height to width. So as of now we have accessed the HTML elements using the document.getElementById method in JavaScript. So now we need to assign the actual height and width to these h variable and w variable. So here I have already said in this video we are going to learn about window property. In the next video we are going to learn about screen property. So as of now we have to use the window. So to change any HTML element text we have to use the .inner HTML method. So I am using h.inner HTML equal to, so in this text only we are giving the height of the browser. So the height of the window is, so to get the height of the window using window property we have to use window dot inner height. So remember it, whenever you want to get the height of the window we just need to use the window dot inner height. Here window is the object or property, whatever it may be. So here it is the inner height is to get the height of the window. So like same way we have to get the width of the window, w dot inner HTML equal to the width of the window is plus, because we are concatenating the variable with string, that's why we need to use the plus operator. Window dot inner width. So window dot inner height will give the height of the window, window dot inner width will give the width of the window. So now we will check it, what is the height of the window and what is the width of the window we are using in the browser. So I am going to open Google Chrome and I will refresh the page with our file name. So here the file name is window.html. So here I am pressing enter. So here you can see the output. The height of the window is 722 pixels. So in pixels units only we have to measure the height and width of the screens or windows and whatever it may be. So here the width of the window is 1536 pixels. So this is the height from this line to this. There are 722 pixels. So from here to here there are 1536 pixels. So like this way we can get the height of the window using the window property in JavaScript. So this is the first browser DOM we have learned. So now in the second video we are going to learn screen property. Means in the screen property we will get the height from this to this. We will also include this header part of the Chrome, means this window, this URL part and these add-on parts. So if you use screen property, the width will be remain same, because here there is no extra plugins or any extra area for this width. So for window and for screen, the width is same, only the height will change. So in the next video we are going to see the height and width of the screen. Thank you, see you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture we have learned about the window property, which is used to get the height of the window and width of the window in the browser. So now in this video we are going to see the screen property. So in the last video only I have said the differences between window and screen. So in this video I will explain once again after completing the screen program. So here I will create a new program with file name screen.html. So here also I will do this simple HTML snippet. So I am changing the title from document to screen. So I will copy the content from this file only. So because we have to change only the window and screen properties, the HTML content will be same. So here I am copying this content and pasting it here. So now we need to access these both here in this, the script functions also I will copy. So I will remove this both text, inner HTML text. So now I will explain how this code works. So here we have added two h1 tags in the body. One is for showing the height of the screen. Here we have to change the titles from window to screen. So here we have created two titles. So the first one is the height of the screen and the second one is width of the screen. In the last video we have learned about the height of the window. In this video we are going to learn about height of the screen. So here where h is equal to document.getElement by id, here this content is same. So now we are going to add the height and width of the screen to this h and w. So I am writing h dot inner html equal to, we have to write this some text in the colons, the height of the screen is plus. So here we have to access the screen object, screen dot height, that's it. So if you want to work with window, you have to use inner height. So if you want to work with screen, you have to just use only height. So for the width also we use same thing, sorry, w dot inner html, the width of the screen is same here, screen dot width, screen dot width. So here like this way we can add the height of the screen and width of the screen to these variables. So now I am going to execute this file. So here you can see this is the last file what we have executed, means window property. So in the next window only I will execute one more file. So e slash, so here I will change the file name screen dot html. So here if you can see the height of the screen is 864. Height of the screen is 864. If you observe the last file, height of the window is 635. So this is the difference between height of the screen and height of the window. So I will explain how this difference works. So height of the window is calculated from here to here. Once again I'm showing the cursor, this part to this part. So height of the screen is calculated from entire screen. This total screen will be calculated as monitor screen. So height of the screen means total monitor screen. So height of the window means only the browser window what we are seeing. So this is the difference between height and width. So here I am refreshing the page here. So here you can see the height of the width is 722. So the width of the window is 1536. Here window width is not changed, because if you observe the window or screen, the width is same, because in the width we have not any external area, any extra area in the height and screen. So here the width is same, 1536, 1536. Only the height is changed. Here the width height is 722, window height is 722 and screen height is 864. So the extra height added in the screen is this part only. So up to here the height is 722 and remaining this part will be added to the 722, so it will become 864. So this will work in the mobile view also. If I inspect the element, the mobile view will come. So if I refresh the page, the both height and width will be changed to mobile view. So here you can see for mobile view the height and width is same, 635 518. So here the width is decreased and height is also decreased for the mobile view. So like this way we can find the height of the screen, width of the screen using screen property. So in the last lecture we have discussed about this width of the window and height of the window, and we have also discussed about the differences between height and width. So whenever you want to add styling, sometimes we have to use these properties in the CSS. That's why I showed you the differences between height and width of the window and height and width of the screen. Thank you. In the next video we are going to learn location property, browser location. Thank you. Welcome back, guys. In the last two lectures we have discussed about the window property and screen property. So now in this video we are going to discuss about location property. So location property deals completely with this URL part. So we are going to find the different functions using the location property about this URL. So now I will create a new file here using the location.html. Location.html. So I will do the formalities, HTML file. So I am changing the title from document to location. So first I will create a button. On click. So here I will write a function with action. After clicking this button, a function with name action should execute. So here I will write click me. So in the JavaScript, I will open script tags. So first we will write this function definition. Function name is action. So now we are going to write the location syntaxes in this function. So first I will create a h1 tag. So in this only we are going to find some location related functions in this program. So here I will write the text as text only, ID as text. So now I will access these h1 in function. So where text equal to document dot get element by ID text. So now the first thing we are going to find with these location property is to get the URL of the program, means to get the URL of the website. So as of now we are working in the local host only, so it will give the file path of the location. So first we will change the h1 text to file path. So I will write text dot inner HTML. So in this h1 text only we have to display the file path of our program. File path of our program means location of our program. So we just need to use the location or window.location, whatever it can use. So first I will use the location. So here the location means our web page location will be assigned to this text. This text means h1. So now I have saved this location program. So now I will open the Google Chrome and execute this file. So here I am changing the file path from HTML to location.html. So as of now there is no any h1 tag. After clicking this button, this file path should be displayed here. Hence our program is correct. So I am clicking this button. So here you can see the file path is first here the local disk is E, after that JS folder, after that projects, after that our file name location.html. So if you copy this file path and execute in another window also, the output is same. So here you can see the output is our file program. So like this way we can get the location of the file. So in real world scenario it will give the location as here like this www.google.com. So as of now we do not have any domain, so that's why it will give the file path of the URL. So like this way we can get the file path using the location property. So now we are going to see how to shift from one file to another file using location property. So in HTML we used to go one page to another page using the anchor tags. In the anchor tag href property we have to use the file path name. So we can go to the other file using the JavaScript also using the location property. So now we will see, after clicking this button we should move to another file name. Means of course we have written many number of programs here. So in this program we have to select one and we will move into that program. So after clicking this button we have to go to that program. So we should go to the last program only. Last program we have did is screen property. So we have to go to that property, that program. So to go to that program we have to use window dot location equal to, here we have to write the file name, means which file you want to go. So here we want to go to the screen.html. So here the screen.html is present in this folder only. That's why we need not to mention any local disk name or any colons or anything etc. We just need to mention the file name. So here I am pressing Ctrl S. So after clicking this button, the browser should take us to this screen.html location. So here I am refreshing the page. So after clicking this button, we have to go to the screen program. So I am clicking this button. So here you can see we have in the screen program. So like this way we can shift from one page to another page or one program to another page in JavaScript using location. So once again I will change the screen to some other program, and once again I will explain. So here we are going to the, so one of our project, here we have did the where it is meals project, JS meals project, where it is JS meals. So here it is the project. So after clicking this button we should go to this project. So that's why I will change the title from location to meals.html. So after clicking this button, the action should perform with windows.location meals.html. So after clicking this button, the browser will take us to this location meals.html. So I will click this button. First I will change the text here. So the file name is location.html. So here you can see after clicking this button we must go to the project, means our meals project. So I am clicking this button. So here you can see we are in the meals project folder. So here you can see our last project what we have discussed in the jQuery Ajax project. So like this way we can shift from one page to another page. So we can also shift using the conditions also. So if you want to shift from one page to another page in anchor tags, we have to do normally. We cannot mention any condition. Based on the condition we have to move from one page to another page. So while using location property we can use the condition. So suppose if I am writing, if something, you can write any condition here. If true only, we have to change the location from this location.html to meals.html. Else we can change the location from, so other location, I will write one more location, window.location equal to our last program, means screen.html. So like this way we can apply conditions to our locations. So if the condition is true, the console will take us to the meals.html program. So if the condition is false, the console will take us to the screen.html program. So here I will refresh the page. So I am refreshing the page. Here the condition is true. So it should take us to the meals.html program. So I will click on this button. So here you can see it take us to the meals.html program. So I will refresh it once again. I will change the text from true to false. So if the condition is false, the else part will be executed. So in the else part there is a window.location is equal to screen.html. So after clicking this button, the browser should take us to the screen.html program. So now I will click the button and first I will refresh the page. So in the before click we have gone to project dot means meals project. So here we have changed the if condition from true to false to true to false. So here the output must be screen.html after clicking the button. So I will click the button. So here you can see we have in the screen.html program. So like this way we can shift from or we can transfer from one page to another page using the location. So in HTML we have to use the anchor tags. In JavaScript we have to use the location property to shift from one page to another page. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back guys. In the previous lecture we have discussed about the location property. In this video we are going to discuss our last topic in the browser DOM. So the topic name is JS timing. So this topic is used whenever you want to execute a function or action after certain time limit. Suppose if you want to click a button, after clicking the button we need to wait 3 seconds. So after the 3 seconds we need to perform the action. So in that kind of cases we have to use the JS timing properties. So here I will create a new function for that, new file name for that. So the file name is JS timing.html. So first I will write the HTML code. So I am changing the title from document to JS timing. So here to perform a button click event, I will declare a button. So here I will write click me to get alert. So here first we will write the on click function. So once we will check whether the button is created or not. So I will open Google Chrome and I will write the file path in the URL. So here the file name is jstiming.html. So here you can see the button is created successfully. So after clicking this button, we need to wait 3 seconds. After the 3 seconds only the alert should pop up. This is our goal to implement in this program. So now I will write the program. So to write that kind of cases, we have a special function called set timeout in JavaScript. So it will take two parameters. The first parameter is what function you want to execute after certain time. So here I want to execute a function with name action only. So here the function name is action. So after how many seconds you want to execute this action function after clicking this button. So here I want to execute this action button after 3 seconds, means 3000. We have to write 3000 milliseconds. So now we will implement the logic of this action function in the JavaScript. So here I am writing the function action. So in this we have to implement some logic. So for example, I will alert with some text. The button is clicked. So this is the logic of the action function. So after clicking this button, the browser should wait 3 seconds. So after 3 seconds only, it should pop up the alert. So this is our goal. So now I will refresh the page. So here I have refreshed the page. First I will click the button. So it should wait up to 3 seconds. After the 3 seconds only, it should pop up the alert with the text the button is clicked. So now I am going to click this button. So here I am clicking this button. So the alert is popped up immediately. So there is something mistake in this. So we will go to the console, Visual Studio Code and check it. So what is the mistake is there is only one line in HTML. So there must be mistake in only HTML only, because JavaScript code is exactly correct only. So button on click set timeout. So it will take the first parameter as function. So here we have done something mistake. So in set timeout method, the first parameter is anytime the function only. So that's why we need not to mention parentheses for this. So because it will take only function as a parameter in the set timeout method. So that's why we need not to mention parentheses in the set timeout method. Remember it. So whenever you want to use set timeout, we need to just mention the function name in the first parameter of the set timeout method. So we do not mention parenthesis. If you mention parenthesis, it will not execute as like our expectations. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the page is refreshed. So now I will click this button. It should wait 3 seconds and it should pop up the alert. So I am clicking this button. 1, 2, 3. So here you can see after 3 seconds the alert is popped up with the button is clicked message. So now I will change the timeout from 3 seconds to 5 seconds. So it should wait 5 seconds. So after clicking the button, the console should wait 5 seconds. After that only it should send the alert. So now I will refresh the page and I will click the button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here you can see after 5 seconds the alert is popped up. So you can write any number of seconds in this. So now we will change some H1 text. As of now we have only given the alert pop-up after clicking this button. So now we want to change the H1 text after 5 seconds. So that's why I will create a simple H1 tag with ID text. So the ID is text. So here initially the text is not changed. It will change after 5 seconds. So after clicking the button, the H1 should change from this text to, we have to change it to some other text. Means first we have to access this H1 element where x is equal to document dot get element by ID. So here the text is ID. So that's why I will writing text. So now we need to change the text after 5 seconds. So x dot inner HTML equal to. So now I will replace the text as the text is changed after 5 seconds. So this is our goal. So the first expected output must be the button with the name. Click here to get alert. So click here to change text. So click me to change H1 text. So after clicking the button, the change should not occur. After clicking the button, it should wait until 5 seconds. So after completing 5 seconds only, the text should change it from the text not changed. It will change after 5 seconds to the text is changed after 5 seconds. So now I will see the logic in Google Chrome, whether it is implemented successfully or not. So here I am refreshing the page. So here you can see the output. So here there is a button, click me to change H1 text. So initially the text is not changed, it will change. So here the change spelling is wrong. CHANGE. So here you can see the text is not changed, it will change after 5 seconds. So after clicking this button, it should wait 5 seconds. So after 5 seconds only, this text should change. So first I will click this button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here you can see the text is changed after 5 seconds. So like this way we can execute timeout functions in JavaScript. So in real world scenario or any larger complex projects, we have to use these JS timing functions. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In this video, we are going to discuss about the browser storage. How can we store data temporarily on the browser and how can we store data permanently on the browser? So to learn this, I have to create a new file with name local storage.html. So to store the data in the browser temporarily and permanently, we have two things. The first one is local storage and the second one is session storage. So local storage is used for storing the data permanently and the session storage is used for the data temporarily. So first we will discuss how to store the data permanently. Then in the next video, we are going to see how can we store the data temporarily like sessions. So here we have to create the simple HTML. So here I'm changing the title from document to local storage. So first I will write the simple script tags in the body only. Then afterwards we will write these local storage using the HTML. So first I will explain brief introduction about this. So local storage is nothing but storing data permanently on the browser. Suppose if once you store the data on the local storage, after that whenever you close the browser and again you open the browser also, the data will be presented in the browser. So this is the use of local storage. So how can we store data on the local storage? So it's very simple. We just need to write local storage. This is an object. Local storage dot set item is the method to store the data. So set items takes two values. So the first value is key, means whenever you want to store the data in the local storage, we have to give two values. The first one is key and the second one is value. So here I'm giving the first one name as language. Here the language is the key and the value is JavaScript. So now we will see in browser where these local storage is present and where this data is stored. So I have already saved this program. Now I am opening Google Chrome. So here I am writing the file path of this local storage. So here I am changing the file name local storage dot html. So whenever you want to see the local storage of this page, go to the inspect. So it will be presented like this. So click on this application. Here you can see the application. Click on this. So after clicking this, here you can see the storage option. So in the storage option, we have 5 things: local storage and session storage. So in this video, we are going to discuss about only local storage. So you click on this local storage. So after that, it will give the file here URL name. Here we are not using any domain. We are using the local storage. We are using the local files. That's why it will give the file. So click on this. So here you can see the our saved local storage data. So here we have says the language is the key and the value is the JavaScript. So like this way we can save the data using the local storage. So not only one thing, we can save unlimited data. Suppose I want to save one more item. So local storage dot set item. So now I will write the key as framework and write the value as. So to write the value, we have to use comma. So framework is React JS. So press Ctrl S. Now we will refresh the page. So after the refreshing the page, a second statement should be present here. So I am refreshing the page. So here you can see the second item is added. So the first item key is language and first item value is JavaScript. And the second item key is framework and the second item value is React JS. So like this way we can create the data in the local storage. So we have created the data. So how can we access in this data? How can we access these data in the HTML? Suppose I want to print this language and JavaScript in the HTML using h1 tag. So how can we access that? So now we are going to see that. So I am cancelling it. So to access the local data, local storage data in HTML, there is a method called here I am removing the script tag in the HTML content and replacing the bottom of the page. So now I want to access these local storage dot set item language. So here the language is the key and the JavaScript is the value. So here I want to access these JavaScript in the h1 element. So here I am creating the h1 language. Language in local storage is. So I will create one more h1 tag for writing framework in local storages. So to access these h1 elements in id, I will give the id properties for both language. id is equal to framework. So as of now we have created these local storage items using the local storage as set item. So whenever you run this browser, whenever you run this application, first it will create the two things. So it will create an item with language key and JavaScript value and framework key React.js value. So after creating these, we have to assign these values to these h1 elements. So first I will access the h1 elements where x is equal to document dot get element by id. So here the id is language. So here I will change the x from L because language must start with L only. So here L is the language and where F is the framework, document dot get element by id. So here the id is framework. So now we need to assign these values to these elements. So the output, so first I will execute this. So here you can see the language in local storage is empty and the framework in local storage is empty. So now we will assign the local storage values to these h1 tag. So if you see the local storage, there are two items present in the local storage. So the two items are framework and language. So now I will assign the framework to this second h1 element and language to this first h1 element. So how can we assign it? So first we have to use the inner HTML method to change h1 text. So L dot inner HTML equal to, so the language in local storage is, so here you have to use the plus operator because we are accessing the outside variable. So to access local storage item, local storage dot get item, local storage dot get item. So to store the item into the local storage, we have to use the local storage dot set item. To get the item from the local storage, we have to use the local storage dot get item. So in this get item, we have to write the key name. So here the key is language. So while storing item in local storage, we have to use the key and value. So while getting item from the local storage, we have to use the key to get the value. So like this, we can also write the framework also. I am copying this text. So I am changing the L to F. So the framework in. So the framework in local storage is local storage dot get item framework. So here the expected output must be the language in local storage is JavaScript and the framework in local storage is React. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the language in local storage is JavaScript. The first h1 tag changed successfully, but there is something wrong in the second h1 tag. So we will see it. F dot inner HTML, the framework in local storage get item framework. Also framework. So here we have not accessed this item properly. Here I have wrote the framework spelling wrong, FRAME. So that's why it is not changing. So I'm pressing Ctrl S. So now we will refresh the page. So here you can see the both h1 texts are changed. So here we have got this value JavaScript and React.js from the local storage only, because we have not written anything like JavaScript and JavaScript and React.js in this inner HTML and tag. We just added the local storage get item to this language and framework. So first I have created two h1 tags. So after that we have stored two statements with the language and framework with values JavaScript and React.js. After that we have accessed these h1 tags in the JavaScript and we have assigned the local storage values to these h1 tags. So like this way we can create the local storage items and we can get the items from the local storage and we can assign to the HTML elements. So in the next video we are going to discuss about session storage and the difference between local storage and session storage. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture we have discussed about the data storage in browser. So the first thing we have discussed is local storage. So now in this video we are going to discuss about session storage. So for this I want to create a new file with name session storage dot html. So here I will first complete the HTML formalities. So here I am changing the title from document to session storage. So now I will create the two h1 tags, so with the same names only. So here in the previous lecture we have used the languages and frameworks. So now in this video we are going to use some any interesting topic. So like movies, we use movies. So the movie in local storage is, so to access this we have to use an id. So id is movie. So for every movie we have a director, so because director is the captain of the movie. So here I am changing the id from movie to director. So here I am also changing this text, the director in local storage. So first I will create a session storage with items, movie and director. So I'm opening JavaScript. So in this we can write the JavaScript session storage. So to access session storage we need to write this session storage. So first S is capital and the second, first S is small and the second S is capital. So remember it. Here also the same. To store the item in the session storage we have to use the method set item. So here also it takes the two parameters. The first parameter is key and the second parameter is value. So here the first parameter is movie. We want to store the movie name. So here the value is, I will write the movie name as Dark Knight. So here the movie name is Dark Knight. So after that I want to store the director, session storage dot set item. So here the key is director for the second item. And the value is Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan, because the Dark Knight director is Christopher Nolan. So now I am pressing Ctrl S. So here once we will check the session storage created successfully or not. After that we will assign these values to the h1 tags. So first I will refresh the page with our file name. So here the file name is session storage. Session storage.html. So here you can see the h1 tags created successfully. So now we will move into the inspect. So to see the session storage also the process is same. After clicking the inspect we have to open this application. So after the application we have to, there is a option called session storage here. So bottom of the local storage there is a session storage. So click on this. So here also you need to click on this file. So here you can see the two items are created. So the first item is director and the value is Christopher Nolan, and the second item is movie and the value is Dark Knight. So like this way we can create the items in session storage. So now we are going to assign these items to these values. See h1 tag. So here also the procedure is same in the previous video only, like previous video only. So we just need to access the element where x is equal to document dot get element by id movie. So here I will change the x from m, where director d is equal to document dot get element by id. So here the value is director, id is. So now we are going to use inner HTML method to change this movie and director. So m dot inner HTML equal to, so the movie in local storage is, the movie in local storage is, sorry, session storage, the movie in session storage is, session storage is, so session storage dot get item, session storage dot get item. So the way is same in local storage and session storage, only there is one difference. So I will tell this at end of this video. So get item, so the value is movie. So now we are going to apply the same text for director also. So here I am changing the M to L. So the director, not LD. So here move it to director. So the director in session storage is local storage dot get item director. So now we will refresh the page, hence you can see the output. So here you can see the output is the movie in session storage is Dark Knight and the director in session storage is Christopher Nolan. So like this way we can create the data in local storage and session storage. So now we will see the differences between both local storage and session storage. So now in the next tab only I will open the file with the local storage. So I will explain the differences simultaneously. So first I will open the new tab here. So in this we will write the file path of the local storage. So local storage, sorry, local storage.html. So here you can see in the local storage we have given the IDs like JavaScript and React.js. So in the session storage we have given the Dark Knight and Christopher Nolan, means movie and director. So here the only difference between local storage and session storage is session storage stores the data temporarily, means whenever you close the browser the data in the session storage will be deleted. So when it comes to local storage, whenever you close the browser also the data will be remains as it is. So the data in the local storage will be removed only when we delete. So whenever you want to delete only the local storage data will be deleted. Until then the data will be remain same. So first I will close this browser. So first I will show this both local storage and session storage. So here you can see both local storage and in the local storage there is frameworks and language. So in the session storage, so here you can see the data in session storage is already removed because we have closed the session storage and we have refreshed it. So once I will refresh the page, so again I will go to the inspect. So here you can see once again the data came back. So whenever you close this tab the data will be removed in the session storage. So now I will remove this tab. So here you can see the data is from the session storage is removed. So whenever the page is live only the data in the session storage will be present. So if you close these local storage also the data will be remain same. So suppose I am closing the local storage. So now we will see the application. So the data will be same. So where it is, so here the application. So if you open the local storage, so where the file, so first we have to open the file in any other file, another tab. So local storage.html. So here you can see in local storage there is a file. So in that file there is both framework and React.js. So but in session storage there is a file with, but in that there is no values. So if you move to the another tab also the values in the local storage will be remain same when you come back to the that file. So here you can see the values are same. So this is the difference between local storage and session storage. So if you understand, we can understand the difference between local storage and session storage while doing the projects in production domain only, because here we are using this only file name. So here we are using the file path because it will not work as much as expected in the local storage, local host. So when you are doing these local storage and session storage in a paid domain means, or any example.com, example.in like this, so it will give the expected results. So once again I will explain the both results, both storages, local storages and session storage. So first I will open one file in local storage. So here you can see in the first tab the local storage is open. So now I am inspecting the element. So here you can see, here we can access the both framework and language. Here you can see. So but there is no session storage file. Here the session storage file is there, but there is no values. So when you close these local storage and open the session storage also, the local storage values will be present. So here now I am opening the session storage. sorry, session storage.html. So now I'm opening inspect application. So here we can see both the values. So here the local storage file is not present in the tab. So even though the local storage values are present, so here the session storage file is present in the tab. So that's why this is present. These values are present. So local storage is permanent and session storage is temporary. Whenever someone asks you to find the differences between local storage and session storage in JavaScript, we have to say the local storage is a permanent storage. So to delete items in local storage, we have a method called local storage.remove item. So now we are going to see it. So to remove item in session storage also, we have the same item. So same method. So when it comes to the differences, there is only one difference. Local storage is permanent and session storage is temporary. So now we are going to see how to delete the items from the local storage or session storage. So to remove items from the both local storage and session storage, we have to use the same method. So first I will remove this h1 tags. So here we have created the session storage with name movie. Now I will remove this movie item. So session storage dot remove item. So in that remove item we have to write the key. So here the key is movie. So now I will execute this. So if you see the local session storage, there is only one item in that. So here you can see the movie item is deleted. So because we have added the remove item in this program. So like this way we can delete the items from the local storage and session storage. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back guys. In this lecture we are going to discuss about the introduction of ES6. So up to the last lecture we have discussed about the JavaScript ES5 version, which was released in 2009. So from now this video onwards we are going to discuss about ES6. So first I will explain the what are the features of ES6, and from the next video onwards we are going to learn different features of ES6 with practical explanation. So first I will explain the features. So ES6 is also known as ECMAScript 2015 because it was released in 2015. That's why it is also called as ECMAScript, or it is also called as ESMAScript 2015. So ESMAScript 2015 or ES 2015 is a significant update to JavaScript programming language. It is the first major update to the language since ES5. So as I said, ES5 was released in the 2009. So after 2009, the first update got to this JavaScript is ES6 in the year of 2015. So that's why it is called as ESMAScript 2015. So compared to all the JavaScript updates, the ES6 update was the biggest update in the history of JavaScript. So because it was bankrolled by many features compared to all other updates. So now we will have some brief discussion about the features of the ES6. So when 2015 when ES6 was released, it is came with the lots of features. So in that the main features of the ES6 are let keyword, const keyword, maps, arrow functions, spread operator, classes, and for off. So these let keyword and const keyword are used to declare the variables. So in the further videos we are going to see the differences between var, let, and const. So these maps is a array function. It is used to loop through the array function and the written HTML content. So don't worry about all these features. We will do at least one video for every feature. So these arrow functions is related to the functions in JavaScript. So these spread operators is also related to array, and these classes is related to the object oriented programming in JavaScript, and this for off is related to the for loops. So it is ES6 has many features. So but in this tutorial we are going to concentrate on only few features which are used in many large projects. So which decreases our time while developing the complex projects compared to the traditional JavaScript. So if you for all these features there are some alternatives in JavaScript. So but if you use these features it will reduce the time while developing the projects. So in the next video we are going to discuss about the let keyword, and from the next video onwards we are going to write all our JavaScript programs in the ES6 version only. Thank you. See you in the next class with let keyword. Welcome back guys. In the previous lecture we have discussed about the introduction of ES6, which is also called as ECMA 2020, 2015 or 2015. So now in this video we are going to discuss the first feature of the ES6 version. So that feature is called as let keyword. So to discuss about the let, we have to create a new file with name let.html. So here I will create the HTML tags. So I am changing the title from document to let keyword. So before 2015, there is only one way to declare a variable in JavaScript. So whenever JavaScript 2015 ES6 version is released, we have three ways of declaring variables. So the first way is var, and the second way is let, and the third way is const. So now we are going to discuss the second way, because we have already discussed about the var keyword in the JavaScript basics only. So now first I will tell the what are the disadvantages of var keyword and why should we use the let keyword. So first I will explain the why var keyword is having some disadvantages. So why should we use the let keyword? So first I will open the script tags in the body. So here we are not concentrating and not writing any HTML tags, because first we have to learn the basics of this ES6. So here first I will write a function my function parenthesis. In this we have to write the definition. So here in this function I will loop the numbers from 1 to 5. So for all var I equal to 1, I less than or equal to 5, I plus plus. So here I am printing the elements in the console. What happened? So here I will check the output whether it is printing the elements or not, or numbers. I'm opening Google Chrome. So here you can see the Chrome is open. Now I will execute this HTML file. Sorry, /. So here the file name is let.html. So I'm opening console. So here you can see the elements are not printed. There is something mistake in this. So we will check it. So here we have declared the function, but we have not called this function. That's why the elements are not printed. So I will call this function. So my function. So now the element must be printed on the screen. So here you can see the numbers from 1 to 5 are printed. So now I will explain the disadvantages of this var keyword. Suppose if you observe here, the var keyword is declared inside the for loop. So in any other programming languages, if we execute this I in outside the for loop, it will raise the error. So now I will execute this I in the JavaScript using the var keyword. So after this for loop, I will print the I. So here I will write the text as the value of I after for loop is, so I am writing I. So now we will see what it is the output. So here you can see the output, the value of I after the for loop is 6. So here if you observe here, we can access these var element outside the loop also. So this is not we want. So because in any programming languages, if you declare any variables inside the curly braces, it cannot be accessed outside the curly braces. So if you so in JavaScript that is not possible using var. So this is the main disadvantage of the var. So because var is a functional scoped. So if in this function you can declare var anywhere, it will be accessed throughout this function. So that's why it is accessing the outside for loop also. So once again I will explain what is the disadvantages of var keyword. So here we have declared the var keyword in the for loop. So if you execute this program in any other programming languages like C, C++, Java, anything, it will raise the error because we are accessing this I variable outside the curly brace, outside the for loop. So it will raise the error like undefined variable in another programming languages. So when it comes to the JavaScript, var is the functional scoped. So here we have declared the var inside the function. So it can be accessed throughout the function. But while developing large projects, it will raise many errors. So that's why we have to avoid using var. So now we will move into the let. So here I am replacing the var keyword with let. So here I have replaced the var key with let. Now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the output. It raising error, uncaught reference error, I is not defined at my function. So this is what we want. So whenever we want to access the element outside the loop, it should raise errors. Then only our program will be efficient. So if it not raising any errors, we can access this I anywhere throughout the function. So that's not we want. So whenever we want to access the element outside the for loop, it should raise the error. Then only our program will be efficient only. So the main difference between var keyword and let keyword is scope of the variable. So here the var is the functional scope and let is the block scoped. So here the let is defined in this block, for loop block. So that's why it cannot be accessed outside the for loop. So when it comes to the var is the functional. So if you declare var here, it will be accessed throughout this function. You can access the var keyword at any place of this my function. So if you access outside the my function, so as it is, it will raise error. So in this my function only, if you access the loop outside the for loop, it should raise errors. So if you use var keyword, it doesn't raise any errors. So that's why we should avoid using var keyword. So from the next video onwards, we will be using only let keyword, because var is not used in the large projects. So from 2015, almost 90% of the developers were avoided var keyword. They are also using only let and const keyword. So in the next video, we are going to discuss about the const keyword. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lectures, we have discussed about the let keyword and differences between var and let. So now in this video, we are going to discuss about the second feature of ES6. So that is const. So I am creating a new file with name const.html. Const.html. So I am doing the HTML formalities. So here I am changing the title from document to const keyword. So in this video also, first I will tell the differences between var, let and const. So when should we use the const and when should we avoid var and let? So first I will open the script tag in the body. So first I will write the element, I will write the variables with var a is equal to 6. So first I will print this a in console a. So now we will see the output whether it is printed on the console or not. So I will go to the Google Chrome. So I will execute this file colon. So here the file name is const.html. So here you can see the value of a is printed on the console. So now we will change this value from 6 to some other. So I will change the value from a is equal to 6 to 9. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So here you can see the output is 9. So if you observe here, the var keyword is mutable. So we can change the value once it is declared. So now we will see about the let keyword. So I am changing the replace as let. I have replaced the var to let. So now we will see the output. So here also the output is same. So now we can understand that let is also mutable. So for var keyword and let keyword, we can change the variable values once we declared. So here we declared a is equal to 6. So in the second line only we are changing the value from 6 to 9. So whenever you want to use the constant variable, so that is not possible with var keyword and let keyword. So in these cases we have to use the const keyword. So now I will replace this with const. So now we will execute this program. So here you can see the error, uncaught type error, assignment to constant variable. So whatever the value we declared to the const variable, that cannot be changed once it is initialized. So this is the definition of the const variable. So it is similar like constant or final in JavaScript. The variables which are declared with final keyword cannot be changed in some other languages. So in C or C++, we use something different code for declaring constant variable. So when it comes to JavaScript, we have to use the const keyword. So whenever you want to declare a variable, we should not change again once initialized. So in that kind of cases, we have to use the const keyword. So it not only work for integers, it is also work for the string also. Here I am writing the string as hi. So now I am changing the string from hi to hello. So now also the error will be same. So here you can see the error is same, assignment to constant variable. So whenever we have declared a variable with constant, it cannot be changed after the initialization. So in this scenario, we have to use the const keyword. Thank you. In the next video, we are going to discuss about the arrow functions in ES6. See you in next class. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture, we have discussed about the const keyword. Now in this video, we are going to discuss about the third ES6 feature, arrow functions. So for this, I want to create a new file with the name arrow functions. Arrow functions.html. So in this only we are going to create arrow function. So first I will create the HTML code. So here I am changing the title from document to arrow functions. So arrow functions is also similar to normal JavaScript functions, but it reduces the syntax of functions compared to the JavaScript, normal JavaScript. So now first I will tell the syntax for normal JavaScript, and afterwards I will tell the syntax of arrow function. Then you will understand the differences between both. So first I will create a simple h1 tag with id is equal to text. So here I am naming this h1 tag as, so this is button. So first we have to initialize a function. To initialize the function, I want to create a button. After clicking that button, we have to execute that function on click. So I'm after clicking this button, I want to execute a function action. So here I'm changing the button as click me. So here the HTML part is completed. Now we will move into the JavaScript part. So here I'm opening script part. So first I will tell the normal procedure for executing a function, for declaring a function and defining the function. So in normal JavaScript, means traditional JavaScript, we used to write the function like function. After that function keyword, we have to write the function name. Here the function name is action. CTION, action. So in this we have to write the function definition. So after clicking this button, our goal is to change this h1 text to the button is clicked. So I want to change this h1 text to document dot get element by id dot. So here the id name is text. So to change this h1 text, we have to use the inner HTML function. So the text is the button is clicked. So now I will execute this program using Google Chrome. So now I'm opening Google Chrome. So here you can see I'm writing the file path. So here the file name is arrowfunctions.html. Arrowfunctions.html. So here you can see there is a h1 text and there is a button. After clicking this button, the function should execute. So the function having the statement like this text should change to something like the button is clicked. Here the button name is wrong. I will write click me. So I will change it to click me. So I will refresh this page. So here you can see after clicking this button, this text should change to the button is clicked. So here I am clicking this button. So here you can see the text is changed to the button is clicked. So as of now, we have not discussed any arrow functions. We just wrote this definition using the normal traditional JavaScript function. So now we are going to implement the same arrow function, same definition in arrow function. So first I will comment this text, so it will not execute. So here I have commented these three text. So to comment in JavaScript, we used to write the 2 / for one line. So here I am pressing Ctrl S. So now I am going to write the arrow function for this action. So to write arrow function, the syntax is first you have to write the function name without any keyword. So in arrow functions, we do not use any keyword. We just we can directly write the function name. So here the function name is action. So after function name, we have to write the equal to. After equal to, we have to tell the JavaScript compiler to treat this action as function. So to tell the compiler that to treat this action as function, we have to use the parenthesis. after equal to we have to use the parenthesis. So as of now, action is a function. These three words indicates that action is a function. So here up to now we have initialized the action functions. So now we want to define this. So to define this function, we have to use the arrow symbol. So this is arrow equal to and this greater than symbol. So this is the arrow symbol. So here we have to write the definition of the function. So whenever you want to write only one statement in the definition, we may not use the curly braces. It is optional. So whenever there are more than one statement in the function definition, we have to use the curly braces. So as of now we have only one statement. We have to change the h1 text using the id. So as of now we have only one statement. That's why we should not use the curly braces. So I am writing the statement document dot get element by id. So here the id name is text dot inner html equal to the button is clicked using arrow function. So here you can see there is only one line of code. If you compare the normal traditional JavaScript, there are almost 4 lines. So here there is only one line. So whenever you want to line more than one statement in the function definition, then we need to use the curly braces. So if there is only one statement, its curly braces are not mandatory, it is optional. So now I will execute this program using this action arrow function. So I will refresh the page first. So here you can see the output is this is button and click me. So after clicking this button, this text should change to the button is clicked using arrow function. So now I am going to click this button. So here you can see the button is clicked using arrow function. So here we are not used any function keyword or any var keyword, not even one keyword, not even one JavaScript keyword we have used. So it is completely arrow function. So once again I will explain the syntax of the arrow function. First we need to write the function name. After function name we have to use the equal to. After equal to we have to tell the Chrome or any browser that this action is a function. So every function must have the parenthesis, whatever it may be. It may be a traditional JavaScript or it may be arrow function or anything. Every function must consider having the parenthesis. So after parenthesis we have to write the function definition using this arrow. So in traditional function we have to use the curly braces. So in arrow functions we do not use the curly braces for only one statement. If you have more than one statement in the function definition, then we have to use the curly braces. So now I will tell when to use the curly braces. Suppose if you want to execute one more statement, then we need to write the curly braces. Now I will write the one more statement in this action function. So here I am writing the one more statement. So after clicking this button, first the h1 text should change. After h1 text changing, we have to alert the pop-up. So here I am alerting the pop-up. The button is clicked. So here I will execute this program. So here you can see the pop-up is coming before the clicking button because the statement is not included in the function definition. That's why it is executing automatically. So whenever you want to write more than 2 statements in the function, we have to use the curly braces. Now I will use the curly braces to execute these 2 statements after clicking the button only. So now I will tell how to use the curly braces. So first I will copy these 2 statements. So I have copied these 2 statements, copy and remove it. So after arrow mark, we have to use the curly braces. That's it. So in these curly braces, we can write any number of definitions. So here I wrote only 2 definitions. So now I will execute the program. So here you can see the alert pop-up is not came. After clicking the button only, first the alert pop-up will come. After that, the text will change. So I am clicking this button. So here you can see the first alert pop-up will come. So I am clicking OK. So here you can see the button in text is changed. The button clicked using arrow function. So like this way, we can write the 2 statements using more than one statement using the arrow function. So arrow function is used in whenever you want to write only one statement in the function. So in traditional JavaScript, if you want to write one statement also, then we need to use the curly braces and it will increase the syntax of the function. So in case of arrow function, if you want to write only one statement in the function, then we do not use the curly braces. We can write all the things in only one line. So this is the advantage of arrow function. So now we will see how to pass the parameters to arrow function. So if you want to parameters to arrow function, here we will take the parameter value. So here we will send the value, here we will take the value. So now I will send the value to the function as JavaScript as the string. So in the alert pop-up, we have to print this JavaScript. So first I will comment this arrow function and I will execute this parameter in normal traditional JavaScript. So I will comment this and I will uncomment this. So first I will tell how to take the parameter in normal traditional JavaScript, and afterwards we will discuss about how to take the parameter in arrow function. So to take this JavaScript parameter in this function, we have to use any string name. Here the string name is language, because we are sending the JavaScript as the string. So we have to use the string in alert pop-up. Alert, we have to print the language. So now we will see whether it is the parameter received successfully or not. So here you can see the parameter received successfully. In the alert pop-up, we can see that JavaScript is the string. So in this way, we can receive the parameters and we can send the parameters in traditional JavaScript function. So now we will see how to receive the parameter in arrow function. So here again I am commenting this normal traditional JavaScript function. So now I will write the parameter code in this arrow function. I will uncomment this. So here we have to take the parameter in these curly braces. So if you observe here, after action and equal to operator, there is a parenthesis. In this parenthesis, we can take the parameter or argument. So here I am taking the parameter with name language. So now we need to print this language value in the alert. So here I am printing the language. So now I will refresh the page. So the output must be same. So here you can see the value is JavaScript. So here we have sent the parameter to arrow function. After clicking this button, the h1 text is changed. So like this way we can pass the parameter and we can receive the parameters in the arrow function. So there are mainly two uses of arrow function. So with the help of arrow functions, we can avoid the function keyword. So if you observe here, there is no function keyword in this arrow function. So in traditional JavaScript function, there is a function keyword. So after that only we have to write the function name. So in arrow function, there is no function keyword. So whenever you want to return something in only one statement, suppose you want to return 5 in the function definition, then we can simply use the arrow function because there is only one statement. So in traditional JavaScript, if you want to write only one statement in the function definition also, you have to use this function keyword and curly braces. So it will reduces the syntax of the code. So in the next video, we are going to discuss about for-of iteration. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture, we have discussed about the arrow functions in ES6. Now in this video, we are going to see the fourth feature of ES6, that is for-of. So for-of is related to the for loop, which is used for the iteration of arrays and strings. So it is the advanced version of for loop. So now we are going to see the syntax of first traditional for loop and we will see the for-of loop. So for this, I will create the new file name with for-of dot HTML. So here I will write the HTML code first. So first we will change this document title from document to for-of loop. So as I said, for loop and for-of loop both are used for the iteration purpose. So to iterate the elements in a string or to iterate the numbers in an array, so like this purpose we need to use the for loop. So first I will use the traditional for loop. So for this I will create a new array where numbers equal to, we will write some numbers from 1 to, so here we will write some numbers 1, 4, 7, 5, 9, 2, 6, etc. So now we will loop through this element and we will print one element in the document.write method. So for this we have to use the for loop where I equal to 0, I less than numbers dot length. So here array name is numbers, so that's why we have to write the numbers dot length. Sorry, I forgot to open the script tags in the body, that's why it is raising error. So I am removing all these things. First I will open the script. So here first we will declare the array where numbers equal to array of some numbers 1 4 7 8 5 9 2 3 etc. Sorry, here we got the dot operator. So here you can see in this numbers array there are almost 8 elements. So now we will loop through these elements using the document.write method. For all where I equal to 0, I less than numbers.length and I plus plus. So we will print the every element in the next line document.write. So first we will print the element numbers of I. So it will start the index from 0 to the length of the array. So the length of the array is 7 because there are 8 elements in the array. So that's why the length of the array is 7. So we will write the next line using the br tag. So HTML br tag. So if you do not write this br tag, all the elements will be printed in the horizontal direction only. So we do not want that. So we want every element, every number to be printed in the next line. So that's why we are using the br tag. So now we will see the output. So here I am opening Google Chrome. So in the URL we will write the file path. So the file name is farof.html. So here you can see the numbers are printed. The first number is 1.4, second number is 7, third number is 8.5, fourth number is 9, fifth number is 2, and the last number is 3. So this is these are the numbers in the array. So now we are going to loop through these numbers using for of loop. So I will remove these decimal numbers. I will write only normal integers. So here instead of writing dot, I will use comma. Then it will be converted as integer. So here you can see the output. So here the list of elements 1 4 7 8 5 9 2 3. So now we are going to loop through these elements without declaring a variable, without using less than greater than symbol, without using any initialization. So it's very simple to loop the array or string in for of loop. So I will remove all these tags. So we just need to use for. So this is same for normal for loop and this ES6 for loop also this is same. First we need to write the for, after that we need to write the parenthesis. So after parenthesis we have to initialize an object to loop through this array. So here I want to write the object name as num. So because we have the array is numbers, that's why I am writing the object name as num. So num of numbers. So these treats as for every iteration these digit will be assigned to num. So it will automatically take the length of the array, it will automatically take the index point as 0. So first I will execute this code, afterwards I will explain the code. So document dot write. So here same num. So after that we have to write the next line using br tag. So here I will refresh the page. So here you can see the output is same. So like this way we can loop through the array elements using for of loop. So now I will explain the syntax and explanation about this. So here if you observe here, the for loop syntax for both traditional JavaScript and ES6 is same. First we need to write the for, after that we need to open the parenthesis. So in traditional JavaScript for loop, we have to use the any variable initialization like I is equal to 0, I less than something, I plus plus. So these are all the things in traditional JavaScript for loop. We have to declare the variable and we will write the condition. Afterwards we will the increment. So when it comes to the ES6 for of loop, we need not to write all those things. So the built-in JavaScript compiler take care of all those things. We just need to initialize an array of this array, object of this array. Here the object name is num. So it will automatically take the index as 0. It will automatically find the length of the array and it will loop through the array using these numbers. So for every iteration, one element will be assigned to this object. So for the first iteration, one will be assigned to num. So that's why num is 1 is printed on the first line. For the second iteration, 4 is printed. For the third iteration, 7 is printed. So like this, it will continue up to the 8th iteration. So like this way, it will print the elements in the array. So it will also be applicable for the string also. So instead of writing numbers, I will write the names. So here I will write the names as some languages names I will write. So here I will write the first language name as Java. and second language name C, third language name C++, fourth language name our language JavaScript, and I will write the fifth language name as Python. So I want to change the object name also because names and num cannot be matched. So I will write the object name as name. So here the names is the array and name is the object. So here also I will change the array name names. So hence the output names will be Java, C, C++, JavaScript in every next line. So every language will be printed in the next line because here we have used the for loop. So here I will change the num to name because we are writing the names. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the output, the list of the programming languages using the for of loop. So the first one is Java, second one is C, third one is C++, fourth one is JavaScript, and fifth one is Python. So like this way we can iterate any array or strings or any objects through the for of loop. So whenever you want to work with complex projects, we have to use the for of loop only. Because if you want to use for loop, we have for every time we have to mention the any new variable like I, j, k, like we have to use the initialization. For every iteration, we have to increment and decrement some values. We have to write the condition. So all these things. So when it comes to for of loop, we have to use just one object name. That's it. If you observe here, there is only one new thing in JavaScript, ES6 array, ES6 for loop. So here the new thing is we have to write the object name. So for every iteration, the object will be assigned to the element of the array. So it will print the new element using the JavaScript document.write method. So here we are using the br tag. That's why it will print the every document.write method in the next line. So like this way we can use the for of loop. So in the next video we are going to discuss about spread operator. It is also related to array. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back guys. In the previous lecture we have discussed about the for of loop in ES6. Now in this video we are going to discuss about spread operator. So this is also related to the arrays concept only. So now I will create a new file for this spread.html. spread.html. So first I will complete the HTML formalities. So here I am changing the title from document to spread operator. So first I will explain what are the disadvantages of using the normal array functions, and what are the afterwards I will explain how should we use spread operator and why it is why it is having advantages compared to the normal array operations. So first I am opening the script tags in the body. So here first I will create a normal JavaScript array with array name numbers. So here I will add first some numbers 2, 5, 8, 4, 6, something like 9, etc. So here we have initialized an array with some numbers. There are 6 numbers in this array. The values are 2, 5, 8, 4, 6, 9. Suppose if you want to add one more number to this array after initialization, we have a method called numbers.push. Numbers.push. So here I am adding the new number as there is no 1 here, so I am adding 1. So first we will see the output. So here I am executing this program. Here the file name is spread.html. So here there is no. So first we have to print this array. That's why it is not writing anything. So document.write. So we will print the loop. First we will loop through this element using for of loop. So in the previous lecture only we have discussed about the for of loop. So num of numbers. Here num is the object and numbers is the array. So first I will write the document.write. So I will print the num value num plus. So here we have to print the next number in the next line. That's why I will use the br tags. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the values in the array are printed. So if you observe the array initialization, there are only values up to these 2 to 9. So here you can see 2, 5, 8, 4, 6, 9 are the predefined values, means initialized values. After that we have added one more element with value 1 using the numbers.push method. So numbers.push method is used to add the new element to the array at the end of the array, means after 9. So here you can see the new element 1 is added after 9. Suppose if you want to add the new element at the beginning of the array, we have one more method called unshift. So once we will see that also. So here we are adding the unshift numbers dot unshift. So here we are adding the element 0 at the starting of the array. So now we will see the output. So here you can see the 0 is added at first starting of the array and 1 is added at ending of the array. So there are two methods for adding elements in the array. So it will increase the complexity right while adding the new elements in the array. So with the help of spread operator we can remove that complexity. So now I will show how to use this spread operator. So with the help of spread operator we can add the elements at the top of the index and at the end of the array with using one method only. So now I will show. First I will remove these two things, push method and unshift method. So here first I will add the element at the end of the array using the spread operator. We just need to reinitialize the array with numbers equal to, first we have to use the array symbol. So in the array symbol only we have to use the spread operator. So suppose if you want to add the new element at the end of the array, we have to use first 3 dots. So after 3 dots we have to use the normal array value, normal array name. Here the array name is numbers. So in these numbers only we have to add the end of the element. We have to add the new element at the end of this numbers array. So I am writing the new element as 1. So these statements indicates that, so here we are changing the numbers array value. That's why I am reinitializing the value numbers is equal to. So first we have to write the values which are there in the before adding the new element. So the values which are before the element we get using by 3 dots numbers. So this indicates that the values before we added the new element. So here the 1 is added to these numbers array. So now we will see the output. So here you can see the 1 is added at end of the array. So like this way we can add the new element to the array using the spread operator. So now we will see how to add the new element at starting of the array. As of now we have seen how to add the new element at end of the array using the spread operator. So now I will see at the start of the array. So to add the new element in the start of the array, it's very simple. We have to remove these element from the comma and we have to write the number at starting of this this array. So if you write the 0 at starting, then the 0 will be added at starting of the array. So if you write the new element at after these triple dots numbers name, array name, it will be added at end of the array. So now I am writing this new element at starting of the array. So it will be added at starting of the numbers array. So I am refreshing the page. So here you can see the 0 is added at the numbers starting. So starting of the numbers array. So once again I will explain how the spread operator works. So first we have declared a numbers array with some values. The values are 2, 5, 8, 4, 6, 9. So to add any new element to this numbers array at the starting of the array or ending of the array, whatever it may be, we can add the new elements using the spread operator. So to use the spread operator, first we need to reinitialize this array because we are manipulating this array. So whenever you want to manipulate any variable, we have to use the equal to operator. So after equal to operator, we should have an idea that where we should add the new element, either starting or ending. So if you want to add the element at starting, we have to place the element at starting. So if you want to add the element at the ending, suppose if I want to add the 0 at ending, we have to use the first triple dots numbers. After that we have to use the 0. Then it will be added at end of the array. So I will refresh the page. So hence the output will be at the last of the array, the 0 will be present. So here you can see the 0 is added at last of the array. So it's very simple. If you want to add the new element, we have to place the new element in the starting of this array. So if you want to add the end of the array, then we have to place the end of this array brackets. So like this way we can add the new elements using the spread operator. It may be starting of the array or end of the array. So now we will see how to concatenate two arrays using the spread operator. So here there are only 6 elements. So I will change these elements from these numbers to something other numbers. So first I will write the 1, 2, 3, 4. So here the first array name is numbers. It consisting of 1, 2, 3, 4. So now I will create the new array, one more array where numbers 2. So this is the second numbers array. So I will write these numbers as 5, 6, 7, 8. So first we will print these numbers array, then we will print these numbers to array. After that we will print the concatenation of both arrays. So here first I want to print the numbers array. So here the first we will print the numbers array. So here you can see there are only 4 elements in the numbers array. So now we will print the numbers 2 array. So if you want to print the numbers 2 array, we just need to replace these numbers with numbers 2 in the for of loop. So now we will see the output. So the output must be element 5 to 8. So here you can see 5, 6, 7, 8. So now I want the output 1 to 8 elements. Means we have to concatenate. We have to add both the arrays. To add both the arrays, we need to create a new variable. So here where numbers 3 equal to, so we have to add the new arrays. So to add the new arrays, we just need to write the 2 arrays in these array brackets. So we just need to write the first array. So first array name is number. We have to write every array in the spread operator using 3 dots only. So we want to add the numbers to array, this numbers array. So I will write the numbers to array. So these statements execute like means, sorry, here I forgot to add the 3 dots. So this is the format of adding concatenating 2 strings. So this is the first array. After to this first array, we are adding the second array. So now we will see the output whether these 2 arrays are added successfully or not. So here I am refreshing. So first we will need to change. We have to loop through this numbers 3 array because we are concatenating this numbers 2 array using the numbers 3 array. We are storing this 2 array concatenation in the numbers 3. So that's why I will loop through this number 3 array. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the output 1 to 8 elements. So the numbers are added. So like this way we can add the 2 arrays using array spread operator in the JavaScript. Suppose if you want to find the length of the number 3 array, we can simply write the length of the array after for loop document dot write numbers 3 dot length. So the length must be 4 because in the first array there are 4 elements. In the second array there are 4 elements. So there are 8 elements in the number 3 array because we are concatenating the both first array and second array using the third array. So the third array is the combination of both second array, first array and second array. So hence these output must be the length of the array is 7. So I will write the text also. So the length of the third array is, so we will see the output. What is the length of the third array? So here you can see the length of the third array is 8. So like this way we can get the length of the array. So once again I will explain what are the disadvantages of using normal array and why we should use spread operator. So whenever you want to add new element to the normal array functions, we have to use the 2 functions. So suppose if you want to add the new element at end of the array, we have to use the push method. If you want to add the element at starting of the array, we have to use the unshift method. So to add the element, we have to use the 2 methods in 2 different scenarios. So it is very difficult to do programming like that. So to solve that type of problems, in the ES6 version, they have introduced a new operator called spread operator. So by using spread operator, we can add the new element to the array at the starting of the array, at the end of the array using only one single line. So like it will solve the problem of using two methods for adding at the element end of the array and starting of the array. So it will also came with one more functionality like array concatenation. We can add the 2 arrays using the spread operator. We just need to place the 2 arrays in the array brackets. So whatever the operations you have to perform using the spread operator, we have to keep in 2 things in mind. The first one is 3 dots. So 3 dots indicates spread operator. Spread operator is indicated by 3 dots. Whenever you see these 3 dots, that array may be spread operator. So whenever you want to perform operations with these 3 dots, we have to write the operation in the array brackets only. So without writing array brackets, it will raise the error. So thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture, we have discussed about the default parameters in ES6. So now in this video, we are going to learn how to search an element in array using the ES6 functions. So in ES6, they have introduced a special function called index of. So with that function, we can find any element in the array very easily. So now I will create a new function with the name index of dot html. So this is also one of the feature of ES6. So here I will create the HTML snippet. So in this video we are going to do the HTML content as well as JavaScript content. So here I am changing the title from index of. So here we are going to add some HTML content. So first I will create the simple h1 tag with this is for array variables. This h1 tag will display the numbers in array. So id is equal to numbers. So after that we have to write any input value. Input id is equal to search. So afterwards I will explain what are these elements. So after that we have to write the button id equal to find. So we have to write the find. So now we will see the output of this HTML content. So here I am writing the file name, file path. So here the file name is, so what is the file name? Index of .html. Index of .html. So here you can see this is the input field and this is the find method. So now I will explain what project or what program we are going to build. So in the HTML content I will write simply some numbers 1, 3, 5, 8, 9, 0, etc. So for every HTML element I will use the br tag, so it will be added at one of the bottom of the other. So here you can see these are the elements in array. Suppose I want to write these 6 in this input field. So if I click on the find button, it should show the message whether the 6 is present in this array or not. So after clicking this button, an alert should pop up with the message 6 is present in the array. So if it is not present in the array, the alert should pop up with 6 is not present in the array. So this is our goal to implement in this program. So we are going to use the index of method to implement this program. So now we will move into the JavaScript code. Here we have completed the HTML content. So here I have used the static data for the explanation purpose. We will add this content using the JavaScript only. So first I will create the numbers array. I am opening the script tag. So where you can use var and let both of them you can use. Where numbers is equal to, here I am writing some values 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 6 and 1, etc. So after clicking this find button only we have to perform the action. So I will write the onClick function for this button. OnClick find. So we just need to write search method. Search element. So this is the function we need to write the code. So here I am writing the function search element. So after clicking this button only the alert should pop up with the message whether the element is present in the array or not. So after clicking this button we have to take this input value. So with the help of input value only we have to search the element in the array. So first we need to write the input value in some variable. So where input value equal to, so we have to take that element document dot get element by id. So here the id name is search. So here the input value id name is search. SEARCH. So to take the input value from any input field we have to write the value after this. So it's not necessary for any h1 tags or something like. So whenever you want to take input value from the input fields, then we have to use the dot value after the document dot get element by id. So whatever the text, whatever the number we have entered in the input value, that will be stored in this variable with the name input value. So now we want to search the array. So in traditional JavaScript or any programming languages, we use for loops or while loops to search any element in the array. So we use the method like for I is equal to 0, I less than array dot length I plus plus. So you need to compare this input value throughout the loop with the help of index number. So with the help of ES6, that problem was solved. We can simply find the index we can simply find whether the element is present in the array or not by using only one statement. So that is find an index of statement. So here I am writing the where result is equal to array name. Here the array name is numbers. Numbers dot the function name is index of. Here we have to write the what value you are going to find. So here we are going to find this input value. We are going to check whether this input value is present in this array or not. So here I am going to find the numbers dot index of input value. Input value. So these will give the output as index number. Suppose if the element is present in the array, then it will give the index number to this result. Suppose if the element is not present in the array, it will give the result as -1. So suppose if we enter the input value as 4, so it will give the result as 2, because here the 4 is present at the index of 2, 0, 1, 2. So suppose if you give any number like 12, so here the 12 is not present, so it will give the result as -1. So after checking this result, we have to check whether the result is came with -1 value or any other value. So now I am going to check through the result using if condition. So if result equal to -1, then we have to write alert the number. So here the number value is input value. So here I am concatenating the strings, that's why I am using plus. Is not present in the array. Is not present in the array. So this is in the case of if result is equal to -1. So if result is not equal to -1, then the element is present in that result. So else part. Else we have to give the message in the alert like the element is present in the array. Sorry, I will give the number. The number, so the number is stored in input value. Input value is present in the array, is present in the array. So here we go, our program is completed. Now we will execute this program whether it is working properly or not. So I am opening Google Chrome. So first I will refresh the page. So here we have to print the array elements in the h1 tag. So that's why I will use, we will access the h1 tag and we will print the array elements in that h1 tag. So first the where, so we will use direct method, document dot get element by id. So here the id is numbers, because the h1 id is numbers. If you observe here, the h1 id is numbers dot, we have to print these all numbers in the h1. That's why we need to write the inner html equal to numbers. Now we will see the output. So here you can see these are the array elements present in this array. So now I am going to find the 7, whether the 7 is present in the array or not. So you can see the 7 is present in the array. So if I write 7 and press the find button, the alert should pop up with a message like the 7 is present in the array. So here I am going to write this 7. I am going to click this button find. So here you can see the present is the number 7 is not present in the array. So there is something mistake. We will go to the Visual Studio Code and find the mistake. So we will see the code from top to bottom. Here the where input value is equal to document dot get element by id, where result is equal to index. So here the total code is correct. What is the mistake we did? So here I forgot to typecast this input value from string to number, because whatever the text we are taking from the input, that text will be treated as string in JavaScript. So here we are comparing the inputs with strings, so that's why it's giving the error, means it's not finding the element in that. So first we will convert these input value from string to number, because in this array there are numbers, not strings. So that's why we have to compare the number with number only. So first we will convert these input value from string to number. Input value is equal to number of input value. So this number of function is used to convert string to integer or any number value. So that number value may be anything, integer, float, double, etc., anything. So now we will see the output. So now I will refresh the page. So now also I will give the same number 7. So here you can see the 7 is present in the array. So here the output is correct. Now we will find another element 4. Here you can see the number 4 is present in the array. So now we will give the number which is not present in the array. So I will give the number as 10. So here you can see the 10 is not present in the array. Now I will click on the find button. So here you can see the output. The number 10 is not present in the array. So like this way we can do the search operation using array in just one line. So if you do the same operation in normal traditional JavaScript code, it will take around 7 to 8 lines. Here we have did this finding code in just one line, numbers dot index dot input value. So if the element is present in the array, it will give the index. So if the element is not present in the array, it will give the result as -1. Suppose if you want to display the index also, we can write the element, the number input value is present in the array in the index. So here last we have to write the index value. The index value is result, because we have stored the result in this variable only. So now I will pressing Ctrl S. Now we will move to the Google Chrome and refresh the page. So here I will write the number as 8. So here you can see the 8 is present in the index of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So here the 8 is present in the index of 4. So now I will press the button find. So here you can see the array. The number 8 is present in the array in the index of 4. So like this way we can get the index of an element in the array. So wherever it may be. So like this way we can find the elements in the array. So not only array, these index of method is also used in the strings also. So now I will explain how to use this method in the string. So here I am changing this. I will just replace the text. I will not write the code once again. So here I will replace the text like var number instead of names. Here names is equal to, so I will write React Angular Node. So here I will change this document or this text is same, numbers where input value. So here we need not to convert this string to number, because we are using the string array only. So that's why we should not convert this input value to the string. So hence our program is completed, I think. So there is no change in that. Here we have to use these, we have to change this text. So instead of number we have to write the name. So the name is not present in the array. So here also instead of name. So here we have to replace the numbers with names. Document dot, yes, the program is completed. Now I will see the output. So there is something mistake, object HTML heading element. So here we have not changed these numbers to names, that's why it is raising error, names. So wherever the numbers is present, we need to change that numbers to names, because we have changed the array from array of elements to array of strings. That's why we have to change the numbers to names. So we should not see the numbers in this content, we should see only names. So once again I will refresh the page. So here you can see there are 3 names in this React Angular Node. So now I will find React, whether it is present in the or not, whether it is present in the array or not. So I will pressing the find button. So here you can see the name React is present in the array in the index of 0. So if you observe here, the React is present in the array. So that's why it is giving the message that React is present in the array. So now I will find the index of node. So I'm clicking find button. So here you can see the name node is present in the array in the index of 2. So now we will write the name which is not present in the array. So here the view.js is not present in the array. So I'm clicking the find button. So here you can see the view is not present in the array. So here because there is no element like view in this array. So like this way we can find the elements in the array, we can find the index, we can search the elements in the array using the only one function. So that function is called index of. This is the future of ES6. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the previous lecture we have discussed about the how to check whether an element is present in the array or not. So now in this video we are going to see how to filter the array in using ES6 functions. So for this I have to create a new file with the name arrayfilter.html. So here I will write the HTML code first. So I'm changing the title from document to array filter. So now I will write the h1 tag to display the array elements. So here id equal to elements. So afterwards we will move into JavaScript. Sorry. So first we will create an array with some number of elements. So here the array name is numbers equal to, so give some numbers 3, 6, 9, 5, 7, 2. So now we will assign these elements to this h1 tag. So we can assign using the jQuery or we can also assign using the JavaScript. So here we will use the only traditional JavaScript. So document dot get element by id. So here the id name is elements dot inner HTML is equal to numbers. So now we will see the output. So here the file name is arrayfilter.html. arrayfilter.html. So here you can see the numbers present in the array are 3, 6, 9, 5, 7, 2. So now we are going to filter this array using the ES6 array filter method. So first we will write the method. So here we have declared the array. So now we want to filter the elements like I want to return only the elements which are greater than 5. Means here there are the elements which are greater than 5 are only 2 elements, not 2, there are 3 elements, 6, 7, 9. So now I want to print the elements in the screen which are only greater than the 9. So in traditional JavaScript we have to use the for loop for that. For every iteration we have to check whether the element is greater than 5 or not using the if else conditions. So now I am using the ES6 array filter method to avoid that problem. So we will see how to implement the array filter method in ES6. So we just need to write numbers equal to numbers dot filter. So this is the method which is used for filtering the array elements using ES6 numbers dot filter. So first we need to take an object for these numbers. So for every iteration we have to use that object only. So for that I am taking the object as number. Numbers is the array, number is the object. So for every iteration for 0 index to here the 5th index, these number will be the iteration object for this numbers array. So for every iteration we have to check the condition whether this array element is greater than 5 or not. So here we have to write return number. Yes, because number is the object, return number greater than 5. So this is the condition. So we writing the condition, but we are not using the any if statement or else statement. We simply returning the elements which are greater than 5. So the meaning of the statements is, so we are filtering the numbers array which are greater than 5. So this is the meaning of this statement. So now we will move into the Google Chrome to check the output whether it is correct or not. So I am opening Google Chrome. So once again I will write the file path here. So here the file name is array filter.html. So here you can see it returned only the elements which are greater than 5. So if you array the initialization of the array, there are 6 elements which are some elements are below 5. So we have filtered the elements using this numbers.filter method. So in one line, with the help of one line only, we have filtered this method. So if you write the traditional JavaScript, means up to ES5, we have to write at least 3-4 lines for this code. We have to use the for loop, we have to use the if condition. For every iteration, we have to check whether the number is greater than 5 or not. So to avoid these kind of problems, in ES6 function, in ES6 version, they have introduced a new method called filter method, which takes the object as parameter of this array, and it will return the elements used based on the condition. So like this way we can filter the numbers array. Now we will see the strings array. So I will remove all this code. So once we will check the different conditions. So here we have only checked the condition which are greater than 5. Now we will see the less than 5. So it should return the elements which are less than 5. So if you observe these array, the elements which are less than 5 means 3, 2, etc. Only 3 and 2. So now we will see the output. So here you can see the output. There are only 3 elements which are less than the array. So like this way we can use the filter method for numbers. So now we will see how to use the filter method for string arrays. So I will remove all this code. So here I will write the names. So every time we are using the names and numbers for arrays only. So I'm habituated to do like this. So here I am writing some different names here. So every time we are only writing the programming languages and frameworks, I think you are getting bored of this. So now we will change this some topic. So here I am writing the players names, sports player names. First I will write the cricket player name, Sachin. So next I will move into the football player name, Ronaldo. So after that we will move into the tennis. So I will write the Djokovic. So afterwards we will move to the WWE. So I will write the name as Roman. So these are the players in the names array. So now we will filter these names array. So here also the function is same, names dot filter. So afterwards we have to take any object in the parenthesis. So here the object is name. So we have to write the conditions using this object in the arrow function. So remember one thing, in the filter method we have to use the arrow function only. So now I will return the elements which are return which consists A. Means if you observe here, there are 4 elements in the array. So I want to return the elements which consists A in their string. So to do this we have to write return name dot includes. So includes means contains. It is similar to the array dot contains. So which includes A. So it will return, first it will check the first element. So in these letters SACHIN, A is present. So it will return Sachin. So if you observe the second element RONALDO, here also the A is present in this 4th letter. So it will return the Ronaldo also. So here Djokovic, it will return the Djokovic also because A is present in this. So if you see Roman, here also the A is present in this. So it will return all the elements. So now we will see whether it is returning all the elements or not. So we want to return in the H1 document dot get element by ID. So here the ID is text dot inner HTML equal to names. So now we will see the output. So here I am refreshing the page. So there is something error. So we will see the error what is. So here you can see cannot set property inner HTML of null. So there is something mistake in this inner HTML. So here the text ID is elements. So by mistake I have given the text ID as only text. So here the h1 ID is elements. So that's why it is raising error. So now we will refresh the page. So here you can see it returned all the values because in every value A is present. Here the A is present, here also the A is present, here also A is present, here also A is present. So now we will change the letter. So I will change the letter as E. So if you observe here, there is no E in every element. So in Sachin there is no E, in Ronaldo there is no E, in Djokovic there is no E. So in Roman also there is no E. So we want to use another element which are present in only two elements. So if you observe here, D is present in only Ronaldo. So I will write the D as include. So it will return the elements which are present D. So now I will refresh the page. It should return only Ronaldo. Then only our output will be correct. So I am refreshing the page. So here you can see it's returning all the elements. There is something mistake. So what is the mistake in the code? Here we have initialized the array successfully. So in the second statement we have not written the names equal to. That's why it is not reinitializing the array. So names equal to, because we are filtering the elements. So after filtering we should assign the elements to these names. So that's why it is not filtering. So now I will open the Google Chrome and I will execute one more time. So I will write the file path. Array filter. So here is the function. So here you can see the output Ronaldo because D is present in only Ronaldo. So that's why it is returning only element Ronaldo. So suppose if you want to return the element which consisting of J, it will return only Djokovic because in other the element there is no J letter present. So here I will change the D to J. So it will return the elements which consist of J. Here there are in the out of 4 elements. So only Djokovic contains J. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see Djokovic. So like this way we can filter the elements. So we can also include the two letters also. Suppose I want to return the element which consisting of SA continuously, means consecutively. So if you observe here, SA is consecutively present in only one element. So this is Sachin. In this Sachin only SA is present. So if you observe the second element, there is no S and there is no SA. So if you observe third element also, there is no SA. Fourth element also, there is no SA. So in the only first element only, there are only consecutive SA. So now I will refresh this page. So here you can see the output Sachin. So like this way we can use the array filter method for both numbers array and string array. So in the next video we are going to do a project by using all these ES6 features. So that project is known as COVID statistics. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back guys. In the previous lecture we have discussed about the spread operator in ES6. Now in this video we are going to discuss about default parameters. So it is related to the functions concept. So here I am going to create a new file with name default def hyphen parameters. So I am using hyphen because the default parameter name is very lengthy. res.html. So here I will create the HTML snippet first. So here I am changing the title from document to default parameters. Default parameter. So this is also one of the feature of ES6, which is also called ECMA 2015. So here I will open the script tags in the body. So whenever we are learning about the features, we are not going to do any HTML syntaxes because it takes very lengthy time. So that's why first I will explain this in just command line or text format. So afterwards, after learning the concept thoroughly, we'll make the projects in HTML. So first I will explain this topic in using the script tags only. So here First I will create a function. So the function name is my function. So here I am writing the definition, document dot write. So here the default parameter concepts deals with the function parameter. Suppose I want to send one parameter to this function. So first I will call this function my function. So to this my function I will send one parameter with an integer value 6. So to accept this value, here we have to write any variable in this function parenthesis. So here I am writing the value as number. So now I want to write the text as, so the received number is number. So now we will see the output. So here the title is, the program name is default parameters def. So this is the title, def parameter. So here you can see the output. The received number is 6 because we have sent the 6 value to this function. So here the receiving value is stored in the variable number. Suppose if you are not sending any variable but we are receiving some value in the function, hence we will see the output what kind of error it is raising. Here I am not sending any variable, any parameter value to this function. So now I will press Ctrl S and we will move to the Google Chrome and check what the error it is raising. So here you can see it is undefined. So if you go to the console and see the error, so there is something error like, so here there is no error in console but it is printing undefined in this HTML area. So to avoid these kind of problems, in the ES6 version JavaScript came with a new feature called default parameters. So suppose if you are receiving parameter in the function definition, but if you are not sending any parameters while calling the function, we have to use the default parameter. Suppose if you write equal to something, these 8 value will be assigned to this number. So when you send the value to this function, at that time the sended value will be attached to this number. So first I will execute this program. So now we will see the output. So here you can see the received number is 8. So if you observe here clearly, we have not sent any variable to this function. We just used it defaultly. Suppose if you want to send any variable, so here I am sending the variable as 6 with value 6. So here the output is 6. Here you can see. So it avoids the errors whenever you do not send the parameter. So once again I will explain what is the use of default parameter. So here if you observe, there is a function with name my function and it receives a value with variable name number. So whenever we are calling this function, we should send a value. So then only the syntax will be correct. So if you do not send any value, this number value will be undefined. So in normal traditional JavaScript function. So if you use default parameter instead of traditional JavaScript parameter, it will do not raise any error and it will do not print the undefined value. So whenever you do not send any value, it will print the default value. So when you send the parameter, then it will print the parameter value. So now we will do some addition program using this default parameter. So I am removing all this content. So now we will do an addition program to understand better. So here the function is function add. So first of all I will create two variables where a comma b. So in this addition program we want to add this a and b. So to receive the parameters I will write the two things in the function a and b. So here we have to return the value, means we are printing the value in document.write. The addition of, so I will write the concatenation plus a. So I will write one more concatenation symbols, a and plus b is. So to add these two numbers we have to use the parenthesis a plus b. So this is the value of a plus b. So now I will call this function using some values. So here I will call this function add 6 comma 9. So now I will see the output. So here you can see the addition of 6 and 9 is 15. So as of now it's good. So now I will remove the parameters from the calling function. So here I am removing the parameters, means values. So now we will see the output. So here you can see the addition of undefined and undefined is NaN. So it's raising an error. So to avoid these kind of problem, we have to use the default parameters. So to use default parameters, you first need to initialize the function parameters with any value. So here I am initializing the A value with 2 and B value with 3. So whenever you do not send any data using the calling function, so these 2 and 4 will be assigned to A and B. So it will do not raise any error. Now we will see the output. So here you can see the addition of 2 and 4 is 6. So when you send data, the values will be assigned to A and B. So when you do not send any data, the default values like 2 and 4 will be assigned to A and B. So now I will send the data. So 6 comma 8. So here there are default values, even though we are sending the some attached values like 6 and 8. So now the output must be the addition of 6 and 8 is 14 because we are sending the values using the calling function. So now we will see the output. So here you can see the addition of 6 and 8 is 14. So like this way we can use the default parameters. So sometimes we forgot to add parameters in the calling function. So that time we have to use the default parameter. So if you forgot the adding parameters in the calling function also, it will do not raise any error and it will do not print undefined values. So it will take the default values and it will execute the program with that values only. So this is the use of default parameter. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the last few lectures, we have discussed about different features of ES6. So now in this video, we are going to use that all features of ES6 and we are going to implement our new and third project, COVID statistics. So you know the world is suffering a lot from COVID-19 or coronavirus. So now we are going to build a small application using this COVID-19 API, which is provided by the WHO, World Health Organization. It is a free API. So we are going to build this feature using all the ES6 features and Ajax and jQuery. So here if you observe this application, there is a navbar with the heading COVID stats. There are no other elements because it is not any e-commerce application. So it's just having the title COVID stats, means COVID statistics. So if you come to the body section, you have a beautiful background. So in that body section, we have these entries, means we can show the number of entries. So this is our limit. This is our wish. We can display any number of elements. We can display 10 elements. We can display 25 or up to we can display 100 element also. So it's good to display 10 elements per page. So if you observe the right side of this page, there is a search button. So in this you can search any country. Suppose I am searching America. So it will display the results of only America. So suppose I want to search the Italy. So here you can see it will filter automatically whenever you search any string in this array. So suppose I want to filter the elements of India. So you can see this is the result of India. So we can also sort this table using the total cases, recovered cases and deaths. So if you click on these total cases, first it will sort from decreasing to increasing, means you can see it is sorted from decreasing to increasing. So if you once again click on this, it will start from increasing to decreasing. As you know, United States having many number of cases compared to all the other states. So like this way we can also sort the elements using the recovered cases. So if you see the recovered cases, the Brazil is at the top position with 7,57,811 recoveries. So if you click on the death also, it will sort these using the death rate. So in this death rate, America stands first. So in the total cases and in the death rate, US stands first in the COVID-19 statistics. So this is our project what we are going to build. So suppose if you want to go to the next page, here there is a pagination section. So in this, if you click on this pagination, it will go to the next section, means next page. So if you want to see all the results in the same page, means up to 100 results you can see. If you click on these 100, it will show up to 100 countries in the same page only. So it's better to see only 10 countries in the same page. That's why I've written the 10. So at the bottom of the page, there is a beautiful footer which is consisting of designed and developed by tag. So I have written only my name. So we are implementing this table using the bootstrap table and data table, which is called as data table. So while developing project, I will explain what is data table, how can we implement in our project. So without any late, let's move into the Visual Studio Code and start our project. So here the Visual Studio Code is open. So now I am going to create the new file with name covid19.html. So this is our third project in this course. So first I will create the HTML snippet. So here I am changing the title from document to COVID-19 statistics or COVID-19 tracker, whatever it may be. So first we need to import the necessary links for our project. So as I said, we have used the Bootstrap, jQuery, Ajax. So now we need to implement all those script files. So first we will import the Bootstrap for our project. So to add Bootstrap for our project, we have to go to the Bootstrap website. So in this Bootstrap website, click on this first link. So copy the Bootstrap CSS link. So this is the Bootstrap CSS link. You can see here. So copy this link and paste it in the head part. So afterwards we have to get the data tables. So I will tell afterwards I will tell what is the use of these data tables. First import these data table links. So to get the data table links, type the data tables. So click on this first website, data tables, table plugin for jQuery. Click on this link and copy this both CSS link and JS link. So first copy this CSS link and paste it in the style sheets. So to paste the CSS link in the style sheet, we have to use the link with CSS. So in this href, we have to use that link. So now copy the JS link. So here it is the JS. Copy this link and paste it in the source script source. Script, you have to paste this link in the src. So as of now we have bought only bootstrap links and these data table links. So one more is left, which is jQuery. So to get the jQuery link, open these websites, jQuery CDN. So open this W3 schools websites. So in this we can get the jQuery CDN link. So copy this link. Here you can see the Google CDN link. Copy this link and paste it in this area, head area. So if you observe here, we have imported 4 links in this project. So the first link is jQuery. It is used to get the data from the REST API and to perform the Ajax operations. So the second link is Bootstrap, which is used for styling purpose, and the third link is data tables. So I will tell this use of data table afterwards. So first we will start the project using the header part. So first we will create the header part. So first we will place both the projects in the side by side. So in this folder or in this tab only I will write the path of our developing project. So here our developing project file name is covid19.html. So covid19.html. So it's looping, something wrong in our project. So we have not saved this project, that's why it is looping continuously. So now once again I will refresh the page. covid19.html. So here you can see this is our developing project. So we have to develop this page like this project. So in the first section we have a header with this text, COVID stats text. So first I will create the header part. So I will take one section. class header. So in this I will write one h1 tag. So we can use the section and we can also use the div. So here I have used this section. So I am writing the h1 title as COVID stats. So now we will see the output. So it's taking long time. So here you can see the output COVID stats. So now we need to place these COVID stats at center of the page, means center horizontally. So to place any text in the center horizontally, we have to use the bootstrap class, which is called as text center. So if you use this class, it will be placed at the center horizontally. Text center. So now I will see the output. So here you can see it is added at the center of the page. So if you observe here, there is a background for the header. Now we will add the background using the style. So after the head part, I will use this style tag. So here I want to add the style to this header class. So to add the style to any class, we have to use the dot operator. Dot header. So background color. So I will use teal. So once you will see the output. So here you can see the background is added successfully. Now we will add some padding to this. So I will add the padding as 10, P10. So here you can see the padding is added successfully. So now we will move into the key part, body section. So for one, I will create one more section with name table section. So first I will write the class name as container because we want to display the table at center of the page. So container. So afterwards we have to create the table. So here I want to use the bootstrap table, that's why I will use the class as table bordered and table dark. So once again I am telling, while doing this project you should have the basic knowledge about bootstrap. So while developing the previous project also I have said you, so you should have some basic knowledge about bootstrap, because I am not explaining any bootstrap classes in this course, I am using directly. So that's why you should have some knowledge. So after creating table, in the table we have two sections. The first section is table head and the second section is table body. So here we are getting the table body from the external API. So that is the part of the JavaScript. So in the HTML part we have to implement only the table head. So that's why we will implement the table head, T head. So in the T head we have the 4 columns. So the first column is country name and the second column is total cases and the third column is total recovered cases and the fourth column is total deaths. So here I will create a row. So in this we have to write the columns TH because we have to write the text in bold. That's why we have to use the TH for the header part. So the first header is country. So the second header is total cases. And the third header is recovered cases, recovered. And the fourth header is deaths. So now I want this header color in the dark. So that's why I will use the class as table dark, T-head dark. T-head. So whatever the classes I am using, these are all related to the Bootstrap classes. So if you are having any doubts, please refer the Bootstrap official websites. So it will give the all information for you. So now I will check the output whether the table header is created successfully or not. So here I will refresh the page. So here you can see the table header is created successfully. So if you observe the actual websites, there is some margin between this header part and table part. So now we will add this margin afterwards. So first we will get the data from the external API. So if you observe the table body, we got the data in the form of JSON because country name, total cases, recovered, deaths. So in the description I will give the link, and in this video also I will explain the link about the API. So to get this Corona API we have to use the link. So open the Google COVID API, type COVID API. So after clicking the COVID API, go to these websites, documenter.getpostman.com. So here you can see coronavirus COVID-19 API Postman. So click on this link. So after clicking this, the page will be look like this. So here there is a sections in the left side of the page. So click on the summary. So click on this link. So after clicking this link, it will give the get request API. So copy this link because we are using the Ajax get request to implement to get this data. So that's why we have to copy this link and paste it in another URL. So it will display the data, what data is present in that API. So Control V. So here you can see the data. So this is the actual data what we are receiving from this API link. So if you observe here, there are two objects in this main data. So the objects are global and the countries. So here we want these countries data. So these countries are the array. So here you can see the symbol. In that array there are plenty of elements. Almost 186 countries data is present in these websites. So for every array there is an object with some keys and values. So if you observe the first object, there is a key with country and value Afghanistan. Country code, some value. Slug some value. You confirm, new total recovered, total confirmed, total deaths. So like this way we have the keys and values. So first we have to get this link in our project and receive the values using the Ajax get request. So after receiving the values, we have to use the key value functions and add this data to the table. So first I will copy this link. I will also give this link in the section description also, you can find it there. So now I will move into the Visual Studio Code. So here our table head part is completed. Now we will move into the body part. So we just declare the body, T-body. So here we want to append these rows to the T-body because initially the table body is empty. If you observe here, the table body is empty. So first we have to access the table body in JavaScript. Afterwards we have to get the result from the array. Afterwards we have to add that result to the table body. So to add that results to the table body, first we should have access to this table body in the JavaScript. So that's why we have to use the ID property for this T body. So I am writing the ID as table body. So after accessing this table body in JavaScript, we have to append the information to this table body. So now as of now our HTML part is completed. So now we will move into the JavaScript part. So here I am opening the script tag. So first I will write the Ajax method for fetching the results from the external API. So I will write dot Ajax. So it will take the object as parameter. In the Ajax and jQuery tutorials only I have explained about this Ajax method. So it will take the object as parameter. So in this object there are 4 statements and 3 callback functions. So in that 4 statement we are using the 3 statements only because we are not sending any data to the external API. We just receiving the data. So the first parameter is URL. So already we have copied the API link. We need to place that in this URL. So after comma. So the second one is data type. Type. So what type of method you are using? Here we are using the get method. So I am using the get method. So the third statement is data type. What type of data you are expecting from the external API? So here we are expecting the JSON data. Not only here, every time we have to expect the JSON data only. JSON. So here these three statements are completed. Now we will move into the callback functions. So the three callback functions are success, error, and always. So first we will write the success function. Success colon function. So here I am not explaining about these all syntaxes because we are already discussed about in the Ajax introduction only. So success function takes one parameter, that is response. So after receiving the response, we have to print that response in console whether it is sending the correct response or not. So if there is any failure also, we have to print the error in console. So that's why I am writing the error method. Function error, and we have to print the error in console. Sorry. Console.log error. So the third callback function is, it's optional, it's not mandatory even though we are writing always. So it's execute every time whenever we Ajax request is executed. So we are not writing any definition for this. So now we will check whether the data is received successfully with Ajax get request or not. So I will refresh the page once again. So now we will move into the inspect element and we will check the data in the console. So here you can see there is an object with data. So here we got the data successfully. So here these countries data, we are going to work with these countries data. In these countries data, there are total 186 countries. So now we are going to loop through this element, loop through this array with the help of for-of loop. So for-of is the ES6 feature. So now we are going to loop through this countries array. So here the countries is the object. So in this object it contains array and it is having the 186 objects. So now we will loop through the elements. So for every element we have to return one row with country name, total cases, recovered cases, and deaths. So let's move into the Visual Studio Code and start writing the code for that. So after getting the data, we have to add the data to the table body. So to add that data to the table body, we have to initialize one array in this JavaScript. So here I am initializing the array with names where countries is equal to empty array. Initially the countries is not having any data. So after getting the Ajax request only, the countries data is added with these response. So that's why I will write after getting this success data, we have to use the countries is equal to response dot countries. So here why I am writing response dot countries means here the countries data is in the form of array. If you observe here, the array name is countries. So that's why I am returning these response dot countries to these countries. So here the small c, the countries which is starting with small c is what we initialized. So the country which is having the capital C is the country which is getting from the external API. So after initializing these two values, we have to update the table. So here I am removing the console log and I am writing one more function, update table. So here we are writing the function definition outside of this Ajax. So I will write the function definition using the arrow function. So as I said, what are the features we are using in this project will belong to ES6 features only. So that's why I will write the arrow function. So first I will write the function name. So arrow function doesn't require any function keyword. Update table equal to parenthesis. Here we have to write the arrow mark. So in this we have to write the function definition. So to access these array means countries array in this update table, we have to send the parameter using this update table calling function. So you have to send the countries using the parameters. So here I am writing the countries. So here we have sent the countries data to this update table function. So here we have to receive that countries data. So here also I am using the same parameter, countries. So now we got the definition and the parameter value countries. So now we will loop through these countries. Here the countries is an array which consisting of 186 objects. So every object is having some keys and values. So we will see that after. So now we will loop through the element using the for of loop. So for of is also a feature of ES6. So now we will loop through the for of loop. So if you are not understanding anything, don't get bothered. After completing the project, I will again once again. So keep it listening only. So for country of countries. Array, yes. So country of countries. Here the countries is an array. Country is an object. So for every iteration, one element of countries will be assigned to this country. So for every iteration, we have to add one row to the table body. So here I am writing the where new row equal to, so we have to write the colons only, whatever the data we want to append. So whatever the HTML data we want to append, so that data will be written in the double colons only, then only the jQuery append function will work. So here we want to append the data in the form of row, because we are working with table. So table deals with only rows and columns. So as of now we have declared the columns in the HTML section only. So now we will return every row for iteration. For every new iteration we have to return one row. So first I will return the tr tag, tr. So this is the row. So in the row there are 4 elements. So the first is country, second country name, the first is country name, second is total cases, third is total recovered cases, and fourth is total deaths. So we have to write these 4 in the table data. So that's why I will use table data tags, TD tags. TD, so \TD. So here we have to concatenate the strings because we are getting the data from the external variable. So I will use the plus operator. So here we have to use the country dot. So to get the country name, we have to find the key of the country name in the API section. So if you observe here, to get the country name, the key is country, COUNTRY. So copy this, copy and paste it here. So here the country is object and C, capital C country is key. So as of now we got the country name. So now copy this TD up to only TD and paste it after this link. So paste it here. So the second data is country dot total cases. So total confirmed cases. So if you observe the key here, to get the total cases, there is a key called total confirm. Copy this and paste it here. Total confirm. So once again copy this table data. So here, because we have to write the 4 table datas. So copy it again once again. So now this time we have to write the total recovered. So to write the total recovered, find this total recovered. So instead of confirmed, we have to use the total recovered. So to get this line at the bottom of this text, we have to use the toggle wrap. So here you can see toggle word wrap. So click on this. So here next line will be printed. So copy this TD once again. So because we have to write the total deaths also. So here country dot total deaths, I think. So we will see the key once again. So where is the, here you can see total deaths. Copy this and paste it in the 4th table data. Sorry, country dot total deaths. So here the new row consisting of one row means tr tag. In the tr tag there are 4 table data elements. So because if you observe the project, there are 4 table data elements: country name, total cases, recovered cases, and deaths. So that's why we need to write the 4 TD tags. So in the first TD tag, we have written the country name using the country.country. So in the second TD tag, we have written the total confirmed cases using country.total confirmed. So in the third TR tag, we have written the total recovered cases, country.recovered. In the fourth TD tag, we have written the total deaths. So here you can see total deaths. So afterwards we are closing this TR tag. So here we have successfully created this new row. So afterwards we have to add this new row to the table body. So if you want to add the new row to the table body, we can use the jQuery append method. So first we have to access the table body. So I am accessing the table body using the ID hash table body. So if you observe the HTML contents, so the table body ID is table body only. So there is a method called append in jQuery, which is used to add the new content to the HTML data. So for every iteration, we have to add this new row. So this is our code. So now we will see the output, whether it is raising any errors or it is implemented successfully or not. So I am opening Google Chrome. So this is our project. So I am going to refresh it. So boom, here we can see the data got successfully. So if you see here, so the first country is Afghanistan, total cases 31,000, recovered, and 733 are deaths. So if you scroll down, we got almost all the countries' data. So this is the table body. So if you observe the actual project, we have some external content in this table body. So here you can see there is some filtering options. So here there is a search option. So after clicking this header, the table area is sorted. So here you can see the table area is sorting. So after writing some text in the area, the table data is filtering. So if I write America, so here you can see the table data is filtering. So in our developing project, there is no such feature. So now we are going to implement that feature in this project. So first we have to use the data table. So here we are getting all these features using the data tables. So now I will implement the data tables to this project. So to implement the data table functionality to our project, we have to use first we have to create an ID to this table to access it in JavaScript. So here the ID name is COVID table. So this is the table ID. COVID table is the table ID. So to add the data table functionality to any table, so here you can see all these functions, all these features are getting from data table functionality. So to get any features from data table functionality, we have to use a function called, so now I will explain. After getting the data, we have to write, after updating the table, we have to use the function. So first we have to access the table. So here the table name is COVID table. So the table ID is COVID table. So to convert this table, normal table as data table, we have to use dot data table. That's it. Here you can see this is the only statement we have to convert. This is the only statement which is used to convert normal table to data table. So data table provides many functionalities to the normal table like searching, sorting, filtering, etc. So now I am pressing Ctrl S. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the output. The expected output is came successfully. So here the countries names, the first column consists country names. So in the second column countries consist total cases. In the third column we have these recovered cases, and fourth column we have deaths with all the data table functionality. So here you can see the search functionality. So here you can see the entries functionality. So if you click on this, the data will be sorted according to the total cases. So if you click on the recovered cases, the data will be sorted according to the recovered cases. So same this functionality will be worked in the deaths also. So if you click on this, so it will show the highest number of death rates in the United States of America. So in the bottom of this table, we have the pagination section. So we can go to the next page using this pagination. So we can also display our total 100 countries in the single page only. So here you can see, we can see the total 100 countries. So if you click on these 10, so it will display only 10 elements. So like this way we can add the data table functionality to our project. So it's very simple to add the data table functionality to our project. We just need to take these, we just need to access the table, parent table means we have to access this table. So we should not access these table head or table body. We should access this table with some any property. Here we have accessed using the id. So here the id name is covid table. So here we are accessing the covid table and we are assigning the data table functionality. So whenever you want to add any data table functionality to any table, we just need to write dot data table. This is the function which is used to add data table functionality to normal table. So here we got the expected output in the body section. Now we will move into the footer part. So here I am writing one more section. So I will write without section, I will write simply footer. So in this footer, there are two paragraph tags. So first tag is designed and developed by. So here I am writing only my name, K. Satya Prakash Reddy. So now we will see the output whether the footer is added or not. So here you can see the footer is added successfully. So now we will print these, now we will get these elements at the center of the page. So to get this element at the center of the page, we have to use the class text center for the footer. So we are also add some background to this footer. So I am going to add some background this to the footer. So first I will add the background color. So I will add first teal only. So afterwards I will change some more color. So click on this teal. So I will add some dark color to this footer. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the elements are added at the center of the page, but they are not visible because this color and this color are looking same. So that's why I will change the footer elements color to white color. White. So we also add some padding so it looks better. P20, padding 20. So here you can see the padding is added successfully, but this table and this footer are very congested. That's why I have to use some margin to this footer. So margin top some 100, empty 100. So here you can see the margin from this table to the footer is 100 px. So now I want to add some margin to this header also. So here you can see I will add the margin bottom MB 100. So here you can see the margin is added successfully. So this is the expected output for the project. So if you observe the actual project, so navbar, table data, and the end of the page we have the footer. So if you observe these also, navbar, table data, footer. So there is only one change in this project and this project, that is body background. So this is the gradient body background. In the recipes and meals project only, we have discussed about these web gradients. So there is a website called web gradients. So in this website we can find the beautiful web gradients for our projects. So it is an open source website. We can get any gradient color for freely. So I will copy the color. So this is the color I think. So I am copying the CSS and I will add this color to the body background. So here the background color is added successfully. Now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the output is as exactly like this project only. So I will remove this finished project. So this is our developed project. So there is a navbar body section. In that body section there is a table with external API data which consisting of data table functionality and with some ES6 features. So this project is mainly for ES6 features and data table functionality. So whenever you want to build some complex or major applications, we have to write many lines of code to filter the data in the table. So in that cases, we have to use the data table. So it is only one statement. We just need to assign the data table function to the table. So then we can get all the functionalities like searching, sorting, filtering, every functionality we will get in single line. So that is the use of data table. So at the bottom of the page, we have the footer. In that footer, we have the designed and developed by tag. So now we will move into the Visual Studio Code, and the last time once again I will explain this whole code. So here first I have created a file name with covid19.html. In this I have created some simple HTML snippet. So after creating the HTML snippet, first we should add the external files which are used in our project. So in this project we have used 4 external files. The first file is Bootstrap. This is the link of the Bootstrap style sheet. So whenever you want to add external files, you need to keep 2 things in mind. So if the external file is related to the CSS, we have to use the relation and link tag. If the file is related to CS. So if the link is related to the JavaScript, we have to use the script tag. So whenever it is related to the CSS, you have to use the link tag. Whenever it is related to the JavaScript, you have to use the script tag. So here the Ajax and jQuery is related to the JavaScript. That's why we have used the script tag. So if you come bottom of this line, so there is a Bootstrap. Bootstrap is related to CSS. That's why we have used the link tag. So afterwards we have used the data table. So data table we will get the both CSS and JavaScript. So if you observe the table, there is a styling for this search and this input box and this pagination. So this is all because of the data table built-in CSS. So this is the file for data table built-in CSS. So this is related to CSS. That's why we are using this link tag. So whenever you are copying any external link, make sure that you copy the link from this HTTPS too. So the HTTPS should be present in the link. So if you observe any link here, the Bootstrap link is started with HTTPS. So if you observe this script link also, it is started with HTTPS. Sometimes we will copy the links from these backslashes only. So hence it will not work. So make sure you copy in the link from HTTPS. So here we have added the script file, script CDN for the Bootstrap data table, and after the CSS file for the data table. Here we can see the extension for JavaScript. This is the JavaScript file and this is the CSS link. So here the 4 links which are used in this project, external links which are used in this project. So now we will move into the HTML part. In the HTML part, we have divided our project into 3 sections. The first section is header part, and the second section is body part, and the third section is footer part. In the header part and body part, we have not doing any backend data. We just need to write the static data with the header name means COVID stars. In the footer part, we are writing the designed and developed by tags. So the actual logic, the main logic is present in the body part. So this is the section, container section is the body part. In that container section, we have a table. In the table, we have both table head and table body. So we are defining the table head in the HTML section only with the names, country, total cases, recovered cases and deaths. So afterwards, we are moving into the JavaScript and we are adding the external data using the Ajax. We are getting the external data by Ajax and jQuery. So after getting the data, we are assigning this data to the countries array. So first we are initializing the countries with an empty array. So after getting the data through Ajax, we are reassigning these countries with received data. Here the received data is stored in the response.countries. So after assigning the data to the countries, we have to update the table because initially the table body is not present. We have only written the data for table head. So we are going to add the data for table body using the Ajax and jQuery external API. So here we got the external API response using this response parameter. So afterwards we are assigning these response values to these countries. So after assigning, we have to update the table. So in the update table section, we have used the arrow function, which is a feature of ES6. So in this arrow function, we are receiving these countries data from this response. So in this update table definition, we are looping through the for loop through the entire this array. So here we are initialized an object of these countries country is object and country is array. So for every iteration, country object will take some data from this array and it will create the, for every iteration it will create a new row, and for every iteration it will add the new row to the table body. So like this it will repeat total 186 186 times, because in the countries array there are total 186 countries. So that's why it will repeat 186 times. So after adding all the data to the table body, we should convert the table to normal table to data table, because we are getting some functionalities using the data table. So this is our project. Welcome back guys. In this video we will be discussing about how to perform animations in jQuery. So first I will show the demo, then we will write the code. So here I am showing the demo. So here you can see there is an object with color div, this with div tag. In this div tag the background color is red. So if you see here there are 4 buttons. So if you click on the any button, the related animation action will be performed to this div. So suppose I am clicking this move right button, so the button will, these div should be moved to the right side. So I am clicking this move right. So here you can see the div is moved right side. So I am clicking the move left, it will move to the left side. So here you can see the div is moved to the left side. Suppose I am click the move bottom, it will move to the bottom. If you click on the move top, it will be moved to the top. So here you can see this is called jQuery animations. So now we are going to perform the jQuery animations using practical. So here I am opening Visual Studio Code. So I am going to create a new file with name animate.html. So here I will complete the HTML formalities first. So here I am changing the title from document to jQuery animations. So first I will create one div, because we need an element to perform animations. So that's why I will create a div. So this ID name is object. So we will add some styling to this object. So here I am opening the CSS styling. So to access any element in the CSS using ID, we have to use the hash ID name. So here the ID name is object. So I will add the height as 100 px, and width is also 100 px. So now I will add some background color. So I will add blue. So now we will need a button, because after clicking the button only the animation should be performed in the page. So that's why we need a button with on click function button. So I will write the text as perform animation. Perform animation on click. So after clicking this button we have to execute one function in jQuery. So that's why I will write the function name as animate div. So after clicking this button only we have to animate the div. So as of now our HTML part is completed. So once we will see the output, what is it is created. So here I am opening the program in the new tab. So the title name is animate.html. So here you can see there is a div, and bottom of the div there is a button which is used to perform the animation action for this div. So after clicking this button, this div should move to the right side. So this is our goal to implement in this program. So when I click this button, this div should move to the right side. So at least some distance, at 100 pixels or 200 pixels, so whatever it may be. So after clicking this button only, the action needs to be performed in the page. So now we are going to write the function which is having the logic. So before writing the function, as I mentioned in the early only, so this is performed using jQuery. So to use jQuery in our project, we have to write the jQuery CDN link in head part. So this is mandatory. Without writing jQuery CDN link, so no jQuery actions will be performed on the page. So that's why we need to paste the jQuery CDN link. So here there is a jQuery previous files for us. So copy the CDN link and we can paste it in our present program. So here I am pasting it. So here we have implemented jQuery in our project. So now we are going to write the function, animate div function in JavaScript. So here I'm opening the script tags. So now I will write the function. Function name is animate div. So here we are going to write the actual function which is used to perform animation. So first we have to access this div element, because to this div element only we need to perform the animation. So that's why we need to access this div. So we are accessing using id, that's why we need to use the hash. Hash indicates id in jQuery. Id name is object. Object dot. So in jQuery to perform animations we have a function called animate. So it will take 3 parameters. So the first parameter is object, and the second parameter is time, and the third parameter is callback function. So it's not mandatory that we need to implement the 3 parameters. You can implement only one parameter also. So first we will write only one parameter, afterwards we will see the other two. So first parameter is object. So every object must open with the curly brace. So in this curly brace we have to write the key and value. So the key is side and the value is distance. So to which side you want to move the element, either right side or left side or top or bottom. So here I want to move the div element to right side. So that's why we need to write the key as right. So this is key. So afterwards we have to write the value. So here the value is how much distance you want to move that element. So either 100 pixels or 200 pixels or something. So first I want to move 100 px. 100 px. So here you can see our program is completed. So now we will execute the program. So this is only one line which is used to animate the object in jQuery. So now I will refresh the page. So I will click the button. After clicking the button, these divs should move to the right side. So I am clicking the button. So here you can see there is no change in the action. This is because we have added styling for this div, but we have not mentioned any position for div. So animations will be performed to the elements which are positioned at absolute or relative. So these two properties only animations have worked. So initially the div is fixed. So to the fixed elements the animations will not work. So that's why we need to add the position either relative or absolute. So first I will add the position for this div as relative. So when you add the position relative to the div, it will work. So now I will refresh the page. So now I will click the button. So here you can see the object is moved left side because we have not mentioned minus here. So whenever you want to move the object to the right side, we have to mention the minus. If you mention minus, the object move to the right side. So if you mention plus means if you do not mention minus, the object will be moved to the left side. So here we have write the key as right. So we have write the value as 100 px. So that's why we need to mention the minus. If you mention minus, it will move to the right side. If you mention plus, it will move to the left side. So first we will mention plus means nothing. So once we will refresh the page. So here you can see after clicking the button, it should go to the left side because we are not mentioned minus. If you mention minus, it will move to the right side. So we have mentioned plus, that's why it is moved to the right side. I am clicking this. So here you can see it is gone to the left side. So if you mention minus, it will move to the right side. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So here you can see minus 100 px. So once again I will refresh the page. So I will perform action. So here you can see the object is moved 100 pixels right side. So every time you need to mention the minus in this distance, means you have to mention the distance in minus property. So then only it will move correctly. So if you do not mention minus, it will move to the left side. Even though if you write the right side also, the object will move to the left side if you do not write minus. So keep it in mind. Every time you need to perform the action by adding the minus only. So now I will change the side. So as of now we have written only right side. So now I will change the top. So I want to move the item to the top. I am pressing Ctrl S. So now I will refresh the page. So after clicking this button, this div should move to the 100 pixels top, means above. So here I will click the button. So here you can see the div is moved 100 pixels top. So like this way you can move the div to the top. So now we will move to the bottom. So I will write bottom instead of top. Sorry, bottom spelling is wrong. So here you can see we have written 100 pixels bottom. So now I will refresh the page. Sorry. So after clicking this button, these two should come down. 100 pixels come down. So I'm clicking this button. So here you can see it came down. So like this way we can perform the animations in jQuery. So in the next video we are going to discuss about the second parameter and third parameter in object, this animate function. So as I said, animate function accepts three parameters. So the first parameter is object, means you have to mention the which side you want to move and how much distance you want to move. So the second parameter and third parameter we will be discussing in next class. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In the previous lecture we have discussed about how to animate HTML elements using jQuery. So the animate function takes three parameters. So in the previous lecture we have discussed about only one parameter. So now in this video we are going to discuss about the other two parameters in the animate functions. So first I will recap the yesterday's lecture, means last lecture. So first I will execute this program. So here you can see the file is open. I will refresh the page. So if you see here, we have written the side as bottom, means it should move to the bottom after clicking the button. So here I will click the button. So here you can see the div is moved to the bottom. So if you write the right side, means right or left or top, it will move to the actual respective side. Suppose I am writing top. So it will move to the top side. So I will check it. So here you can see I am clicking the perform animation. So it is going to the top side. So like this way you can perform any side. So here I am writing the bottom only. So now we are going to discuss the second parameter. So the first parameter is object, which is having the key value pair. So in the key we have to mention the respective side. So which side you want to move the object. So in the value you have to mention the distance, how much distance you want to move. So now we are going to discuss the second parameter. So the second parameter is time. So how many seconds you want to perform the animation. So if you perform the animation 1000 seconds, 1000 milliseconds, you have to write this length in time length in millisecond. So it indicates the 1 second. So if you click the animate button, it will move very fast. So I will show you how fast it will move. So after clicking this button, within seconds it should come down. So here you can see it came down. So after clicking the button, it will take 1 minute, 1 second to perform the action. So if you decrease the time, so here I will decrease the time to 1000 milliseconds to I will decrease the time 200 milliseconds. So it will move very fast. So I will show you. So after clicking this button, it should move in 200 milliseconds only. So I am clicking the button. So here you can see it's moved very fast. So like this way you can mention time. So you can also mention the above 1000 also. So here I will write the milliseconds as 3000. So it will move very slow. So here I will refresh the page. So whenever I click this button, it should take 3 seconds to go to the bottom. So I am clicking this button. 1, 2, 3. So it should take 3 seconds to perform the complete action. So this is the use of second parameter. It is related to the time limit to perform the action. So the third parameter is callback function. So what you want to do after the animation is complete. So suppose if you want to give an alert after the animation is complete, like animation is completed. So you can add anything, any JavaScript statements you can give in the callback function. So suppose we want to give the alert. So after completing the animation, we should get an alert that the animation is completed for the div. So I am going to add the callback function. So to add the third parameter, we have to use the comma. So hence we have to write the callback function. In this we have to write the logic. So I want to give the alert with message animation is completed. So first the button will move bottom. So it will take 3 seconds to complete the animation. So after 3 seconds, the alert pop-up will come with message animation is completed. So now we are going to execute the program. So here I will refresh the page. So here I am click the button. 1, 2, 3. So here you can see after the 3 seconds we got a pop-up that animation is completed. So this is the use of callback function. So you can write what any number of statements, and whatever the statement it may be, you can write anything in the callback function. So once again I will explain the 3 parameters in animate function. So it will take 3 parameters. The first parameter is objects, which is having the key value pair. In the key you have to mention the side of the means which side you want to move the object. So in the value you have to mention the how much distance you have to move. So the second parameter is time limit, how many seconds you want to perform the animation. So it may be anything. You can use the 100 milliseconds to 10 any number of milliseconds. So the third parameter is callback function. So what action you want to perform after completing the animation. So these are the 3 parameters. So but it is not mandatory to use the 3 parameters. You can also use only 1, and you can also use 2, and you can also use 3. So now I will show you one more trick. Suppose if you want to perform 2 animation. So I will refresh the page. So after clicking this button, these divs should come down. After coming down, it should go to the right side. So here you will performing the 2 animation. So now I will show you how to perform that. So it is also because of the callback function only. So first after the clicking this button, it will take 3 seconds to come down. After 3 seconds of coming down, so the callback function should execute. So in these callback functions, again we will perform the animation to move the object to the right side. So here I will write the animate function once again in the callback function. So hash object dot animate. So here I will write the side as we want to move to the right side, right? So in this we have to mention the distance in minus 100 px. So it should also take the time limit as 3000 milliseconds only. So it should perform like, so after clicking this button, it should come down. After 3 seconds, it should go to the left side. So this is our goal. So here I am clicking the button. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So here you can see, first it came down, and after 3 seconds, it moved to the left side. So like this way, you can perform the animations, 2 animations in a single div using the callback function. So in the next video, we are going to discuss about fade animations in jQuery. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the last lecture, we have discussed about the jQuery animations and how to perform the animations to HTML using jQuery. So now in this video, we are going to discuss about the jQuery fade effects. So first I will show the what is fade effect, fade in effect, fade out effect, and how can we perform. So first here, if you observe here, there is a text called h1 with the text hi. So after clicking this fade in button, it should slowly disappear. And after clicking this fade in button, it should slowly come. If I click fade out, it should disappear. So first I will click on the fade out button. So because it is already displaying, so after clicking the fade out button, it should slowly disappear. So I'm clicking the button. So here you can see it should slowly disappear and gone. So after clicking the fade in button, in the same way it should come back. So here you can see this is called fade in effect, and this is called fade out effect. So disappearing is called fade out effect, displaying is called fade in effect. So if I click on the fade in, it should come back with the animation. This is called fade in and fade out effects. So now we are going to implement in Visual Studio Code. So open VS Code. So here you can see the VS Code is open. So click on new file. So the file name is fade.html. So here first I will complete the HTML formalities, changing the title from document to fade animations or fade effects. So first I will create the h1 tag with the name Joker. So every time we are writing the normal text, that's why we need to write the movie name. So I will increase these text size. So with the name id is equal to text. So I will access this element in both CSS and JavaScript. So first I will access the element in CSS, style, h1. So text size, font size, not text size. Font size is 150 px. So after the text we have to write the two buttons which is used for fade in and fade out. So I will write the first button, fade in. So after clicking this button we have to perform the action on click fade in function. So after clicking the fade out button we have to perform fade out on click fade out. So here I will write the text as fade out. So now we will check the output whether it is created the text and button successfully or not. So in the next tab I will create the HTML file. So here the file name is fade.html. Fade.html. So here you can see the text and fonts buttons are created successfully, but the text size is not increased. So there is something mistake in CSS. So here we have given the ID name as h1 because something wrong. Here the ID name is text. So we have given the wrong ID. So that's why the font size is not increased. So once again I will refresh the page. So here you can see the text size is increased. So after clicking the fade in button it should come up, and after clicking the fade out button it should slowly disappear. So now we are going to implement the logic in JavaScript and jQuery. So first we will implement the two functions. So I'm opening the script tags. So the first function is fade in, and the second function is fade out. Sorry, function fade out. So in this we have to write the fade in logic, in this we have to write the fade out logic. First we will perform the fade in. So it's very simple, in just one line only you can perform fade in and fade out in jQuery. So first we need to access the element. So here we need to perform the fade in and fade out animations for the h1 text with the ID as text. So now we are going to access using the ID hash text. So after that we have direct methods called fade in and fade out in jQuery. We just use that methods. Fade in, so it is a method, that's why because we have to use the curly braces, not curly braces, parenthesis. So I'm pressing Ctrl S. So in fade out method also you have to use the same. You just need to replace the fade out instead of fade in. So access the h1 text with the name ID. After that fade out. So that's it guys, our program is completed. So there is only one thing missing in this program. Here also we have not imported the jQuery CDN, so it will raise the error. So from the previous program we have to import that. So our previous program is animate.html. So I will copy the jQuery CDN link. So here I will paste the jQuery CDN link in the head part. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the page is refreshed. So after clicking the fade out button it should slowly disappear, and after clicking the fade in button it should slowly come back once again. So first I will click on the fade out button. So here you can see it's got disappeared. So after clicking the fade in button it should come back. So I am clicking the fade in button. So here you can see it come back. So for these fade in and fade out animations also we can mention the time limit. So how many seconds it should take to disappear, and how many seconds it should take to come back. So I will write the time length as 3000. Means it should take 3000 milliseconds to disappear, and it should take 3000 milliseconds to come back. So I've written both 3000 time limit for both fade in and fade out. So now we will refresh the page whether it is applied successfully or not. So after clicking this button it should take 3000 milliseconds to disappear. So it should slowly disappear. So now I am clicking the button. So here you can see it should slowly disappearing. So after clicking the fade in also it should take 3000 milliseconds to come back. So here you can see it's slowly coming back. So like this way we can perform fade in and fade out animations in jQuery and JavaScript, and we can also use the time limit. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In this lecture, we are going to discuss about library. So first we will discuss about the library definition. Afterwards, we will discuss some of the famous JavaScript libraries. So here, first the library definition. So a library is a set of code that was previously written that can be called upon when building your own code. So if you observe the first line, library is a set of code that was previously written. So it is the code which was previously written by someone. So that can be called while developing our projects. So this is the use of library. So we need not to write everything from scratch. So already some functionalities were written in that library by someone person. So we can utilize that library functions using import statements or any external importing statements. So in C language we use hash include. In Java we use import. In Python we use include something, etc. So in every language we have some import statement. So by using that import statement we can use the functionalities of the libraries. So first we will discuss some libraries in the C programming language. So everyone is having some idea about the C programming language. So that's why I have selected C programming language for the explanation of library. So here you can see hash include stdio.h. So here the stdio.h is the library. So it provides some functions in the C programming language. So one of the example for that function is printf. So here we are utilizing this printf function in the C programming language because of this stdio.h library only. So if you do not write this stdio.h library, it will raise the error whenever you write the printf statement. So this printf statement code will be present in the stdio.h library. So this is the use of library. So as like other programming languages, JavaScript is also having some famous libraries. So we will discuss about it. So here you can see the top JavaScript libraries. So up to the previous video, we have used only two JavaScript libraries. They are jQuery and data tables. So we are having some little idea about this jQuery and data tables. So once again, we will discuss about it. jQuery. It makes things like HTML document traversal and manipulation, event handling, animation, and Ajax much simpler with its easy to use API that was across a multitude of browsers. So jQuery is used to minimize the syntax of JavaScript, and it also provides some other functionalities. Suppose if you want to access any HTML element using jQuery, we just need to write dollar parenthesis. In that parenthesis, we have to write the ID. After that, we have to write the functionality. When it comes to the traditional JavaScript, we have to write document.getElement by ID. So in that, we have to write the ID name. So in JavaScript, the syntax is very lengthy. When it comes to jQuery, the syntax is minimized. So this is the use of jQuery. So here the second library we have discussed in the previous lectures are data tables. So while developing the COVID-19 tracker project, we have used this data tables library in our project. So it provides the filtering functional to the HTML table. If you want to write the filtering functionalities in traditional JavaScript, it will take around 100 to 200 lines to apply all the filters like searching, sorting, filtering, etc. So with the help of these data tables, we can just import the data tables in our project, and it will automatically provide all the filtering functionalities for our data tables. So this is the use of data tables. So we have discussed these data tables and jQuery and data tables in our previous lectures only. So now in this section, we are going to make some videos about this AOS library, dark theme library, animate.css library, typed.js file library. So these four libraries are related to the front end only, means which are related to the UI functionalities. So first we will have some simple discussion about it. So AOS used for the animations in web pages. So in the previous lectures only we have discussed about the jQuery animations like fade in, fade out, etc. So it is related to that. So dark theme.js is used for the applying dark theme for our web pages in a single click. So the next library is animate.css. It is also related to the AOS library, which is used for the apply animations in the HTML elements. So the last library we are going to discuss in the further classes is typed.js. It is used for the text animations in the HTML web pages. So these are the four libraries which are we going to discuss in the further classes. So in the next video, we are going to start our first JavaScript library, AOS library. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back, guys. In the last lecture, we have discussed about the introduction of libraries, and we have also discussed some of the famous JavaScript libraries. So now in this video we are going to discuss about the first JavaScript library, which is called as AOS. So AOS stands for animate on scroll. So first we will see the demo and afterwards we will implement the program. So here this is the demo. So after refreshing the page, the animation will occur on this page. So here I am refreshing the page. So here you can see this AOS text is moving from left to right. So we are going to implement this feature now practically. So once again I will refresh the page so you can understand. Here you can see the text is moving from left to right. So now we are going to implement it. So open Visual Studio Code. So here I am going to create a new file with name aos.html. So first I will complete the HTML formalities. So here I am changing title from document to AOS. So first we will create some h1 text as like the previous. h1 with name AOS. So we will add some styling to this h1 text. Style h1. So I will add the font size as 200 pixels. So it looks good. And I will add some margin top and margin left. Margin top 200 px and margin left as 300 px, not 300, 500. So it will be placed at the center of the web page. So once again I will refresh the page and I will execute our program. So here the file name is aos.html. So here you can see the AOS text is created, but if you refresh it, there is no animation. So now we are going to add animation for this text. So as we discussed in the previous lecture, whenever you want to use external library in our project, we have to write the CDN link of that library. So to get the AOS CDN link, open Google and type AOS. So click on this first link, AOS Animate on Scroll Library. So in these websites you can get all the functionalities and all the features of AOS websites. It is like a documentation. So you can apply these effects. So if I am scrolling down, so this div is going up by some animation, by performing some animation. So if I scroll down, so here you can see the div is coming down by performing some animation. So here you can see we can apply all these kinds of animation using AOS in our page. So you can apply any animation. You can apply flip animation, so zoom animation. So here you can see these are all the AOS animations. So different settings examples. So first we will discuss how to import this AOS library in our project. So click on this link. After opening the AOS official website, click on this link. So it will open GitHub profile of the AOS website. So scroll down. So here you can see installation. So in this installation we can see two links. So the first link is CSS link and the second link is JavaScript link. We have to add both the links in our project. So first I will copy the CSS link, means style sheet link. So I will paste it in the head part. So here we have added the CSS link. Now we will add the JS link. So now we have added the AOS library in our project successfully. So now we will discuss how to add these animation feature in our h1 text. So here there is a special property for h1 elements in AOS. That property is called data AOS. So we have some properties for h1 elements like ID, class, style, etc. As like them, there is a property called data AOS. So after writing the h1 tag or any tag in the HTML, we have to write the data AOS. So this is the property which is used for applying animations in the AOS library. So this is the property data AOS equal to, we have to write the colons, single colon or double colon. So I will use the single colons only. So in this single colon you have to write the animation name, which animation you want to apply to this h1 text. So if you don't know the animation names, you can go to the official websites of the AOS. So you will get all the animation names. So here you can see, if you want this type of animation, you should apply this fade up animation. So this is the animation name. Here you can see. So whatever the text which is written in the orange color in this website, that is animation name. So if you want to apply this animation, you should use the fade down animation. So you can get all the animation effects and their names in the AOS official website. So you can apply any animation. You just need to copy this text and paste it in our data AOS property. So first I will write the fade up animation. So I will copy this fade up and I will mention the link in this AOS. So here you can see H1, the data AOS is the property and the animation is fade up animation. So here we have added the animation successfully. But as we discussed in the previous lecture, data AOS is a JavaScript library. It is not a CSS library. So we need to initialize this library in our JavaScript. So to initialize this library, open the script tags. So in this script tag, to initialize the JavaScript library, we have a single line statement. So that is AOS dot init, means initialize. So that's it. This is the only statement which is used for initializing the AOS in our project. So now I will refresh the page whether the animation is successfully added or not. So this is our project or file. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the animation is added. When I refreshing the page, the text is coming from bottom. So here you can see. So this is the animation which is came from AOS. So we will add some other animations. So you can get all the animations in this data AOS official website. So we will add some animation like fade right. So I will copy this text and I will replace in the data AOS. Fade right. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the text is moving from right to left. So if you write the fade left, it will move from left to right. Fade left. So once again I will refresh the page. So it should move from this side to this side. So here you can see it's moving from the right side. So like this way we can apply animations using AOS. So not only fade animations, we can apply these slip animations also. Not slip, it is flip. So once I will copy this text, flip. So I will paste this in this data AOS. So here the animation name is flip left. So I will refresh the page. So here you can see the text is flipping. So this is the animation. So you can add any animation in this AOS page. So you just need to visit the official AOS site page and you can copy the animation. So once we will also apply the zoom in animation. So I will apply this refresh page. So here I am refreshing the page. So here you can see the text is zooming. So like this way we can apply the zoom in animation. So once we will apply the zoom out animation also. So this is a zoom out animation. So here I am changing the zoom in to zoom out. So this is the last animation which is we are going to apply. So here you can see it is zoom out. So this is the AOS animation. So in the next video we are going to discuss about some of the other features of AOS animation, means how can we add the duration, how can we add the autoplay animation, etc. So see you in the next class. Welcome back guys. In the last lecture we have discussed about how to add AOS library in our project and how can we use that. So in this video we are going to discuss about some of the properties of AOS library. So how can we add the duration of AOS library, means how much time it should take to complete the total animation. So first we will take the Visual Studio Code. So here the Visual Studio Code is open. So if you want to add the time to this AOS animation, means if you want to give some time, so in that time only the AOS animation should be completed, then we have a property called data AOS duration. So this is the property which is used to set the time limit for AOS animation. Data hyphen AOS hyphen and duration. So in this we have to write the time in millisecond. So the maximum time is 3 seconds only. So if you write the 3000, it will take 3 seconds to complete the total animation. So here I will refresh the page. So here you can see it is taking 3 seconds to complete the animation. So if you give more than 3000, it will not perform the animation. So suppose I am giving the duration as 4000. So the animation will not be performed. So because the maximum limit is 3000 only. So here I am refreshing the page. So here you can see the time limit is not added. It is moving just in 1 second only. So it's not taking the duration. So it's moving in 1 second only. So the maximum time is 3 seconds. So if you apply 3 seconds, it will perform the animation as expected. So here I have given the 3000. So once again I will refresh the page. So here you can see it is moving slowly. If you apply the 2 seconds also, it should move some slowly only. So here the time limit is 2000. So here you can see. So if you add more than 3000 only, it will not perform the animation as like our expectation. So it will perform within 1 second only. So suppose I am writing 5000. So it should not work as expected. So here you can see it's coming within seconds only, 1 second only. So like this way we can add duration for our animation. So the second property we are going to discuss is delay. So sometimes we want to play the animation after some delay. So at that times this property will be useful. So to apply the delay property, we have to use data AOS delay. So it is also similar to duration only. So in this we have to write after how many seconds the animation should be performed. So here I am writing 3000. So after 3 seconds of the page refresh, the animation should perform. So here I am giving the time limit as 3000 only. So the complete animation will take total 6 seconds to complete. So it will take 3 seconds to initialize because we are adding the 3 seconds delay. So after 3 seconds it will start the animation and it will take again 3 seconds to complete the animation. So here the total time taken to complete the animation is 6 seconds. So now we will calculate the animation time by refreshing the page. So here I am refreshing the page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here you can see it is taken 6 seconds to complete the animation. So the first 3 seconds is delay and the last 3 seconds is to perform the animation. So like this way we can use the properties duration and delay in AOS. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back guys. In the last lecture we have discussed about the AOS animation library and how to add in our project. Now in this video we are going to discuss about the typed.js library. So it is related to the text animation library. So first we will see the demo, afterwards we will write the program. So here I will refresh the page. So here you can see this is typed.js library. So once again I will refresh the page. So the text will be printed by performing the animation with the typed text. So now we are going to implement this in our program. So open Visual Studio Code. So first I will create a new file with name typed.html. So here I will complete the HTML formalities and changing the title from document to typed.js. So first we will perform this typed.js animation to the h1 text. That's why we need to write some h1 text. h1. So to access this h1 in JavaScript, we have to add some property. So I am writing the property as id. So the id name is text. So we will add some styling to this h1 text. Style. So h1. So I will add the font size as 100px. So empty margin top as 200px. So it will be placed at the center of the page. So I will write the margin left is also 200px. Color is red. So in the last lecture we have used the blue color. So in this lecture we are going to use the red color. So here the designing part is completed. Now we will move into the developing part. So as like other JavaScript libraries, to use this typo.js library also, first we need to add that typo.js CDN link in our head part. So to get the typo.js CDN link, open Google. So in the Google type typo.js. So this is the link, typo.js. So click on this link, JavaScript animated typing with typo.js by Matt Bold. So this is the link to get the typo.js CDN. So click on this link. So afterwards click on the view on GitHub. So scroll down. So after scrolling down, here you can see the CDN link. So every time we need to copy the CDN links only. So copy this link and paste it in the header part of the HTML. So here I am writing the CDN link. So now we have successfully added this typo.js CDN link in our project. So now we are going to add the developing part. So open JavaScript script. So in this we are going to add. So here the animation is added using the typed class. So to add animation to any class, first we need to write the object. So we need to create the object. So that's why I need to create the object where typed text. So this is the object of the typed class. So is equal to new typed. So this is the typed class. So where typed text is the object, new is the creating for object, new typed is the class. So this class takes the parameter as object. So as like the other JavaScript libraries only, so it is also takes one parameter. So in this parameter, the first property we are going to add is strings. strings. So in these strings we have to use the array. So in this array only you have to write the value of the HTML text. So here I am going to write the value as this is typed text. So that's it. So like this way we can perform the typed text in JavaScript. So once again I will explain. So typed is a class, that's why we need to create an object for the typed.js. So this typed.js takes two parameters. Sorry, I forgot to add the ID of this HTML element because we have to add this typed.js effect to any one HTML element. So the first element is the ID of the HTML. So here we have to write the ID. So to which element you want to add the typed text effect to HTML element. So here the ID is text. So the first parameter is HTML element name and the second parameter is object. So once again I am telling typed.js takes two parameters. So the first element is HTML and the second is object. So in this object we have some properties. So the first property is string because we have to add some text to this HTML h1 tag. So that's why we need to write the property as strings. So the strings is array. That's why we need to write the text value in the array only. So now we will execute this program. So in the next tab I will execute it. So here the file name is typo.js. Typo.html, not JS. So here you can see it is typing, but it's typing very fast. So here you can see, if you can observe the animation. So it's very difficult to find the animation in this text. That's why we need to add some time delay for this typed text. So means it should take some time to complete the total typing. So here I will add the second property in the objects, which is called as type speed. So after this array we have to add the second property. So the first property is strings, which take the value of the HTML content. So in the second property we have to add the type speed. Type speed. In the speed, S is capital. Remember it. Type speed. So it takes the parameter. So here you can mention the value from 10 to anything. So here I will mention the value 50. So it will type some slowly. So I am pressing Ctrl S. So now I will refresh the page. So here you can see the output. It's texting very slowly. So you can add the 30 also. You can add anything. So here you can see it's typing some fast. So here I am adding 100. So it's type something slow. So this is the text what we have written in the H1 using the strings property. So like this way we can use the typed.js in our project. So here the typed is a class which takes two parameters. So the first parameter is HTML element. Suppose if you are accessing using the class name, you have to use the dot parameter, means instead of hash we have to use the dot. So here I will change from the id to class. So here the property is class. So here also I should change this hash to dot, because to access the elements using the class name we have to use the dot operator. So that's why I need to change it from hash to dot. So once again I will refresh the page. The output must be same. So here you can see the output is same. This is typed text. So this is the first parameter, which is the HTML element. So the second parameter is object, which is having some properties like text and the type speed. So the text is denoted by the strings key. So in the strings key only we have to write the HTML text. Means if you want to apply to the paragraph tag, you can add the text for this paragraph in this array. So the second property is type speed. So if you want to the type speed is low, you can mention it using this number. So you can mention anything from 10 to anything. So it's better to use 30 to 50. So it's look better. So I'm using 50. So it should be visible when you use 50. So here you can see this is best. So like this way we can use the typed.js JavaScript library in our programs. Thank you. See you in the next class. Welcome back guys. In the previous lecture we have discussed about the typed.js library. Now in this video we are going to discuss about the darktheme.js. So here this is the demo. So this is what we are going to build it in our program. So here you can see there is a white background. In that white background there is a H1 text and there are two paragraphs. So if you see here there is a toggle button. So after clicking this button the entire background will be changed to black color and all the text in this page will be changed to white color. So now I will click this button. So here you can see the entire background of the web page is changed to black color and all the text in this web page will be changed to white color. So this is what we are going to build it in our program. So open VS Code. So here you can see the VS Code is open. So create a new file, darktheme.js. So first I will not JS, we have to write the HTML, darktheme.html. So first I will complete the HTML. So here I am changing the title from document to dark theme. So for the example purpose I will add only one HTML text, H1. This is dark theme. So I will add some styling to it. Style H1, font size is 150px and I will add some top margin MT 200px. So once we will see the output. So here the file name is darktheme.html, darktheme.html. So here you can see there is a background. In that background which is the H1 text having the value as this is dark theme. So as of now there is no toggle in this page. So now we are going to include the darktheme.js in our project. So to include the darktheme.js in our project we have to import the darktheme.js CDN. So open Google, type darktheme.js. So click on this first link. So here you can see darktheme.js. So after clicking this link, scroll down. So here you can get the CDN link. So this is the CDN link for the darktheme.js. So every JavaScript CDN link will be added with the script tags only. So every CSS CDN link will added with style sheets. So this is the difference between CDN links of JavaScript and CSS. So this is the CDN link of JavaScript library. So that's why it is opening with the script tag. So copy this script tag and paste it in the header part of the HTML. So here we have successfully added this CDN link. So after adding the CDN link, if you observe the documentation, to apply the dark theme in our project, there is a statement called new dark theme.show widget. Because if you see here, there is a widget. After clicking this button only, the site will be changed to dark theme. So if you once again click on this button, the site will be changed to the normal theme, means light theme. So to get this widget in our program, we have to use these statements. So copy this statement and paste it in our program in the script tags. So first we need to open the JavaScript. So here I am pasting this link. So now I will refresh the page whether the toggle is applied or not. So this is our project. So here you can see the toggle is applied successfully and the background is changed to dark theme. So after clicking this button, so it will once again change it to light theme. So I am clicking this button. So here you can see the background is changed to white and the text is changed to black. So if you click again, it will reverse. So the background will change it to dark and the text will be changed to light, means white color. So here I am once again clicking the toggle button. So here you can see the dark theme is applied for our web page. So not only one H1 text, you can add the dark theme for entire web page. So whatever the text you are writing in this web page, that will be converted to the white text and the dark background. So suppose I will add some paragraph with some dummy text. So this is dark theme text class in the Udemy JavaScript tutorial. So once again I will refresh the page. So here we can see the paragraph text is also changed to the white color. So initially the HTML H1 text and the paragraph text are the black color. So whenever you execute these in any other HTML pages without the dark theme.js library, the HTML text elements color is black. So here we are applying the dark mode. That's why it is changing the color from black to white and the background color from black to white to black. So here I am clicking this dark theme button, means toggle. So it will change the text color as black and the background color as white. So here I am clicking this button. So here you can see the text is normal, the background is white and the text is black. So if you click once again, it will be reversed. So here you can see, like this way we can implement dark theme in our project. Welcome back guys. In the previous lecture, we have discussed about the jQuery and how to manipulate the HTML content using jQuery and how to add some CSS styling or remove CSS styling using jQuery. So now in this video, we are going to discuss about Ajax. So Ajax is also a jQuery method used to perform server-side operations. So now we are going to see it. So first of all, we will learn Ajax definition, then we will move into the in-depth of the Ajax. So first, what is an Ajax? So Ajax stands for asynchronous JavaScript and XML. So Ajax is a new technique for creating better, faster and more interactive web applications with the help of XML, HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So with the help of Ajax, whenever you submit any form or any data, the JavaScript will make a new request to the server, interpret the results and update the current screen. So in the purest sense, the user would never know that anything was ever transmitted to the server. So I think you have understand the first paragraph meaning. Ajax stands for asynchronous JavaScript XML. It is one of the technique to develop best web applications using XML, HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So now I will explain the meaning of this second paragraph. So whenever you want to perform server-side operations using the JavaScript, so whenever you send the data to the server or you receive the data from the server, the page will refresh automatically whenever the type of operation performs on the web page. So with the help of Ajax, we can perform the server-side operations without refreshing the web page. Suppose if you want to send any user data to the form, user data to the database, it will refresh the page once it reaches the database. So if you use Ajax, that will not happen. The screen will never be refreshed if you use Ajax. So here you can see how the Ajax will work. Suppose if it is a web page or any HTML page, when you want to perform server-side operations or any database operation, first we need to send the request to the database. After that, if the request is valid or that request is came from successful web page only, then the database server will send the response. So in the next slide, we will going to see how this process will work using Ajax. So now we are going to see the next slide. So here you can see. So consider an HTML or web page. This is the login page. So because whenever you want to click the login button, the username and the password will be sent to the database. So if that username and password are valid or they present in the database, so the server will check whether the username and valid are correct or not. So if the username and password are correct, it will send the response with valid. Or if the username and password is wrong or invalid, it will send the response as it is not valid. So like this way, we can send the request to the server and we can get the response from the server. So with the help of Ajax, we are going to see that now. So here you can see, this is the syntax of the Ajax. So as I said, Ajax is the method. So every method must have parentheses. So here there is a dollar symbol because Ajax is a jQuery method. So whatever the method or whatever the syntax you want to write in jQuery, that must start with the dollar symbol only. So Ajax is a special case, that's why we need dot operator after the dollar symbol. So now I will explain the Ajax syntax first. Now afterwards I will explain how the syntax work for the, as our previous example, user data. So now we are going to see the syntax of Ajax. So first, Ajax method. So dollar symbol, dollar indicates the jQuery document. After that, dot operator, it is the special operator. Afterwards, the name of the method. Here the name of the method is Ajax. So after that, we have to open the method or function. So every function must consist of parameter. So in the Ajax parameter, we have to put some functions or data in these curly braces. So I will explain what is the data and what are the different types of functions we need to add in that Ajax method. So the first thing is URL. Because if you want to communicate with any external server and external API, we need to add the URL. Suppose if you want to send the data to your domain like example.com, so that example.com will be placed in this URL colons. So this is the use of the first sentence or the first statement in the Ajax URL. So the second, for every statement in the Ajax, we have to use the comma operator. So it's simple like object only. So the Ajax parameter is object. So the first one is URL and the second one is type. As you know, the HTTP methods for sending or receiving the data is get method and post method. Suppose if you want to get some data from the database, we need to use the get method, or if you want to send the data to the database, we need to use the post method. So in majority of the scenarios, we use post method because post method will do the functionality of the get method also. So if you use the get method, the data will be represented in the URL. So it's danger for our application. That's why every time we should use the post method only. So the third sentence is data. Suppose if you want to work with any user login or any authentication application, we need to send the login details to the server. So here the data is the data that you want to send to the server. So whenever you want to communicate with the server, sometimes we need to send the data to check whether the data is valid or not. So in the previous slide only we have sent the data. So here is the data parameter, the user data. We have sent the user data to the server. So after the server receive the user data, it will check whether it is valid or not. So it will valid, it will send the response as valid. Else it will send the response as invalid. So this is the use of data statement. So after that, there is a statement called data type. So after sending the data, sometimes server will send the JSON data, sometimes it will send the normal HTML data, sometimes it will then send the text data. So this data type statement is what data you are expecting from the server. So in majority of the scenarios, the data received from the server will be JSON format only. So in the next video, we are going to discuss about JSON. So JSON is nothing but JavaScript object notation. So in the JavaScript object only, I have the JavaScript basics only we have discussed about the objects. So in that tutorial, in that video only, I have said object is one of the very important topic in the JavaScript. So in the further projects, we are using the objects only to communicate with the servers. So these are the four statements. So the first statement is URL. So this is the URL or API. So the what link in the, we have to place the link in this URL colons. So it may be anything, you have to paste the link. So the type is get or post. So the data is what data you want to send to the server. So the data type is what type of data you are expecting to receive from the server. So after these four statements, we have three callback functions. So whenever you submit the data to the server, so it will give the three callback function. The three callback functions are success, error, always. So here we are going to discuss the first callback function, success. So when you send the data to the server, if the data sends successfully, then this success function will execute. So success function having the two parameter, because if you send the data successfully, the server will send the response. So this is the parameter in the success function. So we can display the parameter, we can display the response in HTML using alert or any h1 tags or any div tags, etc. So whenever the data sends successfully and server send the response successfully, this success function will execute. So the next callback function is error function. Suppose if you send the data to the any wrong server, or is there any mistake in the URL or any method, so this function will execute. This means error. There is something wrong in the method syntax you are using. So whenever the server goes wrong, so this error function will execute. So it gives the one parameter. The one parameter will be the error information only. If you print this error in the HTML page, it will give the information about the error. Suppose if the URL is wrong, it will say that the URL is invalid. Suppose if the method is wrong, it will say the method you have given is invalid. So like this way, it will give the error information. So the third method is always. So it is not that much as important as success and error. So whenever you communicate with the server, this always function will execute, because to check we have communicating with server or not. So we need not to discuss about this. So without using this always function also, we can write the Ajax method. So once again, I will explain from top to bottom. So here there are four statements and three functions. The four statements are, the first statement is URL. So to the which server you want to communicate, you have to paste the URL link. So suppose if your domain is www.example.com, so you want to send the data to that domain, you have to paste that domain in these colons. So after that, you have to use the type of the method. So there are only two types, get type and post type. So in majority scenarios, we use post method only. So after that, the data. So whenever you want to send any data to the server, then we need to add some data in these curly braces. So after that, data type. So what type of data you are expecting from the server. So that need to be placed in these colons. So after these statements, there is three callback function. So the first callback function is success. So success function is having one parameter, that is response. So because if the Ajax executed successfully, then the server will send some data. So it's like valid or invalid. So both are added in this response data only. So the second callback function is error. So if there is any mistake in the Ajax function, the error function will execute. So if you display the error in the HTML page, it will show the what type of error it is. So after that, callback function always. So it is executing always whenever you click the submit button. That's why it is named as always. So now we are going to see this method in practical using the login page user data. So here is the graphical representation of this user data. So here is the login page. In this we are having two input elements and button. So whenever you submit this button, these data, user data, username and password will be sent to the server. After that, it will check whether these details are valid or not. After checking, it will give the response whether it is valid or not. So now we are going to write the syntax for this scenario. So here you can see the first one is same as usual. Dollar indicates the document. So after that, Ajax. So here we are opening the function. So in that function, we have to use the curly braces. So the first statement is as like I discussed in this scenario. So the first statement is URL. So to which URL you are sending data. Here I have write the URL as example.com. Here the example.com is the domain. So this login is this state data. So we are using the login data. So that's why I named it as login. So it may be anything. Suppose you want to register data, we need to place the register instead of login here. So this is the URL or API link. It can be called as anything, URL or API link or website link or anything. So when we are implementing this session in Visual Studio Code, you can understand very easily. So as for now, we have to understand using the slides only. So we have completed URL. So now the second statement is type. So as I said to you, whenever you want to send some data to the server, we have to use the post method. So if you want to receive data from the server, we have to use the get method. So that's why I've used the post method, because we are sending the username and password to the database. So here the third parameter is data. So what is the values, or what are the values you are sending the data? Here our goal is to check whether the username and password are valid or not. So that's why I'm sending the username is equal to something or password is equal to something as data. So this data will be sent to the server and it will give the response. So here the expected output response must be JSON only. So here we have sent the data and we are expecting the result in JSON format. So now the callback functions will execute. Suppose if you have sent the data successfully, the server will send the response. The response may be anything, invalid details, or login successful, or authentication failed, or anything. So it may be anything that will be comes from the response. So whenever we have sent the data to the server successfully, this success function will execute. So if there is any wrong in these statements or any URL or any method or any data, this error function will execute. So these both success function and error function will not be executed simultaneously, because it is impossible to face both success and error anywhere. So if the success function executes, then error function will not execute. So in simultaneously, whenever the error function will execute, so we have to understand that we have did something wrong. So whenever this error function is executing, we have to read this error using any h1 tags or console tags or any paragraph tags. So by adding this error to that. So here the always function, whenever we want to communicate with the server, so in apart from the success or error, so always function will execute anytime. So like this way we can communicate with the server using Ajax. So in the next video we are going to implement all these sessions. Here's practical session, here syntax, and here we can see the username data or authentication details. So everything we have to implement in practical. So in the next video we are going to see that. Thank you. See you in the next class.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget click the subscribe button and hit the bell icon. Like, comment and share. See you next time.